Welcome to goldenageradio.com, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brand new episodes every week. Visit veteransradioministry.com to listen to more episodes like this.
Kipps by H.G. Wells, dramatised by Micheline Wanda, music by Ilona Sekat, with Mark Straker as Kipps, Nicholas Grace as Chitterlow, Catherine Hurlbert as Helen, and Paul Damon as H.G. Wells the storyteller. Episode 1, The Making of Kipps.
Until he was nearly arrived at manhood, it did not become clear to Arthur Kipps how it was that he had come into the care of an aunt and uncle instead of having a father and mother like other little boys. He had a vague feeling that a certain wistful face that looked out at him from a plush and gilt picture frame was the face of his mother. He knew that she had provided for him to be sent to a certain rather smart school in Hastings, and he vaguely thought that perhaps she was dead, and that was why his uncle and aunt never spoke of her. But, like many boys, concerned only with the moment, he did not worry about what he did not know. Meanwhile, his aunt and uncle were the immediate gods of his world, with arbitrary injunctions and high, if sometimes inscrutable, standards.
Can I have more pie, Aunt?
When you've finished what's on your plate.
Right.
Drat and drabbit. What on earth is that noise for?
Oh, don't gobble, Artie. It's not nice.
And don't talk with your mouth full.
You heard your uncle. Now hold your knife proper, or I'll rap your knuckles. You don't want that, do you?
I won't.
Mind your manners, then.
And yet his uncle always finished up his gravy with his knife. Very strange. There were, however, small compensations. His uncle kept a shop which held a mine of treasures: china and stationery, needles and cottons, bathing suits, tents, and even trumpets, which he was allowed to hold, but not to blow.
I've finished my tea. Can I go to play, please?
Long as you ain't going to play with that little Sid Pornick from next door.
No.
That old Pornick's a blaring jackass. I swear he waits to beat his back until the wind's in the right direction to blow the dust right in my shop.
Can I go then?
Oh, all right. Go out the back way and you'll avoid the Pornicks. You'll have to say your catechism later, Name.
Oh, that boy.
Kipps always thought of his aunt as lean, rather worried-looking, and prone to a certain obliquity of cap. He thought of his uncle as massive, many-chinned, and careless about his buttons. They neither visited nor received visitors, being suspicious of everyone. According to the English ideal, they kept themselves to themselves. Kipps, being of a sociable disposition, could only make friends through the sin of disobedience.
Hello, Sid Pornick. Oh, hello, Artie Kipps. I brought my sister Anne, and she's brought her doll. Hello, Sid's sister.
Hello, Artie.
What are you doing, Sid? Watching them goats. Look at them. They're gone off scrap. Here, that goat looks like you're dead. I don't. You do? You just watch it. Do you know what a blaring jackass is? No. It's what my uncle called your dead. Did he? Oh, that's nasty. Is it? Sounds right to me. You better swallow that or I'll fight you. You couldn't fight me. Oh, I could. We one hand tied behind me back. Couldn't? Could. Well then, get your fists up.
What do you want to fight for?
You keep out of it. Come. Yeah. You got a black eye. You got one and all. My nose is bleeding. So's mine. Who's won then? I don't know. Perhaps we both won.
Oh.
Yeah, that's it. We both won. I won and you won. Friends. Shake on it. Right. There, Anne. What do you think of that?
I think fighting's really stupid.
Oh, yeah? Does your doll think fighting's stupid?
Of course she does.
We'll give her a chance to decide for herself.
Leave my doll alone, Sid.
There.
Oh, leave off,
there.
Sid. Leave my doll alone.
Look, I only get a black eye
Stop it.
like we got. Leave off, Sid.
Oh, tell Dad, and he'll whack ya.
Will your dad whack you? Oh, yeah. But I put newspaper down my trousers. Really don't hurt at all. Here. I hope you ain't torn my jacket. Let's have a look. No, it's not tall. It's just a bit dirty. Yeah, I'll brush it off.
You don't know what a mess.
So do you. You want to fight about it?
Nah, I've done enough fighting for now. If we was real soldiers, you know, we'd look a mess all the time. Me mum wouldn't like that.
Nor my aunt. We best not be soldiers then, eh?
What are we going to do now then, eh?
Let's go down on the beach, play smugglers and wanted men. We can go on that old wreck on the sand.
Right.
All this was possible, of course, only during the holidays. During term time, Kipps attended the Cavendish Academy for Young Gentlemen, a middle-class establishment in Hastings, whose principal was a creature of indifferent digestion and temper, and who succeeded in teaching the boys very little indeed, beyond reading aloud from the Bible and learning long passages of obscure poetry. Kipps had to endure dreary walks when the boys marched 2 by 2 in dismal, wet weather. The holidays were very different from school. They were free, they were spacious, and though he never knew it in these words, they had an element of beauty.
Aunt's giving me dinner. Cold rice pudding and plums.
Oh, yeah, me. Can I have some?
Of course.
In the memories of his boyhood, these days shone like strips of stained glass window in a dreary waste of scholastic wall.
Hey, what's that, Kipps?
Dunno.
It's the original Huron war cry.
How do you know?
It's a deadly secret. I'll tell it tonight. 8:30. Tra-la, in the lane behind the church.
8:30 it is, in the lane behind the church. Tra-la?
The trala was considered to render this sentence incomprehensible to the uninitiated. Oh, small boys are so damnably loud.
Here, don't swear.
Sorry, Kipps.
How do you know my name? Who are you?
Mr. H.G. Wells, at your service, Master Kipps.
Oh, I've seen you before. You've been following me around, haven't you?
I'm interested in you.
Get off.
I know all about you.
Oh, yeah?
Indeed. Possibly more than you know yourself.
Get off.
At that moment, there appeared along by the churchyard wall a girl in a short frock, brown-haired with dark blue eyes. Anne Pornick, she whose doll Sid had broken.
How'd you know that?
Never you mind.
But you...
Shh! She's going to say something to you.
Artie, I come to tell you Sid will be late. Father's made him dust all the boxes in the shop.
What on earth for?
I don't know.
Oh.
Sid's left school now, you know.
I know.
You left school.
Just about to.
Sid's going to be a sea captain. What you going to be?
What? Sea captain?
Look, I can hop.
Nice.
I can run as well. Can you run? I can run fast.
Oh, I can run. I'll run you any day.
Right then, run you now. Far is that tree over there?
Righto, you ready?
I'll give you a start. From here.
Right then, you ready?
Ready?
Right. Off! I won!
Ty! What we got here together?
I got here first. I'll touch the tree first.
You never.
You run it again then, I don't mind. You don't run bad, you know.
Well, I suppose you did give me a head start.
Hello, Sid.
You better look out, young Anne. Mother wants you to go home to help with the dishes.
Oh, I better go then.
Here, what about the race?
I've got to go home. Ta-ta.
Oh, you ain't been racing her.
Oh, it wasn't a proper race. I'll give her a start.
Oh, she can't run anyway. She's a girl.
As the summer passed, Kipps found himself thinking more and more of Anne.
You left school? What you going to be?
He couldn't explain why, but every detail about her face, her hair, her every word remained with him, even when he was engaged in far more important activities, such as joining Sid on the old wreck washed up on the beach.
Now, hold on, Artie. This ship has been taking provisions to war, and it's got shot at, and it's sinking fast. We're sailors, brave to the end.
Your sister ain't a bad sort.
I clatter a lot. Oh, yeah, doesn't it stink rotten? Must have been the wheat the ship was carrying. Yeah. Watch out, yeah? Pirates. There, on the horizon. Yeah, grab this musket. Have at you lousy pirates! Bang! 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 Take that! Now we're shipwrecked, floating along without food or water, haggard upon stagnant ocean.
Isn't it nice having sisters?
No, it ain't.
Why not?
When they know too much, they get out of doing things. Sisters is rot. That's what sisters is. Girls, if you like. But sisters, nah.
But ain't sisters girls?
No.
Well, of course, I didn't mean... Well, I wasn't exactly thinking...
You got a girl?
Well, sort of. Well, not...
I got a girl.
No.
I have. Bet you don't know who she is.
Who is it then? Tell us.
Secret.
Secret?
Dying solemn.
Dying solemn.
Swear by Neptune.
I swear by Neptune.
It begins with, Nem.
Yeah?
Maud Jarvis.
Get that. She ain't your girl, Sid Pornick. She's the vicar's daughter.
She is.
Truth. But she's got a bicycle.
Cross my heart and hope to die.
Well... Does she know she's your girl?
I'd die for that girl, Aunt Kipps. If she was to ask me to chuck myself in this sea for her, I would.
Well...
I read this book, see, it's a love story. Now, there's a chap in it, just like me, a baronet. He is a person of volcanic passions concealed beneath a demeanour of icy cynicism. Have you noticed how I have a habit of gritting my teeth?
Can't say I have.
Well, I have. And so does he.
I'd like to have a girl. Just to talk to and that.
Well, I'm getting hungry. Got any rice pudding left?
No, we finished it all.
No, I'm off for me tea.
What about us being shipwrecked?
We've been rescued. Come.
As he and Sid walked home, Kipps thought how he would like to live happily in a wrecked ship with Anne and run races and eat chocolates and fried sprats.
See you later, Artie.
Bye.
As Kipps passed the church, there was Anne herself, her hair dark against the vast masses of flaming crimson flowers. Kipps stopped with a resolute shyness.
Hello, Anne.
Hello, Art Kipps.
I've been thinking. I like you, Anne.
I like you, Artie.
I wish you was my girl, Anne. I say, will you be my girl? Would you like to be my girl?
Well, yeah, all right. If you like, Artie.
All right, then. Then you are.
All right, then. What you going to do now you left school?
I'm going to be apprenticed to a draper in Folkestone.
When?
Next week.
Oh.
I've got new trousers and a black coat and 4 new shirts. Anne, I've got this idea. I read in a magazine, Tidbits actually, that lovers give each other tokens.
What's a token?
Well, you take something and divide it in 2. Like you might take 6pence and break it in 2.
Well, why should you do that? Well, it's no good if it's broke.
You divide it in 2 and then you keep 1 bit each. Well, that's what a token is. Look, I've got a 6pence here. I'll show you. I'll use my knife. Oh!
Careful.
I jammed my finger. Oh, it's no good. See, the idea is I have half and you have half. And when we're separated, you look at yours and I look at mine and we think of each other.
Tell you what, I know when my father keeps a file. Well, I can have a go at it. I'll easily do it.
All right, there you are.
Duh.
Anne, I do love you, really. I'll do anything for you. And I'll...
What?
And I wish you let me... Can I kiss you?
Oh, don't be silly, Archie.
Oh, come on.
No, it's silly.
But what good is you be my girl if I can't kiss you?
It's silly. I don't want to.
Well, we might as well go home then.
Suits me.
Right then. Goodbye, Anne.
See you, Artie.
I do love you, Anne Pornick.
Then came a time during which Anne was altogether inaccessible. Kipps saw her on Sunday, but she pretended not to see him, because her mother was with her. As the days went by, he began to believe she had given him up forever. He became feverishly anxious to see her, but still she was hidden. Then came the day he was to leave for Folkestone in his new suit and bowler. With his uncle and aunt, he went to board the horse bus. He was desperate at the thought he might not see Anne again.
There's your sandwiches, Aunt. Oh, look after yourself.
Bye, lad. See you do as you're told.
Right then, all aboard. We're off.
Goodbye, Uncle. Aunt.
Hey!
Oh.
Wait a minute! Auntie! I got...
Oh.
No! I've done it!
Hey, driver, hold on for a jiff. Just a jiff.
You got your head, lad?
Yes, no, just a tick.
Here, I done it this morning. The sixpence. Take your half.
Oh, Anne.
I'll keep the other half.
Hurry up, lad. We haven't got all day.
Look after it, Artie.
I will. Don't forget me, Anne.
Right then, off we go. Get up there.
When Kipps left New Romney, he was 14, thin, with smallish features, and eyes that were sometimes dark and sometimes very light. He was by nature confused in his mind and retreating in his manners. Inexorable fate had appointed him to serve his country in commerce.
Dear, what you going on about?
You being apprenticed to a draper.
Why didn't you just say so? Why'd you use all them long words?
It's my style.
You still going to be following me around?
I expect so. I shan't get in your way.
2 yards of red cambric. 45 hooks and eyes. No trouble, I assure you. 5 yards of butter muslin. What can I have the pleasure? Your change, madam. No trouble, I assure you.
The indentures that bound Kipps to Mr. Shalford of Folkestone were antique and complex. They forbade Kipps to dice and game. They made him over, body and soul, for 7 long years to his new employer, Mr. Shalford.
In return for which, Mr. Kipps, I shall teach you the whole heart and mystery of the drapery trade.
Thank you, Mr. Shalford, sir.
We expect you to work, you know, and we expect you to study our interests. Our system here is the best system you could have. I made it, and I ought to know. I began at the very bottom of the ladder when I was 14, and there isn't a step in it I don't know. Now, this is Mr. Carshot. He will give you the cards of rules and times.
Hello, lad. Sir?
You're to do whatever Mr. Carshot tells you. Here's a blotting pad and ink pot for you to carry. Oh, don't fumble. Come along now. Gloves and ribbons, baby linens here. This is Buggins.
Take it, sir.
You're to do whatever Mr. Buggins tells you. See, don't fumble, Buggins. Sir. Now here is the overhead change carrier. I can tell you exactly how many minutes per year are saved by this change carrier. Pounds, you take my word for it. System and efficiency. Efficiency and system.
Yes.
Now this here's the door to the yard, locked after 10:30 by order. Edwin Shalford. See? Says so on that sign there.
Mr. Shalford always wrote by order, though it conveyed no earthly meaning to him. He was one of those people who collect technicalities upon them as a bug collects dirt. He was an irascible, energetic little man, with hairy hands, for the most part under his coat-tails, a long, shiny, bald head, and a neatly trimmed beard. He walked lightly and with a confident jerk, and he was given to humming. His establishment was now one of the most considerable in Folkestone, and this despite, perhaps because of, a very strange and peculiar use of the English language, which he believed was essential to business efficiency.
Can you write out orders, Kipps?
Oh, I don't know, Mr. Shalford.
Well, look here. For example, I've written 1 piece Lynn Pot Black Hélas. What do I mean by that, eh?
I don't know, sir.
And then 2 each silk net as per Pats herewith.
Don't know, sir.
Oh, dear. Pity you couldn't get some more commercial education at your school, instead of all this literary stuff. Well, my boy, if you're not a bit sharper, you'll never learn to write orders proper. For now, you best stick stamps and all them letters, and mind you stick 'em the right way up.
Yes, sir.
And try and profit a little more by the opportunities your aunt and uncle have provided. Can't see what'll happen to you if you don't.
Yes, sir.
Now, lick the envelope, like this, see? It's the little things that mount up. That's how you learn.
Mr. Shelford set himself assiduously to get as much out of Kipps and to put as little into him as he could. What he put into Kipps was chiefly bread and margarine, infusions of tea and chicory dust, colonial meat by contract at 3 a pound, potatoes by the sack and watered beer.
Repeat after me. What can I have the pleasure?
What can I have the pleasure?
No trouble, I show you.
No trouble, I assure you.
You shall learn to block and fold and measure material of all sorts, and to lift your hat from your head when you pass me in the street.
In return for these benefits, he worked so that he commonly went to bed exhausted and footsore, and at 6:30 in the morning he would descend, unwashed, in old clothes and a scarf, dust boxes, take down wrappers, and clean windows till 8.
Kipps, shift these boxes for me.
Roll that cretin up, Kipps. It seems to have a mind of its own, Mr. Buggins.
Oh, my heart and liver, I never seen such a boy. Now then, Kipps, look lively. Hold up them curtains.
They're very heavy, Mr. Carshaw.
Of course they're heavy. Oh, my heart and liver.
Rarely much later than 9 at night, a supper of bread and cheese awaited him, and that consumed, the rest of the day was entirely at his disposal for reading, recreation, and the improvement of his mind.
Oh, I'm that tired. Good night, Buggins. Good night. Good night.
My heart and liver, come along, Kipps, and you'll stop taking.
Hurry up, Kipps. Bring the tickets and the ink pot.
You make my toothache, Kipps. You got no more system in you than a bad potato. Where's that damn ink?
By your foot, sir.
By my... There now. I've kicked it over. Why can't you hold it till I need it?
Because I'm holding the tickets, sir.
I don't know. No more system than a bad potato.
Oh, dear.
Here, Artie, take it. I done it this morning. The 6pence.
When you get too old to work, they chuck you away.
Can't a draper get a shop of his own?
How's a draper shopman to save up the capital of £500? It can't be done. We're in a blessed drain pipe and we've got to crawl along it till we die. I'd like to hit that beggar Shelford slap in the face and see how his blessed system met that.
Oh, my feet are that sore. Have I got to stay here till my day's end? No adventures, no glory, no change, no freedom?
What are you going to do about it, Kipps?
I'll run away to sea, Mr. Wells.
Oh, yes?
I'll set fire to the Emporium. I'll drown myself.
No, you won't. Not you.
Well, here, what time is it? Oh, Lord, I'll be late putting the shutters up. It's all your fault, keeping me here, chatting.
And Kipps consoled himself with the thought that it would soon be Christmas, and he would be home and see Anne, and by hook or by crook, he would kiss her. Then everything would be perfect, and he would be perfectly happy. But Anne, too, had happened on evil things.
More tea, Artie.
Ta, Aunt, and another bit of steak and kidney, please.
Help yourself, dear.
Ta. Then I think I'll go for a walk, visit an old friend. Old Sid, maybe.
Oh, they've cleared out the Pornicks. Good riddance to bad rubbish, I say.
Cleared out?
Yeah, Sid's gone off as errand boy somewhere to one of these here blasted new cycle shops.
Has he? And what about his sister, Anne?
She's gone as help to somewhere in Ashford.
Help. Slavey, more like. Wonder they didn't say ladies' help while they was about it.
I see.
Ain't you going to finish your pie, Artie?
No, I ain't as hungry as I thought.
You happy at Shelford's, then?
Oh, it's all right. There don't seem much prospects. There's times, Aunt, when I think of giving it up.
You can't do that, Artie.
Do you want the Pornicks to say you ain't good enough to be a draper?
No, Uncle, I suppose not.
Four years passed, and Kipps cleaned windows no longer. He was serving customers and taking goods out on approval. Presently he was third apprentice, and his moustache began to be visible.
Mr. Kipps, I do believe you need some sartorial help.
What's that when it's at home, Mr. Carshaw?
I suggest you go to a tailor and replace your short jacket with a morning coat and tails.
Should I? What, and get some stand-up collars? Like yours?
You'll see, Mr. Kipps, how the young ladies will notice you.
Oh, go away.
I mean it. Look, Flo Bates, the cash girl, is looking at you very hard.
Morning, Mr. Kipps. My, you do look smart.
See?
What a nice boy you are. I never noticed till now.
Do you think so, Miss Bates?
Kipps, what? It is painful to me to see how your fidelity to Anne's memory fails at the first onset of admiration from another young lady. Go away, you.
Did you say something, Mr. Kipps?
I was just thinking out loud. Looking forward to Sunday? Yes.
Well, now, would you like to go for a walk with me on Sunday, then?
Would I? Well, I don't mind if I do.
Oh, I can see you're a gentleman. I hope you've got some gloves. Gentlemen should wear, or at least carry, gloves. And you know that a gentleman always walks outside a lady on the pavement?
Oh, yes. Yes. I know all that.
Kipps took to these new interests with a quite natural zeal. Before 2 years were out, he had been engaged 6 times, a series of events which were taken very lightly by all concerned. He learned also to conduct conversations in a light and modern style, at least that was how Flo Bates described them, a style which gave both parties a strong sensation of being deeply meaningful.
You see, Flo Bates, you mean exactly what I mean.
Well, what do you mean?
Ah, now that would be telling.
Well, tell me then.
Ah, that's another story.
I don't know, Mr. Artie Kipps. You are a one for being roundabout.
Well, you're not so plain yourself, you know.
Not so plain?
No.
Are you saying that I'm roundabout?
I wouldn't dare. You're quite slim.
Oh.
And you ain't plain at all. You're pretty. There.
Oh, get out.
No, really. I say.
What?
Where'd you get that ring on your finger?
Wouldn't you like to know?
I dare say I could guess. I seen you chatting to the under-manager.
I'm not telling.
I could guess it in 3.
You couldn't. Not the name.
Ah.
Ah.
But despite this rather enjoyable flirtation with Flo, a vague dissatisfaction with life drifted round Kipps, and every now and then enveloped him like a sea fog. He felt great bogs of ignorance about him.
There must be more to life than walking outside a lady on the pavement, Mr. Wells. Isn't there something else?
Like what?
Like knowledge. Real ladies and gentlemen, they got knowledge. They know things. There's a girl in Millery what can speak French and German. She taught me a bit. Parlez-vous Français?
Well done.
You know, I've forgotten all me rivers of England what I learned at school. But I've got to do something.
I suppose some such phase of discontent is a normal thing in every young man. The ripening mind seeks something upon which its will may crystallise, upon which its discursive emotions, growing more abundant with each year of life, may concentrate.
I don't know what you're on about.
In that case, I think a little visit to the Folkestone Young Men's Association is in order.
You see, my friends before you, a very sound example of that which I've been propounding to you. A man who has benefited enormously from self-help. A man of semi-independent means who has the good fortune to inherit a part share in a housing agency, but who has not rested upon such laurels. Oh, no. I have read Mrs. Humphrey Ward. I take an interest in social work. I sit at the last count upon 13 committees. I'm happiest when I can be useful upon social occasions, and such, I trust, has been my function here today. Thank you very much indeed, my friends. May I thank you all for listening so carefully to my little paper on self-help. Self-help is by far the noblest of all our distinctive English characteristics. And since talking about it is as thirsty workers listening, I suggest we all adjourn and help ourselves to some tea and sandwiches in the other room. Please, thank you very much. Good evening. Haven't seen you here before.
No, it's my first visit.
Delighted. Chester Coote at your service.
Kipps. Artie Kipps.
Pleased to meet you. I hope you've enjoyed the evening.
Oh, yes.
What do you think of my little paper?
Now, that's just it. I must find out how to get a little self-help on my own account.
Have you considered the local science and art classes?
Not school.
No. I say, you could come with me to wood carving.
Wood carving? Oh, I fancy the sound of that.
It's taught by a lady called Miss Walsingham.
Wood carving taught by a girl? That's a bit rum.
She's all right, my dear fellow. She matriculated at London University, and she can do marvellous things with bits of wood.
In no time, Mr. Chester Coote, who took a great interest in social work and lived with his sister, had taken Kipps under his wing and had begun to introduce him to higher things.
Welcome, Mr. Kipps, to our little class. Mr. Coote will show you around.
Miss Walsingham had a pale, intellectual face, dark grey eyes, and black hair which she wore over her forehead in an original, striking way that she had adapted from a picture by Rossetti in the South Kensington Museum. She dressed in those loose and pleasant forms and those soft-tempered shades that arose in England in the socialistic aesthetic epoch, and which remain with us today in those who scorn science fiction and think on higher planes. She was as beautiful as most beautiful people.
And this is Emily.
How do you do, Mr. Kipps?
And Miss Lomax, a maiden lady of riper years.
How do, young man?
Yes, come on. I'll show you where you can work.
These people came and went with a sense of absolute assurance against an overwhelming background of plaster casts, diagrams and tables, benches, and a blackboard saturated with recondite knowledge.
I'll bet they know etiquette, these people, and eat complicated meals.
As the weeks passed, he was convinced that they held the secrets to art and the higher life.
Mr. Coote, do you remember the scandal at last year's Royal Academy opening?
Oh, yes, Miss Wilson, indeed I do.
What are they talking about?
You feel like an intruder in an altitudinous world?
No, just left out.
Kipps felt even more uncertain after one class when confidences were shared over coffee. On this occasion, Mr. Henry Walsingham, Helen's brother, was present.
Mr. Walsingham, when will you be moving to London?
When I have taken my final examinations in law, Miss Emily.
Henry is going to become a solicitor, Mr. Kipps. We are very proud of
No
you.
nonsense, Helen. It's nothing terribly clever.
It sounds clever, but I never took any examination. Where'd you take it to?
It's more like where it takes you, Mr. Kipps. It's taking me to London, thank goodness.
And I shall be able to visit you and go to concerts.
Oh, Helen, perhaps you could give a concert yourself one day.
I've always wanted to play the banjo.
I could never be a professional pianist, Emily.
yes.
Marvellous.
This extraordinary self-confidence shown by the others spurred Kipps to seek an opportunity for some kind of action which would make the others notice him. One day in summer, such an opportunity arose, and Kipps put his fledgling manhood to the test.
How are you getting on with your carving, Mr. Kipps?
Well,
let me see. Now, don't jab so hard. Your intersecting circles will be all angular and crooked. Now, let me show you. Hold the wood in your left hand, like so. That's right.
I see, Miss Walsingham.
Now, you do it. That's very good. Oh, isn't it warm today, Mr. Kipps? I'll just open a window and come back and watch you.
Oh, let me do it, Miss Walsingham.
Oh, thank you. That is most kind.
No trouble. It's just...
Oh,
I think it's a bit stuck.
do be careful.
No trouble.
Perhaps the sash is broken.
Oddie, no trouble. One more, you should do it.
There.
Oh, dear. I'm tremendously sorry. I didn't think the glass would break like that.
Oh, Mr. Kipps, I do believe you've cut your hand. Emily, do come and help. Oh, why, you cut your hand, Mr. Kipps. It looks bad. Miss Lomax, could you...
Young man, you've cut your wrist.
It's bleeding.
He's cut his wrist and it's bleeding. Dreadful.
I hadn't the slightest idea the glass was going to break like that.
You must tie it up. We must tie it up.
It ought to be tied up.
Oh, me blood's dripping all over the floor, Miss Walsingham. Look, I'll lick it off.
Please don't.
All right, me hanky. Now, where's me hanky?
I should think it's very bad cut to bleed like that.
Have you got a handkerchief, Mr. Kipps?
I don't know, I managed not to have one. Not having a cold, I suppose. I didn't think. Oh, dear, more blood. I am sorry.
Here, use my handkerchief.
Oh, no, you must be careful how you tie it. I've done ambulance classes twice, and I know you bleed one way if it's a vein and another way if it's an artery. But which way it is,
Here, I'll bandage it. Just pull up your cuff.
Lucky I put on my shirt with good cuffs. You should see how frayed me others are.
I'll hold your hand.
Oh,
Not hurting you, am I?
not a bit.
Oh, we're not experts, I'm afraid.
Oh, you're taking a lot of trouble. I'm sorry about the window, but I can't think what I was doing.
Of course, it isn't so much the cut at the time, it's the poisoning afterwards.
I'll pay for the window.
Oh, the bleeding should stop soon.
It's nothing, really.
Could you put your finger on the knot, please, Helen?
Oh, of course. How do you feel now, Mr. Kipps?
Fine.
I knew someone once whose arm was mortified and had to be sawn off.
Sawn off?
Sawn right off.
There. That should do. It's not too tight.
Not a bit.
You should have washed the wound first. Oh, well, if there's nothing more I can do, I'll return to my carving. Come along, Emily.
I'm afraid you won't be able to do much more tonight, Mr. Kipps.
I'll try. I don't want to waste any time. A fellow like me hasn't much time to spare.
Well, call on me if you need any help.
I will, Miss Walsingham.
He's got ever such an interesting face, Helen. He's so sweet when he blushes. I think it comes from a natural delicacy. I reckon he's a little in love with you, Helen.
Don't be silly, Emily.
Well, look at him. He keeps sneaking little looks at you. He simply adores you. He would abandon himself absolutely upon your altar.
But, my dear, what have I done to deserve it?
That's just it. You haven't done anything. I think you'd make a good match. I'm going over to have a word with him.
Oh, Emily.
How's the bandage, Mr. Kipps?
Oh, fine. You did a good job.
How will you manage at work tomorrow?
Oh, I'll be all right.
Do you like your job?
Not very much. I don't seem to get on with the customers.
Well, that's because you're far too sensitive for a job like that.
Do you think so? I feel so ignorant. I get this feeling that education is just passing me by.
I think you owe it to yourself to develop your possibilities, Mr. Kipps. There are all sorts of interesting people you could know.
Very nice, Mr. Coote.
There's Miss Walsingham now. Isn't Helen the most lovely person in the world? Well, look at her.
Oh, yes. Yes. I think she's lovely too. I really do.
What are you going to do in the summer?
Oh, well, I thought I could improve myself by reading. The trouble is, I ain't got no books.
Oh, you could get books from the public library.
Could I really?
Oh, Henry, how nice of you to come and collect me.
Well, Mr. Kipps, that's it. End of class.
Well, everyone, thank you all very much. I shall hope to see you all again in the autumn.
You certainly will.
Mr. Kipps, shall you stay in Folkestone through the summer?
Oh, yes, yes.
And I do hope you will come back to the class. Your work is very promising.
Oh, I will. I certainly will. You may count on that. Miss Walsingham, I'll do anything.
Helen!
Goodbye then, Mr. Kipps.
Goodbye.
Good class, Helen?
Very stimulating, yes.
We had the most extraordinary drama, Mr. Walsingham.
Oh, yes.
One of the students cut himself.
I have always thought wood carving to be a dangerous sort of occupation. Perhaps you should give it up, Helen.
No, it wasn't in the course of the carving. He was being helpful, opening a window for me.
Deuced careless, then.
Just an accident. It could have happened to anyone.
Wouldn't have happened to me. When I open a window, I open a window.
There was lots of blood, wasn't there, Helen?
Yes, pints.
Oh, do stop. I'm not fond of blood.
It took us minutes to stop the bleeding.
Like a fleet of Florence Nightingales we were.
Who is this fellow who has merited so much undeserved attention?
He's a draper. Rather young and rather sweet on Helen.
What?
Don't be cruel, Emily.
I'm not cruel, merely factual. He likes you, and you like him.
Is this true?
Is this true? Oh, Henry, don't sound like a heavy-handed elder brother.
The sooner I pass my examinations and start practising as a proper solicitor, the better. You should be in London, Helen, not stuck away in some silly provincial nowhere with drapers winking at you.
Only one draper so far, Henry.
Oh, Helen, you shan't move to London. We couldn't manage without you.
I don't plan to stay here forever, you know. But it may be years before our fortunes change. Till then, Mother and I will continue with our little lives, while Henry makes our fortune in London.
Without the prospect of his weekly woodcarving class, the summer seemed very bleak indeed to Kipps. The visits home to his aunt and uncle on his half-holidays also held little delight, since Anne was not there. Perhaps it was something about the bright sunny weather, but discontent, given voice at mealtimes, seemed rife at Shalford's.
More ham, Mr. Kipps.
Flo. Wouldn't mind walking round in the sun today.
Take the day off, Carshot. I dare you.
Oh, and who's my place? No fear. But I tell you, I ain't going to stay here all my life. Oh, no.
What you gonna do then?
Going to politics. How about you, Kipps?
I want to be a Norther.
Oh,
See, what I think is, these writers can bridge the classes. I mean, they're low, but they can climb to where they'll tip butlers, almost like gentlefolk.
These here writers are all failed something else.
Dickens was a labourer of blacking.
Thackeray was an artist who couldn't sell a drawing.
Samuel Johnson walked to London without any boots.
Why on earth did he do that? His feet must have killed him.
Pride. He threw away his only pair of shoes out of pride.
It's luck with these writers. They just happen to hit on something that catches on, and there you are.
Nice easy life they have of it, though. Write for an hour or so and done for the day.
There's more work in it than you think, I bet. I think they copy from each other a good deal.
Yeah, they get the pictures everywhere, just like royalty.
Mr. Kipps!
Oh, Lord!
Mr. Kipps!
Yes, Mr. Shawford?
Mr. Kipps, some of your tickets have been placed upside down in the window.
Oh, go and change them, sir.
Make sure you do.
Oh, God.
And look sharp!
Yes, Mr. Shawford. If I had a penny, I'm blessed if I wouldn't go and chuck myself off the end of the pier.
A penny? It's tuppence to go on the pier.
Oh, I'll best go and do them tickets. I shall go for a walk tonight after work. At least it don't get dark till late.
Are you at all hurt, matey?
Was that you just hit me?
Well, not me exactly. It's these handles, you know. They're too low. And when I go to turn, if I don't remember, why, biff, and I'm into something.
Oh, bicycle. Well, you give me a right oneer. Oh, me leg.
Oh, these little hills in Folkestone are a fair treat. I was backpedaling for all I was worth. Honest.
I do believe I'm bleeding. And me trouser legs all torn down. You really ought to be more careful.
Holy smoke. You really are a bit chewed up. I say, come to my diggings and I'll sew it up. Of course, I'm entirely to blame. Oh, Lord, there's a copper. Don't let on I ran you down, will you? Might be a bit awkward for me.
It's all right. He's going the other way.
Oh, good. Come on, I'm just around the corner.
Kip's new friend was a figure with slightly anterior plumpness, progressing buoyantly on knickerbockered legs with quite enormous calves. Legs that, contrasting with Kip's own practice, were even exuberantly turned out at the knees and toes. On his head he wore a cycling cap, from beneath which protruded straight wisps of dark red hair.
Accidents will happen, you know, especially when you get me on a bicycle. You aren't the first I've run down, not by any manner of means. Most men, after a bump like that, would have been spiteful, but you were a fair bit of all right about that policeman. The least I can do is stand you a needle and thread. There isn't many men would have acted as you did. Cool as a cucumber. Ah, a real gentleman. Here we are. Come in. Come in. Make yourself at home. I'll get us a drink.
Kipps took in the shabby ensemble of the little room. A round table covered with a torn red cloth, an extinct fire, a number of dusty postcards and memoranda stuck round the mirror, a table littered with papers and cigarette ash.
Here we are, then. Whiskey. Good old Methuselah. Canadian rye. There we are. Cheers.
Cheers. Nice room.
Have a good look round. What do you take me to be?
I don't know. These photos. That lady in tights, that's a bit odd. Is this you, in that funny costume? You an actor?
Getting warm. Here, read this letter.
Dear Mr. Chitterlow, if we'll send the play you spoke of... I can't read the rest. I don't know.
What's on them papers?
Writing, lots of writing.
Those are manuscripts, my dear fellow. Have some more whiskey.
Oh,
Here!
Oh, tar very much.
The truth is, I'm a playwright.
Well, I never.
Of course, I've been everywhere and done everything, practically. I'm an actor, too, of course. I've acted abroad, you know, had my name in reviews. Why, I can remember the time I was getting $30 or $40 a week.
Really?
In America, that was. I've been around the entire civilized world, come to that.
You write plays?
Well, of course, I'm not quite up to the standard of Shakespeare or Ibsen. I have to be truthful about my talent.
A real writer, chappie.
You know, it's curious how one runs up against people out bicycling. I was just wanting someone to talk to a bit. Half an hour ago, I didn't know you existed. And here we are, talking like old friends. Have a cigarette.
Oh, don't mind if I do. This old Methuselah's going into my stomach like a burning torch.
Ah, lovely, isn't it? Some people like soda with their whiskey. I don't.
No more do I.
That's my man. Here. You know, you are a fellow of great promise. You're the sort of chap a chap like myself can sit and discourse with. Let me tell you, most of the coves I come across in the course of my theatrical wanderings...
Lord, that's not 10 o'clock, is it?
Must be. Don't worry, it's early yet.
I best be going now. The fact is, Mr. Shalford, that's my boss at the Emporium, he shuts the house door 10:30.
Hold on, old chap, hold on. You can't go back with your trouser in that state. Here, I'll sew up the tear. Won't take a minute. You fill up your glass while I get a needle and thread.
Well...
Go on. Take me half a minute. I'm an expert with a needle. Ah, found it. Now, you just put your foot on that chair so as I can see what I'm doing. Oh, my heavens! Wouldn't this just make a bit of business in a farcical comedy? Actually, it reminds me of the first scene I've written in a little play of mine. This'll make you laugh. It's a man, wait for it, a man with a live beetle down the back of his neck, trying to seem at ease in a room full of people.
Yes, it sounds good.
Oh, sorry, old chap. Oh, it makes me shake just thinking of it. It's a killer, that scene, I tell you.
Sounds damn fine, Chitlow. Damn fine.
May I say, in all frankness, that I have never met a finer intelligence than yours. Stronger there might be. That I couldn't say with certainty yet, seeing how little, after all, we have seen of each other. But a finer, why, never. It really is a shame that such a fine, not to say discriminating intelligence should be nightly locked up at 10.
10:30, and...
They won't lock you out. You know, I've half a mind to recommend a friend of mine, editor of a London daily paper, to put you forthwith as dramatic critic in place of the current fool. You do right, I take it.
Well, I don't think I've ever made up anything for print. I'd have a thundering good try, though. Mind you, I've written window tickets often enough, made 'em up and everything.
You'd be all the fresher for not having done it before. I don't suppose you'll be very literary, but I don't believe in the literary critics any more than in literary playwrights. Plays ain't literature.
I don't suppose they are, really.
Exactly. Plays is plays. No, you're wasted down here, I say. I'm hanged if I wouldn't like your opinion of these first 2 acts of this tragedy I'm onto. It wouldn't take more than an hour to read.
Well, there's the time.
So there is. Let's go then.
All right. Oh! Something stabbed me in the leg.
Bless me, if I didn't leave the needle sticking in your trouser leg. Here, I'll just bite the cotton off. There. How does it feel?
I'll try walking. Yeah, I don't seem to be able to walk as straight as I used to. Oh dear.
What's up?
It's too late. I've been locked out. What am I going to do now?
You can't go and knock him up now, can you? You'd better try and sneak in the morning with the cat. No point worrying. Here, have a nightcap.
Come to that. I don't care if I am locked out.
That's the spirit. Drink up. Cheers.
Cheers. Yeah, I don't feel very well.
Here. Oh. Come and stick your head out of the window then.
Oh, look. The moon's spinning round and round.
Very inspiring is moonlight. Ah, love in the moonlight. Have you much experience of love in the moonlight?
A little.
I remember once a moonlight lover's quarrel with the daughter of a clergyman in York. They say you can't love 2 women at once, but I tell you, it's rot.
Oh, yes. I know all about that. You can love 2 women at once. I know all about that one.
You feeling better now?
Yes, thanks.
I'll close the window then. People say that loving more than one woman interferes with work. Not a bit of it. Artists must do it. The work couldn't go on without it. Artists haven't the temperament for the work if they're not in love with at least 2 women.
That's just it.
However, it is sometimes true that the morals of the theatre do leave a little something to be desired. Adventure and the flesh. That's the thing, you know. I've sown my wild oats, one has to, but now I'm happily married to a born lady. Her father's a prominent solicitor in Kentish Town, mother second cousin to the wife of Abel Jones, fashionable portrait painter, almost society people in a way.
Is that so?
Oh, that doesn't count with me anyhow. I'm no snob. Mrs. Chitterlow possesses, and I say this without fear of contradiction, the very finest, completely untrained contralto voice in all the world. To hear it properly, You want a big hall.
What does her family...
Oh, think of my playwriting. Oh, they see it as no money in it. But you and I both know that success and wealth are there. Only patience and perseverance are needed.
Can I have a little
Oh,
more...
Methuselah, certainly help yourself.
Ah,
see, character has you. You can't get away from character. It's that what makes tragedy, psychology. It's the Greek irony, Ibsen and all that. Oh, I've mentioned Ibsen, haven't I? You do know Ibsen.
Oh, yes. Not exactly as a personal friend, but...
Well, there's one or two points where he is, how shall I say, a little defective.
Who is a little detective?
And by chance, they happen to be points I am strong in. Of course, I have no desire to place myself on an equal footing with him, but honestly now, do you think Ibsen has ever seen a decent fight in a bar?
Of course not.
My new tragedy. In my opinion, it is as well constructed as anything Ibsen ever did. Shall I read it to you?
Well...
No, you're quite right. I'll tell you about it. That's simpler, because most of it is still unwritten.
Oh.
It's a complicated plot, all about a nobleman who's seen everything and done everything, and knows all about... women.
Oh, damn fine, old man, damn fine.
I knew you'd see it, old boy. That's just the sort of thing the literary critic can't see. My hero, you see, is strong and ready for anything.
You got a talent, Chillo. You and old Methuselah.
And just before he gets the girl, my hero, Kipps by name.
What?
I said, my
no,
hero...
No, what's that you said?
This chap, Kipps, I'm telling you about.
What Kipps? You're telling who about?
I just told you.
Told me what?
The chap in my play. The man who kisses the girl.
I never kissed a girl. Leastwise, I can't remember if I ever kissed Anne Pawny or not. She used to live next door. I meant to kiss, but... No, it ain't me.
What ain't me?
My name's Kipps, but I ain't kissed a girl, never.
But he has. In my play, he does.
I tell you, I haven't. My name is Kipps. That's me. Look here, Chetler, you got no business putting my name into your play. You mustn't do things like that. You lose my job straight away.
I haven't got your name, old chap. I get my names from all sources, like William Shakespeare did. Mostly, I get my names out of the newspapers. I got... your name out of a newspaper.
My name ain't in no newspaper. It's on me.
No, you're missing the point. Look, I'll find it. It's here somewhere. Must be somewhere. I swear.
Look, Chitlow, I'm already in enough trouble for stopping out all night without my name put in place. Mr. Salt will make a devil of a fuss, and Anne's gone off to be a help, and I shan't see Miss Walsingham for... Oh, dear.
Look here, my good fellow. You've probably drunk a little too much.
I'm not drunk.
You can sleep on the sofa. Got no springs, but you won't notice that, I dare say. Have a little shut-eye and stop talking rot.
I'm not talking rot.
Oh, can't listen to no more. Help yourself to the sofa. Good night, old chap.
Oh, bother. Good night, I suppose.
And so the two friends parted. Chitterlow to retreat to his slumber in bed, punctuated by delicate if somewhat noisy exhalations. Kipps to sample that rare treat, a sofa without springs, and to ponder in a rather hazy fashion whether his conduct of the night would lead him into unimagined troubles.
Paul Daneman played H.G. Wells, Mark Straker Kipps, and Nicholas Grace Chitterlow in the first episode of Kipps by H.G. Wells, which has been dramatised in 5 episodes by Micheline Wander. Helen, Catherine Hurlbert, Emily, Rosalind Ayres, Kipps' uncle, John Hollis, his aunt, Jane Wenham, Sid, Michael Jenner, Anne, Moira Leslie. Mr. Shalford, Michael Bilton, Buggins, John Webb, Carshot, Christopher Biggins, Flo, Helen Atkinson Wood, Driver, John Strickland, Chester Coots, Christopher Good, Henry Walsingham, Spencer Banks, and Miss Lomax, Margot Boyd. The music was composed by Ilona Sekach. Kipps was directed by Martin Jenkins. Kipps by H.G. Wells, dramatised by Micheline Wander, music by Ilona Sekach, with Mark Straker as Kipps, Nicholas Grace as Chitterlow, Christopher Good as Chester Coote, and Paul Daneman as H.G. Wells, the storyteller. Episode 2, Kipps lends something to his advantage.
Young Mr. Arthur Kipps, Artie to his friends, has completed an apprenticeship as a draper in the town of Folkestone. Here he has become enamoured of one Miss Helen Walsingham, a lady teacher of woodcarving. This infatuation has somewhat put into the shade his childhood love for one Miss Anne Pornick, the girl next door to the shop where he was brought up by his uncle and aunt. Kipps, you see, is in the dark about his true parents. After a somewhat unfortunate encounter with a bicycle, driven by Harry Chitterlow, a member of the theatrical profession, Kipps has repaired to Chitterlow's diggings to recover, with the companionable help of a bottle of old Methuselah whisky. My name, by the way, is H.G. Wells, and I take a fond and particular interest in the fortunes of Mr. Kipps, who I am very much afraid is this morning somewhat the worse for wear.
Philosopher's missing. Heave a leg, Mr. Kipps.
Hey, who's that? Leave me alone.
It's me, Chitlow. Come on, rise and
dear,
shine.
Oh, dear.
What's up?
I feel terrible. Oh, my head.
You've got a head and a mouth.
I'm stiff all over.
You put away a fair few stiff ones last night.
What? Oh, are you saying I was drunk?
Well,
I wasn't drunk. I've never been drunk. Oh, I don't think I better move too much.
Hold tight, then. I'll get you something for it.
In Kipps' head was one large, angular idea. If he moved his head, the angular idea shifted about in the most agonizing way. This idea was that he had lost his situation in Mr. Shalford's emporium, and that he was utterly ruined.
Here we are. An egg cupful of brandy to deal with that head and mouth. It's all right. It's neat. And to go along with that, I'll do you some anchovy paste, piping hot on buttered toast. That beats all other remedies for head and mouth I've ever encountered. You'll be as right as rain.
I'll have to go into work.
Good idea. Fresh air will do you the world of good. Little stroll.
If I can find my legs again.
You'll be as right as rain. Hot buttered toasts coming up.
As Kipps went up the high street to face the inevitable terrors of the office, a faint touch of pride in his depravity tempered his extreme self-abasement.
After all, it's not an unmanly headache. I've been out all night, drinking.
But what will Mr. Shalford say?
Oh, Lord, Mr. Wells, are you here? Well, I'd be a proud man if it wasn't for him. There'll be the deuce of a row.
He'll want to talk to you, Kipps.
I know. So I was run down by a wild sort of bicycle, and I took some whiskey to restore me. And the fact is, sir, I can't for the life of me understand how it got into me head.
I don't think so.
No?
No.
Oh.
Hey, look out. We're here.
Hello, Kipps. Mr. Shalford wants to see you.
What, now, Buggins?
Yes, before you go into the shop.
Oh, Lord.
Good luck, Kipps.
Kipps, never in my life. Quite disgraceful. Moral welfare of my staff. Always said there was no system in you than a bad potato.
I can explain this.
No alternative. It gives me no pleasure. Shocked to the very core. Hold my head up in Folkestone.
Really very
Never
sorry.
liked the way you wrote your tickets.
It was all an accident,
Collars
sir.
untidy. Cut up your moustache. Crooked. Shopmen not like they were. Month's notice.
Oh.
What happened, Kipps?
Swapped. Sacked. Month's notice. Got given the key to the streets.
Oh, dear.
Well, I don't care anyhow. I'm sick of Shalford, and his draperies, and his systems, and his loud voice.
Shh! But what have you done?
Well, actually, I wasn't in last night.
No. Where was you?
With an actor chappie I know. Very old friend. One can't always be living like a curate, you know.
No fear.
Oh, no. And this morning, well, wasn't my mouth and head bad before I had a pick-me-up.
What'd you have?
Anchovy on hot buttered toast. It's the very best pick-me-up there is. I never take no other, and I don't advise you to.
Where'd you go with your friend?
Oh, fair around the town, you know.
What did you do?
Oh, well, what do you think?
I don't know.
Well, there's some things best not talked about where others might hear. Know what I mean? Oh, yes. I know what you mean. I've been wanting a change, you know. If he hadn't sacked me, I'd have likely sacked him. Curious thing, but whenever I've left a post, I've never believed I should get another, but I have, always. So don't lose heart, whatever you do. No, I won't lose heart. Not me. And whatever you do, keep hold of your collars and your cuffs. Don't pawn them. Pawn your shirts if you must, but always keep your collars. Anyhow, it's summer now, so you won't want your coat. You got a good umbrella? Oh, I've definitely got a good umbrella. My advice to you is to go straight up to London. London? Get the cheapest rooms you can find. Don't eat too much. Many a chap's put his prospects in his stomach. Get a cup of coffee, egg, if you like. But remember, you've got to be tidy. Right. The best places, I believe, are the old cabmen's eating houses. Thanks, Buggins. I remember that. Astonishing lot of chaps, you see. All sorts. Look like dukes, some of them. High hat, patent boots, frock coat, all there. Others, oh, they're a caution, Kipps. Boots been inked in reading rooms. Hat wetted. Black tie spread over the chest. Shirt gone, you know. No shirt? Et it.
Mr. Kipps, kindly take those curtains down into the packing room.
Yes, Mr. Shawford. Coming, Mr. Shawford. I've got £5 in the post office savings bank, and I've got 4 and 6pence cash. But I'll have to buy a new tin box for me belongings. And then there's paper and stamps for answering advertisements for a new job, and railway fares when I go for interviews. I'll have to write letters, and then there'll be spelling to consider. I suppose if nothing turns up before my month's notice is out, I'll have to go home to me uncle and aunt in New Romney. I've been a victim of fate, that's what. I'm disgusted with myself, I really am.
Here, you down there, Kipps. There's a couple of customers. 2 ladies just come in. One of them wants to speak to you.
Where?
Over there. Says her name is Miss Walshingham.
Oh, Lord. And me with a patched trouser.
Well, go on. She's asking for you. Here he is, miss.
Mr. Kipps, I thought I might see you here. How are you?
Very well, thanks. How are you?
Oh, fine. I've been buying some ribbon with my mother.
It's nice.
It's very pleasant to see you on the holidays.
Yes. I expect you'll be going abroad for your holidays.
Oh, I expect we'll go to Bruges for a time. I've plenty to do here, though. Reading and that sort of thing.
That's nice.
Well, I hope to see you in the autumn, when the wood carving starts. You promised you'd come back. I see my mother is waiting for me. Goodbye, then.
Goodbye, Miss Walsingham. I shall never see her again. Never, never, never.
And Kipps rushed for the darkest corner of the warehouse, where on the lowest shelf the sale window tickets were stored. He drew out the box of tickets with trembling hands and upset them on the floor. And so, having made for himself a justifiable excuse for being on the ground with his head well in the dark, he could let his poor heart burst and have its way with him for a space.
Kipps! Kipps! Forward, Kipps!
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
Kipps! Customer! Gentleman customer! Wants in particular to be served by you. Can't think why. He's waiting by the baby linen.
Seen by daylight, Chitterlow was not nearly such a magnificent figure as he had been by the subdued nocturnal lighting, and beneath the glamour of his own interpretation. There was a quality about the yachting cap, an indefinable finality of dustiness, a shiny finish on all the salient surfaces of the reefer coat. The red hair and the profile, though still forcible and fine, were less in the quality of Michelangelo and more in that of the merely picturesque. But it was a bright brown eye still that sought amidst the interstices of the baby linen.
What can I do for... Oh, it's you.
Kipps, very man I want to see.
Hello, Chitlow.
Very man. Tell me, Kipps, how old are you?
Hey, 1 and 20, why?
Talk about coincidences. And your name now. Wait a minute. Is it Arthur?
Yes, it is.
Then you're the man.
What man?
It's just the thickest coincidence I ever struck. Half a jiff, and I'll tell you your mother's Christian name.
What did you say?
It's in my pocket here somewhere. Oh, no, that's my washing book. Here we are. This bit of newspaper. Now then. Euphemia. How about that?
What's Euphemia?
Oh, don't say her name wasn't Euphemia, Kipps, and spoil the whole blessed show.
Whose name?
Your mother, of course.
Let me see what it says in that paper.
There you are. Under Waddy or Kipps.
Search for Arthur Waddy or Arthur Kipps. son of Margaret Euphemia Kipps.
You see, when I write my plays, I go down the newspaper columns. And if I like a name, I take it. I don't believe in made-up names, you see. I'm with Zola in that. Document wherever you can. I like names hot and real. Now, who was Waddy?
I never heard the name in my life.
Never? Not Waddy?
Never. What does it mean?
Don't stand there gaping, man. Read what's in the paper.
Right, who was born at East Grinstead? Here, I was born at East Grinstead. I've heard my aunt say so.
I knew it.
On September the 1st, 1878. Well, I was born then, that day, that year.
That's right, then. It's all right. Now, all you have to do is write to Watson and Bean and get it.
Get it?
You got to write to the solicitors and get it. Whatever it is. It means, so far as I can make it out, that you're going to strike it rich. See that bit at the end?
Yeah.
You'll hear something to your advantage. Now, I believe in coincidences, my dear chap. I took up that newspaper by sheer chance, and then I met you by chance. Everything's coincidences seen properly.
Eh?
Incredible? Not a bit of it. It's you, Kipps. Waddy be damned. Don't you worry about the waddy. You're about as right side up as a billiard ball, whatever you do.
Do you think so?
It may be £1,000,000, eh? If so, where does Harry Chitterlow come in, eh? There's the fun of it.
Kipps! Lord, there's the governor.
I best be off. Think about it. Goodbye, Kipps. Mr. Kipps. An elliptical billiard ball.
Kipps! Coming, Mr. Shalford. My aunt always said not to ask any questions about my mother. I'm an orphan, that's what she told me. No, to ask about this Waddy or Kipps. No, it would upset the old apple cart. I'll just forget about the old thing.
Kipps, customer wants a remnant. No trouble, I assure you.
Righto. Can I help you, madam? No trouble, I assure you.
But Kipps could not forget the advertisement, try as he might. That night in the dormitory, his preoccupation with Chitterlow's information would not leave him.
Euphemia. Isn't a name common people will give to a girl, is it, Buggins?
Eh? It isn't a name any decent people would give to a girl, common or not. Have you seen my other green sock?
What's wrong with Euphemia as a name?
It's giving girls names like that 9 times out of 10 makes them go wrong. It unsettles them. If ever I was to have a daughter, if ever I was to have a dozen daughters, I'd call them all Jane, every one of them. You couldn't have a better name than that. Good Lord, is that one of my collars there under your bed?
So it is. Well, I don't see no great harm in Euphemia.
I'll wrap all my washing in my shirt. I wonder where that other sock got to.
Can I borrow your pen, Buggins?
Certainly. What are you going to write? A letter?
Yes. No. Yes, some letters.
For another job?
Rather, what else? Buggins?
What?
What do these here advertisements mean? What say so-and-so will hear something greatly to his advantage?
Debts. More often than not.
Isn't money left and that sort of thing?
No, they just make you think that so they can get hold of you. Deserted wives try to get their husbands back that way.
Well, couldn't it be legacy sometimes? Perhaps if someone's left £100 by someone?
Hardly ever. What sort of job you going to look for?
I ain't sure yet.
You'll be all right. Maybe that other sock is... Oh, I've stuck me toe on the damn bed.
Here.
I hope I haven't broke nothing. Well, I've found me other sock. Oh, it's an ill wind, eh?
Glad you got your sock, old chap.
Good night, then. Yeah. Don't keep the gas on too long.
I'll just finish this letter. If it should happen to be £100, well, I could hold out for a whole year. Buggins? I say, Buggins?
What now?
Suppose you saw one of these advertisements saying you'd hear something to your advantage.
I died. Now, good night, old chap.
Good night, Buggins. A-D-V-E-R-T I-C-E. Yours obligingly, Arthur Kipps. I'll post the letter tomorrow. Mr. Watson and Bean?
Oh, Bean, at your service. Old Bean. Do sit down, young man.
I've come about the advertisement, Kipps and Waddy.
Oh, splendid, splendid, young man. Now, the papers are here somewhere. A bit dusty, I'm afraid. Now, here we are. Property, let's see. Money, quite some thousands of pounds, I do believe. Fortunate young man. Portrait of your mother, dead spitting image, I must say. Exact resemblance. Your poor, dear, departed mother. House in Folkestone, funny name. Ewendon. Congratulations, my dear chap.
Well, you could knock me down with a feather. Would you mind going back over that again, sir? A little more slowly, perhaps, if you don't mind.
What? Oh, very well. Clear as day. Forward if you insist, young man.
Some days later, Kipps arrived to inspect his house on the seafront. He was carrying his umbrella, although the weather was fine, and dressed in his best clothes.
I say, just look at that. A green balcony and red curtains. A bronze knocker and 2 bells. I've got to tell someone. Here, you.
Are you addressing yourself to me, sir?
Listen, would you think that house there belonged to me?
I'd have you arrested, young man. It's too hot to talk to fools.
But I only want to tell you... Oh, bother, he's gone. I've got to tell someone.
He was aware of someone crossing the road far off ahead of him, someone curiously relevant to his present extraordinary state of mind. It was Chitterlow.
Chitlow, of course! Him what told me about it all in the first place.
The playwright was marching buoyantly along, his nose in the air, the yachting cap on the back of his head, and a large, freckled hand grasped 2 novels from the library, a morning newspaper, and a net bag full of onions and tomatoes.
Chitlow! I'll say that! Chitlow! Chitlow! Oh, bother again. He hasn't heard me.
Bad luck, Kipps.
Oh, it's not bad luck, Mr. Wells. I've had wonderful luck, but there ain't no one to tell.
That's me.
Don't be daft. You know already.
Well, there are others.
Others? Who? Oh, I get it. I've got to tell everyone in the Emporium.
Now, I should never have thought of that.
That's it. That's what wants doing. This thing, this money, well, it won't be real till I've told someone. I'm all right, Mr. Wells. I'm all right. You ain't such a bad fellow, Mr. Wells.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kipps.
Say, Buggins, what do you think?
Where you been, Kipps?
Dad.
You slipped out 'cause Shelford's gone to London, ain't you?
Something more.
Like what?
Been left a fortune.
Yeah.
I've been left £1,200.
£1,200?
A year.
A year? Well, I never. Did you hear that, Carshot? Mr. Kipps has been left £1,200.
He hasn't. My heart and liver.
Straight?
Well, I never. Here, Flo Bates, have you heard? Mr. Kipps has been left £1,200,000.
Oh, gold! Has he really?
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, congratulations, Mr. Kipps.
Well, not very much. It isn't that much. Only £26,000 altogether.
Oh.
It's true. And I'm leaving. I shan't stay here any longer.
Oh, won't you work out your notice?
No.
Well, this is something we all got to celebrate.
We certainly have.
What?
Shampers!
Shampers it is! Kipps, you ought to stand us all some shampers!
Some what?
Champagne, Kipps. Champagne.
Oh, just what was in my mind this very instant. Champagne, rather.
I'll pop next door and get some.
Here's a sovereign. I've got 4 more of them in my pocket.
Are you thinking of marrying anyone, Mr. Kipps?
Oh, get on with you, Flo Bates.
Oh, back in a jiffy.
I'm sure if anyone deserves it, it's you, Kipps.
I've got it. £3, 5 and 9p a day. I've worked it out. My heart and liver. £3, 5 and 9p a day.
When this all been, the solicitor chap, he told me, you could have knocked me down with a feather. It was a relative what died.
Oh, you'll be quite a swell now. You won't hardly know yourself.
Many real gentlemen's families have to do with less.
Oh, you'll go to London, I reckon.
One of them gentlemen's flats.
Gentlemen's clubs.
And about town,
Yeah.
violets in your buttonhole down the Burlington Arcade.
Oh, here we are. Oh, best champers. Here's your change, Mr. Kipps. Now, someone get the cups.
Here, what about the shop?
hang the shop.
Now, who's got a corkscrew thing to cut the wire?
Here, by lucky chance, I have a wire cutter right here.
Stand back, everyone. Quick, the cups! Catch it! Catch it! There now, there! To Mr. Kipps.
Mr. Kipps. Oh, I bet you wouldn't stay here now. Not if Mr. Shelford offered you £1,000.
No fear.
Me, I'd go to the Rockies and shoot bears.
I'd certainly have a run over to Bologna and look about a bit. It's very good, these champers.
They say it cheers you up, but you don't get drunk.
Oh, it isn't hardly stronger than lemonade. They drink it at dinner, some of them, every day.
What, at 3 and 6 a bottle?
Oh, they don't stick it there. Not the champers sort.
Well, this is a lovely send-off. Tell everyone. I don't know what to say. You do me honour. Really, you do.
You deserve it.
Oh. Couldn't happen to a nicer chap. Wish it had happened to me, though, eh? If you ever get tired of all that money, Kipps.
Well, everyone, we best be getting back to work. We shan't forget you, Kipps. All your good fortune.
Very attractive land, you seasoned sunshades. Remarkable thing, one of our sisters. Legacy, 1200 a year.
This chicken's strong, madam. Strong. Very darnly stronger than lemonade.
The bus that plies between Folkestone and New Romney is painted a British red. It is a slow and portly bus. Even as a young bus, it must have been slow and portly. This bus it was, this ruddy and venerable bus, trundled down the Folkestone hill with unflinching deliberation, with Kipps and all his fortunes seated on the highest seat. He was on his way to bring the good news to his aunt and uncle. He was disguised as a common young man, but held a banjo sceptre fashion on his knee, and many a king has ridden into a conquered city with a lesser sense of splendour than Kipps.
You, Romney, everybody off.
Thank you, my man. I'll just get my portmanteau down.
You blundering ninny.
Uncle!
Artie Kipps. What you doing here? You don't early closing, is it?
I've got some news for you.
You ain't lost your situation, have you? What's that? A banjo? Spending your money on banjos? I'm blowed if I ever saw a boy such as you. Here, let's get your portmanteau to the shop. Here, Molly, look who's here. What you got a portmanteau for anyway? Come through to the back room, then.
Artie, whatever's brought you home?
I've got something to tell you. I've had a bit of luck.
Oh, come and sit down, dear.
You ain't been backing godless horses, have you?
No fear.
It's a dratted raffle. Look, he's won this trashy banjo and he's thrown up his situation on the strength of it. That's what he's done. Going about singing.
You ain't thrown up your place.
I have. I throwed it up.
But what for?
So as to learn the banjo.
Good Lord.
I'm going to dress up and play and sing on the beach. I'm going to have a tremendous lark and earn any amount of money. I'm going to earn £26,000 as easy as nothing.
He's been drinking.
It's all right, really, Aunt. I ain't mad and I ain't really been drinking. I've been left money. £26,000.
£26,000?
That's it.
And you've thrown up your place.
Yes, rather.
Bought this banjo, some smart new trousers and come right on here.
Well, I never...
Oh, these ain't my new trousers. My new trousers ain't done.
I've never heard anything like it.
It's really true. I got all that money and an house on the seafront at Folkestone.
I didn't think it of you, Artie.
What do you mean?
They've been having a lark with you. Someone's been having a lark with you.
I dare say that's Sid Pornick, what used to live next door,
Sid's
was it,
got nothing to do with it, Aunt.
It's someone after your place at Shalford's, very
But
likely.
Uncle, I saw this advertisement in the paper. Then I wrote a letter and went to an office and I saw an old gent and he told me all about it. Said his name was Watson and Bean. Well, leastways he was Bean, Watson was the other one. He said the money was left me by my grandfather.
Good heavens.
The old gentleman's name was Waddy. It was his son, was my father.
Waddy?
Waddy. She'd never say. She never told us. Euphemia would never tell us.
Euphemia was your mother's name.
I know that. It said so in the newspaper.
Artie, there was this young lawyer chap that was round here a while back asking questions. This explains it all now.
I suppose it must be true, then. How much did you say he left you, me boy?
£1,200 a year. £26,000 altogether, approximately.
Goodness.
Just before he died, my grandfather made his will. Mr. Bean said he'd never forgiven his son, not till then. His son, my father that is, died in Australia years and years ago. But just when he was ill and dying, my grandfather seemed to want someone of his own. And he told old Bean that it was him what prevented my mother and father from marrying.
Well, I never. Oh, poor thing, me.
What a turn-up.
Well, what do you think of it all then?
Artie. Oh, you must be starved after that long ride on the bus. Fancy a nice Welsh rabbit.
Oh, yes, please,
with
Aunt.
2 eggs.
Well, you'll have to be careful, Artie. Precious careful.
Old Bean said I've got to be careful.
Oh, you've got to be precious careful of this old Bean. I've heard a thing or two about solicitors. You keep your eye on old Bean, my boy. Pass me matches, will you?
He looked very respectable. A bit untidy, but very respectable.
How do we know what he's up to with your money, though?
He was very nice to me, Uncle.
Well, we best drink your health in a bit of whiskey. My boy, have you ever drunk whiskey?
Well,
You'll have to learn a lot of new ways, Artie. For instance, it's your duty to marry into a county family now.
You mustn't marry beneath yourself.
Well, I thought I might buy a bicycle. I've always wanted a bicycle.
You could have a bit of shooting somewhere.
Oh, there's lots of noblemen who'd be glad to hang around you. I read all about that. If you're really starved, Artie, you can have 2 Welsh rabbits.
Oh, that's a real treat, Aunt.
Now, here you are, Molly.
Oh.
Your health then, me boy. To you, Artie Kipps.
To you, Artie.
At the end of this most pleasant evening, replete with rarebits and whiskey, Kipps carried his flaring candle up the narrow, uncarpeted staircase to the little attic that had been his shelter and refuge during all the days of his childhood and youth. His head was whirling. A terrific multitude of plans came crowding into his brain.
I shall go into the woodcarving class, and I shall say that I've always loved Miss Helen Walsingham, and I've brought all me £26,000 in an envelope, and I shall give it to her. I want nothing in return. I shall keep my banjo and buy a little present for Uncle and Aunt. And a bicycle. Oh, what a lark. What'll they say?
Kipps, forward, Kipps. Curtains, Kipps. Curtains.
Get away from me. Away. Go away.
His quilt slipped off his bed. The cold woke him for a moment. He had a curious fancy that the world had been swept up like a carpet and that he was nowhere.
Buggins? I say, Buggins, are you there?
You're in your aunt and uncle's house, Kipps.
Oh, Lord, all that money.
And he fell asleep again, dreaming of a gentle shower of banknotes, inexplicably mixed with silver half-sixpences, which floated light as feathers through the air, and among them Anne Pornick's lovely face.
Half a sixpence for you, Artie, and half a sixpence for me. You keep yours, and I'll keep mine. 2 halves of the same coin.
And then more and more banknotes covered the sixpences. In his dream it was suddenly clear to him that he need never trouble to get up punctually again. The fact shone out upon him like a star through clouds. He was free to lie in bed as long as he liked. He could have eggs for breakfast every morning, or rashers, or bloater paste. He was going to astonish Miss Walsingham.
Astonish her and astonish her.
Soon the whole room was flooded with warm golden sunshine.
I say, Bird, I got 1,200 a year. 1,200 a year. I say.
He jumped out of bed and began dressing very eagerly. He didn't want to lose any time in beginning the new life. A week later, Kipps took delivery of a new suit of flannels, a Panama hat, and a red tie. Attired in his new outfit, he decided to enter the Palace of Local Learning, the public library. To this end he chose a silver-mounted stick with a tortoiseshell handle, and as he contemplated himself in the glass, he decided he looked very smart. Just as he was about to enter the library, with some trepidation, he caught sight of a familiar figure mounting the steps in front of him, a refined and amiable figure, equally aware of society and the serious side of life. From amateur theatricals to science classes, few things are able to get along without him.
Why, Mr. Chester Coote?
My dear Mr. Kipps! Coming into the library?
Just thought I'd look around.
Come along, then.
Mr. Chester Coote walked with a curious rectitude of bearing. He had a great big head, full of the suggestion of a powerful mind well under control, and he was carrying a large official-looking envelope in his white and knuckly hand. In the other he carried a gold-handled cane. He wore a silken grey suit, buttoned up. He had a prominent nose, slaty grey eyes, and a certain heaviness about the mouth, which hung breathing open with a slight protrusion of the lower jaw. His straw hat was pulled down a little in front, and he looked each person in the eye as he passed them, and directly his look was answered, he looked away.
I thought you'd left Folkestone, my dear chap. Heard about your good fortune. Congratulations.
Sir, I've been back 3 days, in my house. I've got an house here, you know.
It must mean a tremendous change for you.
Oh, rather. Change? Why, I don't hardly know where I am, you know.
I quite believe it.
I've got an housekeeper and everything. Fancy me be rich, eh?
I say. What kind of books are you looking for?
Well, I haven't got a ticket yet, but I shall get one and have a go at reading. I've often wanted to.
Good idea.
Rather. First-class idea. I'll just have a look at one or two. Here, you doing anything? Because...
Yeah.
Well, would you care to come back and have a look at my house and have a chat? I'd be awfully glad if you would, if it wasn't the wrong hour or anything.
Delighted, my dear fellow.
Oh,
come along, then.
Oh,
shh.
Gosh, nice not to have to whisper, eh? Yeah, it's your throat whispering. Do you smoke?
Sometimes. I say, isn't the view lovely over the sea?
Eh? What view?
It's a beautiful sunset.
Is it?
Perfect light for painting. Do you paint?
Oh, not since I was a boy. I don't believe I could now.
My sister's a painter. I sometimes wish I could find time to paint myself, but one can't do everything.
That's just it.
Just look at the harbour. The squat, dark masses of the harbour station crouched against the twilight grey of the sea. If one could capture that...
Yes. It would take some doing, don't you think?
Oh, yes. It needs an eye.
Well, it would.
It's very calm. A good sea for crossing. Have you been over the water much?
Not much. But I think I'll run over to Bologna soon.
Well, you must visit a little bar restaurant I know just behind the guard.
The where?
Just behind the railway sidings it is. You'll have all the time in the world now.
Yes. To be frank with you, I don't know how I'm going to fill it all sometimes.
Well, you can take an interest in local affairs now. For example, there's Lady Punnet. She's very keen on private theatricals and hospitals.
Oh.
Then there's my good friend Mr. Densmore, a curate, you know. You'll be bound to get on.
Will I?
Oh, yes. Some people get on and some people don't. Some people are in everything and some people are out of everything.
Oh, I get you. Yeah, let's go on to my house. I think you'll like it. This was the old gentleman's study.
Oh.
My grandfather, he used to sit at that desk and write. Just there.
Books?
Oh, no, letters to the Times and things like that. He got them all cut out and stuck in a book. It's in one of these bookcases.
Very nice. I say, Kipps, I'll have that smoke now.
Here, have one of these.
Fine case you've got there. Thank you.
Pigskin, with real gold decorations. I'll have one myself. Come in. Yes?
Mr. Kipps?
Yes, that's me.
The housekeeper told me to come in.
What for?
I've come about the post of housemaid.
Oh, Lord.
Anything wrong?
No. Sit down, my dear. I clean forgotten. I've got to interview her. What on earth do I say?
Don't worry, I'll help.
Oh.
Now, my dear.
Yes?
You've come about the post?
As housemaid, yes.
I need an housemaid, you see.
Yes?
Well, would you like to ask us anything?
Yes, that's it. You ask us something.
Well, the wage.
Oh, my housekeeper will take care of that. Ask her. Anything else?
Will I have a half day?
I dare say the housekeeper can fill you in about that.
And when do you want me to start?
Well, we ain't got an housemaid just at the moment. That's why I'm looking, you see.
Straight away, then?
Why, yes. Straight away. That's it.
Well, I've brought my references.
That's excellent, my dear.
Here.
Oh, just give them to the housekeeper.
Now?
Yes. That's a very good idea. Go and give them to her now. She's in the kitchen.
All right. Is that all, then?
Oh, yes. I think that's quite all.
I can start, then?
Well, what do you think, Chester?
Well, I think so.
Yes, my dear. Just sort it all out with the housekeeper.
Thank you very much, sir. I'm very grateful.
Oh, that's quite all right. Goodbye, then.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Oh, by the way, what's your name, my dear?
Mary, sir.
Mary. Very nice.
Very unusual.
Oh, thank you, sir. Sir.
My dear Coot, what would I have done without you?
Don't mention it, my dear fellow. Oh, you're in for such a good time.
I don't know.
There's mistakes, of course. People make mistakes.
That's just it.
But one can't help being interested in what you will do. Of course, for a man of spirit come suddenly into wealth, there's bound to be temptation.
Oh, I've got to go carefully. I know that. Here, sit down on that leather chair there.
Thank you. You must watch out for pitfalls, betting companions, bad companions, and then there's doubt. I knew a young fellow once, handsome, gifted, and yet, utterly sceptical.
Lord, not an atheist?
I fear so. Really an awfully fine fellow, but full of this dreadful modern spirit. Nietzsche and all that, the Übermensch, utterly cynical.
I knew a chap once, always scoffing, one of our apprentices. He left, never wrote for his references, enlisted.
And often it's just the most spirited chaps.
Just the chaps one's like best who go wrong.
Temptation.
You get tempted, and before you know where you are.
Modern life is so complex. It isn't everyone who's strong. Half the fellows who go wrong aren't really bad.
Of course not.
One gets a tone from one's surroundings.
You do. I picked up with a chap a while ago, an actor. Leastways, he writes plays. Clever fellow. Of course, he'd seen life.
But is it worth it? That sort of life, eh?
Exactly. One gets talking. Then it's having a drink, old Methuselah's freestyle whiskey, and then where are you? I've been drunk, lots of times, dozens of times, in fact. Lately, one thing's led to another.
Really?
Oh, yes. Cards, say. Girls. But one can't tell tales out of school. It was bad enough when money was limited. But now, I've got to steady down.
You really must, old chap.
Yes, I must. Actually, I didn't mean to say I've been really bad or really drunk. An headache, perhaps. 3 or 4 times. But there it is.
Do you know, I've never tasted alcohol in my life.
Never?
No. It isn't that I feel I should get drunk. Oh, no. But once I start taking it, then that means that there's another person in the world who doesn't know when to stop, you see?
That's just it.
I smoke, of course. One doesn't want to be a total Philistine. And, of course, companionship counts for so much.
In my new position, what I really want is refinement, a bit of culture. Know what I mean? How's a chap to get it? The chaps in the shop where I used to work are all very well, but not what one wants.
I understand you. Well, you could do something about your name.
How do you mean?
Well, you spell it Kipps. Consider this. Cuyps.
C-U-Y... No, never heard of the fella.
It's you. Cuyps spells Kipps.
Do it? Have I been spelling it wrong all these years?
No. That is one small way in which you will immediately impress someone with your signature.
So, I'm still me?
Of course, but instantly smarter.
I'll think about that. And there's another thing. That Miss Walsingham, the wood-carving teacher, I'd like to talk to her. But a chap's afraid of giving himself away. You see, I went to a school, a middle-class school, but it wasn't really a first-class affair. The teacher didn't take pains with us. We wore mortarboards, of course, but if you did want to learn, you needn't. See, now I've got all this money, now, practically speaking, I'm a gentleman, but I don't know what to do.
Indeed, a gentleman has responsibilities. Calling on people, for instance.
Oh, I read about that in a magazine. If you want to go on knowing someone, you've got to call on them. That's refined. But I'm a real fish out of water with all this.
What about your friends?
Well, the shop chaps I told you about, they come round to have supper and a bit of a sing-song afterwards. I bought this banjo, you see, and I sing and vamp a bit. Huh? Accompany. Oh. I've got this book, How to Vamp. I haven't got very far with it yet, but I'm going to...
You want to get on?
I do. I feel I've got behind with everything. I want to get with educated people who know how to do things in the regular, proper way.
Well, if I can be of any use to you...
But you're so busy, all your committees.
Only 13, not too busy. I could help you, if you'd like me to.
Would you really?
Your case is a very interesting one. It's fascinating listening to you talk.
Is it?
I confess I've rarely talked to anyone that I found so easy to draw out.
I seem to be able to say things to you somehow.
I'm glad. I'm tremendously glad.
What it is, you see, I want a friend. That's it, straight.
My dear chap.
I hope that isn't too forward.
My dear Kipps, I want a friend too.
Really?
Yes, really. You know, I'm rather a lonely dog myself. And tonight, why I haven't spoken so freely to anyone for months.
Well, I never.
And if there's anything I can do...
There is. It's all these things I don't know. For instance, clothes. I don't even know if I'm dressed proper now.
You can trust me to guide you on clothes.
And if, say, you was to introduce me to your friend, Lady Punnet, what do I call her? And it might not end with Lady Punnet. Suppose I met royalty. By accident, of course.
Indeed. How might you address royalty, do you suppose?
Your Majesty's goodness? Something like that. And on the knee. And you got to wear velvet breeches and a sword at court. Everyone walks about backwards at court. We're not actually on their knees. Well, I read that.
Well, as far as addressing Lady Punnet goes, you'd say...
And so they became friends, intimate, confidential, high-thinking, sotto voce friends. Mr. Chester Coote was responsible for taking Kipps to his very first concert, during which Kipps found it very difficult to concentrate, since there were no words. However, for some mysterious and inexplicable reason, as the music went on, he found himself picturing the face of a certain young lady, a certain Miss Anne Pornick, who used to live next door to him when he was a boy, and whose sweet face smiled at him through the sound.
I've been thinking. I like you, Anne.
I like you, Artie.
I wish you was my girl, Anne. I say, will you be my girl? Would you like to be my girl?
Well, yeah, all right. If you like, Artie.
All right, then you are.
All right, then.
Anne, I've got this idea. I read in a magazine, Tidbits actually, that lovers give each other tokens.
What's a token?
Well, you take something and divide it in two. Like you might take sixpence and break it in two.
Well, why should you do that? It's no good if it's broke.
Well, you divide it in two and then you keep one bit each. Well, that's what a token is. See, the idea is I have half and you have half. And when we're separated, you look at yours and I look at mine, and we think of each other.
Wasn't that absolutely delightful?
Oh, yes. I never knew that music had so much in it.
You see, my friend, everything is possible.
I think that music is the most marvellous thing that's ever been invented. Except for sixpences, of course.
What's that?
Oh, nothing. Just thinking, that's all.
The next morning, Kipps came down to breakfast looking grave, a man with much before him in the world.
Good morning, sir. Would you like your breakfast now?
Yes, please, Mary. What is there today?
Well, there's haddock or kipper or whiting or fish balls. Then there's eggs, boiled or scrambled, or eggs and bacon. There's kidneys, and the cook may have some liver.
Such offerings contrasted brightly with Shalford's generous, indeed unlimited, supply of bread and margarine for breakfast at the Emporium.
You could have sausages, black pudding or white pudding, bubble and squeak. No fried cabbage today, I'm afraid. And then there's potted meat, German sausage, brawn, marmalade, and 2 sorts of jam.
Nice. Well, I'll have what I had yesterday, and lots of toast.
Oh, we got plenty of toast, sir. Shall I bring up the post as well?
Yes, please, Mary.
Very well.
Happy, Kipps?
Oh, good morning, Mr. Wells. Yes, I think that I can say that I am happy in anticipation of my breakfast.
Oh, long word.
What, breakfast?
Anticipation. In anticipation of.
I got it off a letter. In anticipation of your reply, it said. Some begging letter or other, I think. They wanted 10 bob to put down socialism. Sounded very cheap to me.
Did you send it to them?
Of course not. I thought it'd take a lot more than 10 bob to put down socialism or any of them political things. And if I start sending them money, where will it stop? Nah, I like this picture of them waiting in a room for me letter.
Sort of anticipation room.
Eh?
Well, like waiting room? Never mind. Excuse me.
Orange juice, bacon, eggs, sausage, devil kidneys, brawn, tomato, fried bread, toast, marmalade, coffee, and your post under my arm.
Thank you, Mary.
Parcel post.
Oh, yeah, bless me. What now?
Hardly holding together. Nails and knots everywhere.
Oh, thanks, Mary.
Dead heavy and all.
Now then, I'll use me knife. No, it's not working.
Try the poker.
Right. There we go. Look at this little lot. And it's not even my birthday.
A copy of Punch's pocketbook for 1875.
You carry on reading them out. My toast is getting leathery.
An illustrated work on spinal curvature. The Scottish Chiefs. A little volume on the language of flowers.
Copper kettle.
There are candle snuffers.
Brass blue horn.
A tea caddy. 2 decanters. 1 with a stopper.
Well, I never. Here, let me look at that book.
Kirk's Human Physiology.
I'd like to know more about all this. I say, look at this young fella. All cut open. You can see his insides, Mr. Wells.
So you can.
Well, this is a new view of humanity altogether. Yeah, just look at that. Tubes.
Excuse me again.
Righto. Come in.
A gentleman to see you, sir. A Mr. Chidlow.
Oh, show him up, Mary, by all means.
Certainly. Oh!
Hello there, Kipps.
Thank you, sir.
Not busy, I hope. Meaty. Smells choice.
Come in and sit down, my dear fellow. Help yourself.
Don't mind if I do. What's this?
Devil kidney.
I've been thinking, and I wanted to come straight round and share it all with you. Can I have some of this brawn? Tar. Remember that play I told you about?
What play?
The one I told you about the night we met. The one that could teach Ibsen a trick or two. Well, I pulled it all to pieces and put it together again.
My word.
Well, when we were talking, you said something, I don't know if you meant it, about buying my play.
Did I?
Not the tragedy, mind. I wouldn't sell my own twin brother a share in the tragedy.
You got a twin brother?
Oh, that's my witty old Kipps. No, that's a serious work. That's an investment. It's that new farce I was telling you about, the thing with the business about a live beetle down a man's neck.
Oh, yes, I remember that.
Knew you would. Pass the coffee, please.
Right.
Thanks. Well, now, a quarter share of £100, I think you suggested.
A quarter?
I've changed the title. See what you think of it. It's called The Pestered Butterfly. Well...
It's nice. Please, finish up with devil kidneys, do.
See, instead of the hero getting a beetle down his neck and rushing about in the first scene, I made him a collector of rare butterflies. So, anyway, this butterfly comes in at window, centre, and Popplewaddle, that's the hero, he rushes around after it, forgets he mustn't let on he's in a stranger's house. Classic farce stuff. After that, he tells them it's a rare butterfly, worth lots of money. Some of them are, you know. Butterfly can't get out of the room every time it tries. Rush, scurry. Well, what do you think of it so far?
How can you get a butterfly to do acting?
That's the Ibsenish touch. Like the wild duck. My heroine, when they're chasing the butterfly, she's onto it. She looks. That's me, she says. She's the pestered butterfly. Do you see? Biff! The pestered butterfly. Oh, it's much more legitimate than the wild duck, where there isn't even a real duck on stage. Oh, knock 'em, it'll knock 'em. I've been working like a horse on it. You'll have a gold mine in that quarter share, Kipps.
How will it,
I don't mind. It suited me to sell, and it suited you to buy. Biff. I say, you haven't any brandy in the house, have you? Just an egg cupful to pull me steady?
I've got some whiskey.
Oh, whiskey'll do.
Oh, here we are.
You see, whenever I have a serious change in a play I'm thinking about, I always take a day off, like today. In the end, it saves time. There's no point in doing work when you might have to do it all over again. Cheers.
Cheers.
Presently, Chitterlow and Kipps went for a great walk. Not a long one, but a great one. They clambered up to the crest of the cliffs by a precipitous path that Chitterlow endowed in some mysterious way with suggestions of alpine adventure. He talked of his great obsession of plays and playwriting, and that empty absurdity that is so serious to its kind, his art. That was a thing that needed a monstrous lot of explaining.
You see, my dear Kipps, art is a fine, unnoble thing, and I myself am interested only in the practical realization of high ideals about the drama.
I see.
I have a very fine understanding of these things, you know. I haven't toured for nothing. Oh, no.
Along they went, sometimes abreast, sometimes in single file, up the little paths and down the little paths, and in among the bushes and out along the edge above the beach, and Kipps tried ever and again to get an insignificant word in edgeways, and the gestures of Chitterlow flew wide and far, and his great voice rose and fell, and he said this and he said that, and he biffed and banged into the circumambient inane.
I, my dear Kipps, am embarked on nothing less than the reform of the British stage, and you, my friend, stand in a long line of noble amateurs who are interested in such a worthy enterprise.
Brother.
Between you and me, I am doing you a very great favour, which I am sure you appreciate.
Well, how's that, Chitlow?
Why, by letting you have a small share in my gold mine. Indeed, if you will let me advise you as a purely impartial friend, it would be no bad thing at all to buy half. Actually, and this is no more than just a suggestion, you could do worse than purchase the entire play and produce it forthwith.
Produce a play?
Of course, quite right to ask. There would be a royalty system, of course. Actually, as we talk, I wonder whether a farce is the best way to revolutionize British drama. Perhaps it might be better to take the tragedy, as yet unfinished, which displays all that I know about women and which centers on a Russian nobleman. I have it! You could back both plays, and then who knows what may follow. You might produce several plays. You could even found a national theatre.
What, is it lost?
At any rate, I am glad at least that you and the comedy and I are settled. Oh, do excuse me for waving my arms around. It happens when I get excited about my work. My wife is always scolding me about it.
Oh, I don't mind that sort of thing.
I hope I'm not too overwhelming a personality for you.
Oh, no.
I knew you were a man of discernment when I first met you. Only £100 to purchase 1/4 of a surefire success of a play.
Oh, all right then.
Done, my dear chap. My dear matey. Oh, you finally managed to persuade me. Let me shake you by the hand. You won't regret this, not for 1 second. And now, I can't stay chatting all morning. The muse calls. Goodbye, my dear fellow. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Chitlow.
What's wrong, Kipps?
I don't know, Mr. Wells. Yes, I do, I think. I shall have to tell Chitlow he's taking too much for granted.
Why didn't you tell him when he was here?
It's very hard to do in his presence. I can think about it easy enough when he's not here. I don't know about this £100.
Well, it is only £100. And it was Chitterlow who, in a manner of speaking, brought you to your fortune in the first place.
That's true. He did point out an advertisement what got me something to my advantage. You're quite right there.
And so?
And so... Oh, let him have the money. What do I care, eh? What do I care?
That's the spirit, Mr. Kipps. After all, the whole world is in front of you now. The whole world.
Paul Daneman played H.G. Wells, Mark Straker, Kipps, and Nicholas Grace Chitterlow in the second episode of Kipps by H.G. Wells, which has been dramatised in 5 episodes by Michelin Wonder. Buggins, John Webb, Carshot, Christopher Biggins, Chester Coote, Christopher Good, Mr. Shalford, Michael Bilton, Old Bean, John Strickland. Flo and the maid, Helen Atkinson Wood, Kipps' uncle, John Hollis, his aunt, Jane Wenham, Helen, Catherine Hurlbert, and Anne, Moya Leslie. The music was composed by Alona Sekach. Kipps was directed by Martin Jenkins. Kipps by H.G. Wells, dramatised by Micheline Wanda, music by Ilona Sekach, with Mark Straker as Kipps, Catherine Hurlbert as Helen, John Hollis as Kipps' uncle, and Paul Daneman as H.G. Wells, the storyteller. Episode 3, Kipps Gets Engaged.
Arthur Kipps, once a draper by trade, has come into a fortune. Living now in a large house in Folkestone, with a housekeeper and maids, mind, he's been worrying that education and learning have passed him by. In particular, he is rather anxious to be able to do the right thing when he calls on... Kipps has learnt that refined persons call on other refined persons. When he calls on a Miss Helen Walsingham, a teacher of woodcarving, whose careful pre-Raphaelite beauty has caught his heart. As someone who takes a close interest in the young man's welfare, I am a little concerned that this infatuation has quite put out of his mind Anne Pornick, the girl next door, and his childhood sweetheart. Still, Anne has gone into service somewhere, and Kipps is ignorant of her whereabouts, so I shall not judge too harshly. My name, by the way, is H.G. Wells. I am what Mr. Kipps would call a Norther. At this moment, Kipps is about to make a call on a Mr. Chester Coote, a young gentleman who is easing him into the ways of etiquette. You look very smart today, Mr. Kipps.
Oh, hello, Mr. Wells. Do I really? So very much.
A very smart silk cravat, if I may say so. Puce, is it?
It was clean when I put it on.
No, I mean the colour.
Sort of red, I reckon.
Never mind. Now, are you very clear about what you must do upon calling?
Knock on the door.
No, I mean, should there be no one at home, you will have to leave a card.
Card? You mean... Yeah, I've got a pack of cards at home. But why should I want to leave playing cards?
A calling card. A card with your name on it. With your compliments.
Oh, Lord.
Oh, dear.
What am I going to do?
Well, it seems a shame to waste your cravat on the world, should you decide to turn back. Let's see at first if anyone is at home. Fortunately, we're nearly there.
Yeah, but we're right outside it.
Yeah. Well done. Off you go.
Do I knock double or single?
Neither. There's a bell.
Right.
Yes, sir?
Mr. Kipps, calling on Mr. Chester Coote.
Very well, sir. Would you care to come in?
Don't mind if I do.
Just a moment, sir.
Yes, of course.
Kipps, look. You can see into the drawing room. A black and gold piano, a glazed bookcase, a Moorish cosy corner. On the mantelshelf, a number of cards of invitation to meetings and recitals.
Yeah, Mr. Wells, what's that?
That's a bust of Beethoven.
Just look at all them pictures.
Probably done by Miss Coote.
Oh, yes, his sister what paints.
Who?
What?
His sister who paints?
That's what I just said. Shh, Mr. Wells.
Right.
Mr. Kipps, how very kind of you to call. I'm Chester's sister. How do you do?
How do you do, Miss Coote?
I'm afraid Chester has just gone down to the art school to see about some drawing or other. He'll be back soon. Will you wait?
I don't mind if I do. I've been looking at your paintings.
Do you paint?
Not really. Where are all these views of?
Well, this one is of the cliffs, done from the seafront.
No, I would never have recognised them. Isn't it funny how things look in a picture?
Oh.
Oh, but they're awfully good.
Thank you, Mr. Kipps.
I wish I could paint.
That's what Chester says, but I tell him he's got better things to do. Ah, Chester. I was just entertaining Mr. Kipps with an account of my painting.
Rather.
Glad to see you, my dear chap.
Well, I'll just go and see about tea, if you'll excuse me.
What capital timing, my dear chap. Come into my study. It's rather cosy in there.
Coote's study was a little bedroom put to studious uses. Over the mantel he had an array of things he had been led to believe indicative of culture and refinement. A Swiss-carved pipe with many joints, a phrenological bust, a picture of Watts' painting Minotaur. A table under the window bore a little microscope, some dust in a saucer, some grimy glass slips and broken cover glasses, for Coote had gone in for biology a little. The longer side of the room was given over to bookshelves, neatly edged with pinked American cloth, and with an array of books.
Lord, what a lot of books you've got.
Oh, yes.
Here, why have you got lots of copies of the same book?
That, my dear fellow, is the Encyclopaedia Britannica.
Ah.
Then there's Tennyson, Charles Kingsley, Rossetti, some H.G. Wells, modern writer, and this is a photograph of Amiens Cathedral. Nothing enlarges the mind like travel and books.
I've often wanted to have a good go in at reading.
Well, so long as you avoid trashy reading, you ought to make it a rule, Kipps, to read one serious book a week. Of course, we can learn from novels, nice novels, that is, but it isn't the same as a serious book. Here's one such. Pond Life, by Mrs. Taddletone.
Oh, they look very difficult.
Not really. Ah, this will interest you. Manners and Rules of Good Society. Here.
Oh, by a member of the aristocracy, I say.
Borrow it, my dear chap.
May I really?
Of course.
What's that?
That'll be tea.
Oh.
Come along.
Ah, there you both are. And look who else is called. Helen.
Oh.
Here was Helen Walsingham, solid and real, the easy flow of the dark hair back from her brow, over her ears, the shapeliness of the white hands that came out from her simple cuffs, the delicate penciling of her brow.
Oh dear, Mr. Wells, what shall I do?
Just relax and be yourself, Kipps.
Righto. Good afternoon, Miss Walsingham.
Well done.
Mr. Kipps, what a very pleasant surprise. Are you back in Folkestone with us?
Just here on a bit of business. I thought you was on holiday in Bruges.
Tea with milk, Mr. Kipps?
Tough, thanks.
My mother and I decided to wait until my brother takes his holidays. Solicitors are such busy chaps. And he's qualified now, you know. Very important. We shall go to Bruges when he is free to accompany us. Now, where are you staying in Folkestone?
Actually, I've got a house of my own. It's called Hewenden.
But of course. I heard all about your good fortune from Miss Coote.
Sugar, Mr. Kipps?
I don't mind, just as you like.
Some bread and butter?
I am a bit hungry. Just a slice, thanks. Don't I get a plate for the bread, Mr. Wells?
No, you have to balance it on the edge of your saucer.
When are we going to sit round the table?
This is a migratory method of taking tea to which you will have to become accustomed.
Oof! Careful. Oh, sorry. I seem to have dropped me bread.
Oh.
It's all right. I don't mind eating off the floor.
Did you go to the concert last night, Helen?
Oh, yes, a divine rendition of the Moonlight Sonata. I thought quite heavenly.
More bread, Kipps?
No, best not.
I do hope you will all come to the next concert.
Who is giving it?
Paderewski.
Oh.
It should be superb, quite superb.
I recall a concert he gave somewhere in London. So exciting.
Mr. Kipps, now that you have altered your station, shall you remain here in Folkestone with us?
I don't really know yet. I've got an uncle and aunt in New Romney. I may go back there for a bit. I just don't know yet.
Well, I expect the world is now your oyster.
My what?
You will be able to go anywhere you like.
Paris.
Florence.
There's a girl called Flo who works at the Draper's Emporium where I was before I come into my money. Well, I could visit her.
Why, New York even?
I thought of popping over to Bologna, just for a look round.
At any rate, if you stay in dull old Folkestone with us, you must go to the next recital.
Oh, yes.
I'm sure you will enjoy it.
Well, if you do, I dare say I shall. I don't know much about music, but I do know what I like. I've got a banjo.
Oh. And you must very definitely call on Mother and me before we depart for Bruges.
Oh, rather.
That would be delightful. Miss Coote, may I borrow that drawing board from you?
But of course, it's in my studio.
Thank you. Goodbye, then.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Miss Walsingham.
Don't forget to call.
Well, I'll best be off and all.
Hold on a moment. I've got another book to lend you. Ruskin's Sesame and Lilies.
Is that about food?
It's about art, my dear chap.
Oh, tough.
And be sure you read Manners and Rules of Good Society very carefully.
Oh, thanks, Coote. You're a real friend.
Next time I'll let you have a book on vitality that you might find helpful.
On his way home, Kipps began to wonder about the precise effect of his behaviour at tea on Miss Walsingham. By the time he arrived, he was full of anxiety that he might have offended or otherwise upset her. Once in the privacy of his study, he took out the book which Chester Coote had lent him.
Here we are. Manners and Rules of Good Society.
A cheap, magnificent cover of red and gold.
21st edition, whatever that means.
Go on, then.
What?
Read it. Turn over the page. Now, start there. Those individuals who have led secluded or isolated lives, or have hitherto lived and moved in other spheres than those wherein well-bred people move, will gather all the information necessary from these pages to render them thoroughly conversant with the manners and amenities of society.
Is that all one sentence?
Now, go on. The art of conversing. Go on, you read it.
Having thus acquired possession of an idea, the little ship should not be abruptly launched into deep waters, but should first be permitted to glide gently and smoothly into the shallows. That is to say, the conversation should not be commenced by broadly or roundly stating a fact, or
didactically
expressing an opinion, as the subject would thus be virtually or summarily disposed of, or perhaps be met with a...
Really?
Or...
Indeed.
Or some equally brief
monosyllabic
reply. I don't think much of these.
Carry on.
If an opposite opinion were held by the person to whom the remark were addressed, he might not, if a stranger, care to express it in the form of a direct
contradiction
or actual dissent. To glide
perceptibly
into the conversation is the object to be attained. I don't get a word of this.
Do you want to learn, or don't you?
Of course I do.
Then go back to the beginning and read it all through again.
Having thus acquired possession...
When Kipps finally made his call on the Walsinghams, it happened rather differently from the prescriptions set down in Manners and Rules. So differently, indeed, that he was rather lost from the outset. Instead of the footman or maidservant, which the book had said was proper to these occasions, Miss Walsingham opened the door to him herself.
Mr. Kipps, what a pleasant surprise.
I thought I'd call.
Oh, do come in. You won't think it unconventional of me to invite you in. Mother is out just at the moment.
I don't mind, if you don't mind.
The Walsingham dwelling struck Kipps as being smaller and rather less emphatically coloured than that of the Coots, and in which, at first, only a copper bowl of white poppies upon the brown tablecloth caught his attention.
I've told Mother all about you.
Oh.
She'll be delighted to meet you. Come into the drawing room.
I'm looking forward to meeting her.
Well, she's gone out to make some duty calls. I didn't go. I had something to write. I write a little, you know.
Really?
Oh, it's nothing much. One must do something. What do you think of our view, Mr. Kipps? We look straight onto the square. It's pleasant in early spring, like bright green laid on with a dry brush, and it's very pleasant in autumn.
Oh, I never thought of it like that. The colours and that. Yes, I like it.
Oh.
Is that your garden out there?
It's only a little garden. Are you interested in gardening?
Well, I grew a pennyworth of nasturtiums once in my uncle's dustbin.
We've just got that little patch of turf and my narcissi and yellow wallflowers.
It's nice.
It's small, but this is the day of small things.
Oh. If you were writing when I came in, I must be interrupting you.
Oh, no, I'd finished.
Were you making up something?
Well, I try quite vainly to write stories. One must do something. I don't know whether I shall ever be any good at it. It seems so hopeless. And, of course, one must study the popular taste. Yeah. Now my brother Henry has gone to London, I get a lot of leisure. He's luckier than I. He has a chance.
Is he a good solicitor?
Oh, excellent. He's frightfully clever. He's involved with so many people and ideas. Oh. No doubt he has a wonderfully busy life in London.
Well, you got your woodcarving classes and things.
They ought to satisfy me. But they don't. I suppose I'm ambitious, but I've never had much of a springboard.
I should think you could do anything you wanted.
As a matter of fact, I can't do anything I want to.
But you've done a great deal.
What have I done, Mr. Kipps?
Well, Chester told me you passed one of these university things.
Oh, I matriculated.
Well, I should think I was no end of a swell if I did that. I know that for sure.
Mr. Kipps, do you have any idea how many people matriculate into London University every year?
I don't know.
Between 2,000 and 3,000.
Well, do you think how many don't?
Oh, they don't count.
Oh.
The fact is, I'm a discontented person. Folkestone is simply a seafront.
And it values people by sheer vulgar prosperity. Now, Mother and I are not prosperous, and we live in a back street. I can tell you, it's a mercy we haven't had to let rooms. One simply feels one hasn't had opportunities.
Oh, I understand that, all right. That's just it. No, I believe you could do anything you wanted to, if you tried. I watched you when you were teaching in that wood carving class, and you got something.
Oh, it's very evident that you are one of those rare people who believe in me, Mr. Kipps.
Oh, I do. I think...
As Mrs. Walsingham appeared in the doorway, bonneted and ladylike, Kipps felt a certain apprehension. At first sight she appeared rather jaded and haughty, but then she held out her hand. He took it, and she responded to his touch with a friendly pressure. He felt a little less apprehensive. Just a little less apprehensive.
Ah, there you are.
Mother, look who has come to call on us. Mr. Kipps.
How very, very kind of you, Mr. Kipps. New people rarely call on us nowadays. How do you do?
How do you do?
Have you had tea yet?
Not yet, Mother. I'll go and see to it. It was nearly ready when Mr. Kipps called. I'm sure you can entertain each other.
I say, don't trouble on my account.
No trouble. I'm thirsty on my own account.
Weren't you one of Helen's pupils?
Yes. That's how I had the pleasure of meeting her.
She takes great pleasure in that wood-carving class. She is so energetic, and it gives her an outlet.
Oh, I think she teaches something splendid.
Everyone thinks she does very well. Helen, I think, would do anything well she undertook to do. She is so very clever. She throws herself into things. Do you know, she told me all about your poor cut hand when you would open the window for her.
Fancy her telling you that.
Oh, she tells me everything. She told me how brave you were. She said you didn't seem to feel the cut a bit, even though it was bleeding terribly.
Oh, it was nothing.
Oh.
Here we are, then.
Oh, lovely. Mr. Kipps? Would you mind pulling out the table for tea?
I don't mind if I do.
Oh, thank you.
There, now.
Milk and sugar, Mr. Kipps?
Yes, please. Oh, it looks lovely, I must say.
There we are.
This time, Kipps took no bread and butter and managed his teacup creditably. Then he began talking. He talked quite modestly and simply about his changed condition, about his inherited fortune, his early apprenticeship as a draper, his aunt and uncle in New Romney. He confided, he submitted, and he remained for about 2 hours, having forgotten how terribly incorrect it is to stay such a length of time. Fortunately, Miss Walsingham and her mother did not seem to mind at all. Within 2 months, a mere 53 days, Kipps had clambered to the battlements of his heart's desire. It all became finally possible when the Walsinghams decided not to go to Bruges for their holidays, but to stay in Folkestone. One day there was a water party organised by Chester on the nearby canal. Kipps had learnt to paddle when he was a boy, and it has to be said that Kipps did not paddle at all badly. The trip was to culminate in a visit to the local castle. Kipps removed his jacket and rolled up his sleeves to take charge of the boat he shared with Miss Walsingham. Muscles hardened by lifting pieces of cretonne in his former place of work gave him a perfectly respectable figure. Also in the party were Chester Coote, Mrs. Walsingham, and Helen's brother, the young, successful solicitor down for the weekend from London.
Here we are, everyone. Row to the bank, Kipps.
Right, okay, old chap.
Bump.
How you jump, Henry? Now, catch hold of this.
Yes, of course.
There we are, then.
Oh, what fun. Help me out of the boat, Mr. Kipps.
Certainly. Take my hand, Miss Walsingham.
Yes.
There we are.
Oh, thank you so much.
Mrs. Walsingham.
Thank you, Mr. Kipps.
Oh, there's the castle over there.
Now then, young Henry, you can take your mother onto the castle. We'll follow the long way round across the field.
I say, that's a rather fearsome-looking beast.
Oh, dear. Just look at that brute.
It's all right, Mamma. I shall merely wave my hat at it, like so. I'll vault, you silly creature.
Fortune had favoured Kipps, by placing a small convenient field entirely at the disposal of an adolescent bull. The field was adjacent to the landing place and was directly between the boating party and the castle.
I shan't walk past that.
Never fear, I shall protect you all. There, Toreador, Matador, Picador. Oh dear, it is rather large.
He's only a little bull.
I shan't walk past it.
Mother, don't fuss.
Mrs. Walsingham, may I escort you round by the park?
Topping notion.
Mr. Coote, how kind.
Come on, Mater, we'll leave this stupid animal to get on with its dinner.
You are making a fuss about nothing.
Come along, then.
Will you be all right, Helen?
Oh, of course I will. Mr. Kipps is going to escort me. Aren't you, Mr. Kipps?
Goodbye, dear.
Bye.
See you all at the castle.
See you, bye.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Oh, isn't he sweet?
Hello, old chap.
Perhaps he's not that sweet.
Oh, he's only a little one. Come on, I'll help you over the stile. Come on. There we are.
Are you sure?
Of course I'm sure. Come on.
Well, if you say so, Mr. Kipps.
There's a good fellow. Easy does it.
It was not an affair of the bull ring exactly, no desperate rushings and gorings, but the bull came resolutely towards them.
Oh, Mr. Kipps.
He regarded them with a large, wicked, bluish eye, opened a mouth below his moist, glistening nose, and booed and shook his head and showed that tossing was in his mind.
Oh, he looks awfully fierce.
Just stay very calm, and we'll get to the gate. That's the ticket. That's fine. Come on.
Oh, Mr. Kipps.
Now look here, you bull. You just mind your manners and be off. Yeah, that's more like it. Go on, Miss Walsingham. Open the gate. He won't harm you. I'll stand guard. If necessary, I'll have another word with him. There now. And you behave yourself next time you see a lady.
Oh, Mr. Kipps, how brave. How very brave you are. Thank you.
He was nothing.
The company had planned to climb the castle keep and survey the low blue hills by Winchelsea and Hastings. To the east hung France, between the sea and the sky, and round to the north, bounding the wide perspective of farms and houses and woods, were the downs, with their chalk pits sustaining the passing shadows of the sailing cloud.
Oh, isn't it absolutely marvellous? Oh, come on, let's get to the top.
I don't think I can climb any more of these horrid little steps.
Well, all this fresh air is making me feel quite faint. I must have a cigarette. Come on, Coot, let's toddle down to the village.
Right-ho.
Coming, Mama.
I shall sit on this stone. I've done quite enough toddling for today.
Oh, come on then, Mr. Kipps. Let's go right up to the top.
Right-ho.
Glorious. Quite glorious. Oh, isn't it quite glorious, Mr. Kipps?
Oh, yes. I've always been very fond of scenery. My, there is a lot of scenery up here, isn't there?
One feels one owns things standing up here.
Miss Walsingham, I've been thinking.
About what?
About names.
Names? What sort of names?
Well, Kurt was saying to me a while ago that perhaps my real name isn't spelt K-I-P-P-S, but C-U-I-P-S. I'm not too sure about it.
Well, it's an interesting proposition.
I don't know. I was just thinking.
Kipps had intended to lead from this question to the general question of surnames and changes of names. It had seemed a light and witty way of approaching what he had in mind, a proposition of a marital nature. He decided to try another approach.
When I see scenery and things like that, things that are beautiful, it makes me feel...
What?
Silly like.
Oh, you needn't. You know, Mr. Kipps, you hold yourself too cheap.
You mean you don't hold me cheap?
Oh, no.
But for instance, you don't think of me as an equal, like?
Why ever not?
Oh, but really, if I thought... Why, you know so much.
Oh, that's all nothing.
I know what I am. If I thought it was possible, if I thought that you... I believe I could do anything. Miss Walsingham, is it possible that you could care for me enough to help me? Miss Walsingham, do you care for me at all?
I think you're the most generous, the most kind, most modest of men. And this afternoon, I thought you were the bravest. Oh, there's Mother. She's signalling. We have to go down.
Yes, but you must know, Miss Walsingham. You must tell me.
What?
If you care for me.
It was as if everything in the world was drawn to the breaking point, and in a minute must certainly break.
Yes, I do know. Promise me something, Arthur.
Promise you what?
If I do not hold you cheap, you will never hold yourself cheap.
If you do not hold me cheap? You mean...
Yes, I hold you dear.
Well, me?
Yes, of course. Who else?
I mean... Would you marry me, Helen?
Oh, but of course, you silly. What else could I mean? Yes, yes, yes.
Kipps felt as a praying hermit might have felt, snatched from the midst of his quiet devotions, his modest sackcloth and ashes, and hurled neck and crop over the glittering gates of paradise, smack among the iridescent wings, the bright-eyed cherubim. He felt like some lowly and righteous man dynamiting into bliss. His hand tightened on the rope that steadies one upon the stairs of stone. He was for kissing her hand, and did not. He said not a word more. He turned about, and with something very like a scared expression on his face, led the way into the obscurity of their descent. The tea was spread on a white cloth under the trees. Kipps handed the wrong things to the wrong people and killed wasps as if he were in a dream. Helen was carefully not looking at him, but he knew that the goddess had come from her altar and had taken him by the hand.
I say, Kipps, old man, snap out of it. Pass the sandwiches.
Oh, perhaps in olden times they jousted here on the grass.
These castles are such melancholy places, but I feel quite cheerful here with my children and our good friends.
Oh, Mother.
Do you know, Mr. Kipps, Henry's very like Helen. They're both so quick, so artistic, so full of ideas. Do you know, even when Helen was a little girl, she wrote verse.
Well, I don't bother with versifying in London. It's just more and more clients.
Henry is taking on more clients to solicit for every day.
I don't think that's quite the right word, Mother.
But I am looking for clients, that is true. How about you, Mr. Kipps? Need a solicitor?
Well, I've got one. Watson and Bean. Old Bean, in fact. But he's a bit of an old cove.
I'll say. An old has-been.
Oh, Henry. I must say, I wouldn't mind someone a bit nearer my own sort of age.
Done, Mr. Kipps. I can tell you're an honest man. I would be delighted to take you on.
Do you know, Mr. Kipps, there are bright days and dark days, and mine have not always been bright. Until today.
I know just what you mean, Mrs. Walsingham.
As the afternoon continued, Helen now and then threw a private glance across at Kipps. When they all went home, the sky was a vast splendour, and close to them were the dark, protecting trees and the shining, smooth, still water. Behind Kipps was money and opportunity, freedom. He was indeed at his heart's desire. The following day, Chester called on Kipps.
Come in.
My dear chap, Mary let me in. I said, why are you sitting alone here in the dark?
Oh, I didn't notice. I was thinking.
And I bet I know what about. Or rather, about whom.
Do you?
Oh, yes. She's splendid, isn't she?
Oh, yes.
Congratulations, my dear chap. I couldn't help noticing the radiance on her face at the picnic.
Did you?
Oh, yes. My dear Kipps, this is better than a legacy.
Oh, I don't deserve it.
You can't say that. And you say it all began before your money?
Oh, yes, when I was in her class.
It's a county family, you know. She's connected with the Beaupre family. You know Lord Beaupre?
I don't believe I do.
Distantly related, of course. Still.
Oh, it's all too much. Coop, what should I do now?
Well, you'll have to call, of course. You must speak to Mrs. Walsingham. Tell her you mean to marry her daughter.
Oh, I dare say Helen's told her by now. Oh, she's guessed. She ain't stupid.
That's not the point. The point is you must tell her. ask her permission.
Oh, I see. Then there's the ring. What must I do about that?
Oh, yes. Of course, you must buy a tasteful engagement ring. Go to the shop and ask them. They'll show you some rings.
And then what? Do I take it to her?
No. Send it. Much better.
And this call on Mrs. W. How one ought to be dressed?
Rather a ceremonial occasion, I think.
What, like a frock coat?
I think so.
Like trousers and all that?
Yes.
How about a rose?
I think you might run to a buttonhole. And of course, when you see her, you'll have to ask her to name the day.
Oh, there's no hurry.
Oh, but there's no reason to delay.
A year, say?
A year's rather a long time.
Is it? I'll have to think it over. I say, Coot.
Yes?
What's a tete-a-tete?
Ah, you mean a tete-a-tete? That's a conversation alone together.
Well, he said in his book you borrowed me that strictly we oughtn't enjoy a tete-a-tete. Not sit together, walk together, ride together, or meet during any part of the day. Well, that doesn't leave us much time to talk, does it?
The book says that.
I read it before you came, but I thought it was a bit rum.
Well, let me see. You won't find Miss Walsingham as strict as all that. They'd only do that in old aristocratic families. The Walsinghams are fairly modern, advanced, you might say. I expect you'll get plenty of chance to talk.
There's a tremendous lot to think about. I suppose I'd better go over and tell my uncle and aunt about it all.
But Kipps soon became caught up in other preoccupations, and the idea of telling his aunt and uncle receded into the background. He had to call on Mrs. Walsingham. He had listened to his friend Coote, and for the occasion his trousers were a dark grey. He wore a deep-skirted frock coat, patent leather boots, and he carried a silk hat. He had generous white cuffs with gold links, and his grey gloves, one thumb of which had burst when he put them on, were held loosely in his hand. His small umbrella was rolled to an exquisite tightness. The world smelt of his rosebud.
I am delighted, Mr. Kipps. This is a great thing to a mother. A daughter is so much more than a son. Marriage is a lottery, and without love and toleration, well... And my son is delighted that he's handling your affairs.
Oh, that wasn't anything.
They're both so clever. I call them my twin jewels. Oh, that'll be Helen. I'm sure you'll want to talk to one another alone. You young people mustn't be shy of one another.
Hello, Mother. Oh, why, Arthur.
Hello, Helen.
I'll leave you.
Have you been speaking to Mother?
Oh, yes, we didn't sit in silence.
I mean about us.
Oh, that. Yes.
Oh, Arthur.
Oh, I don't know, Helen.
What is it, Arthur?
Everything's changed.
What?
I feel like someone else. Look, I don't know things. I'm not refined. The more you see of me, the more you'll find me out.
But I'm going to help you.
You'll have to help me a fearful lot.
Then I'll help you a fearful lot. Arthur, if you don't mind, if you will let me tell you things...
I wish you would.
Then I will. For instance, sometimes you're a little careless with your pronunciation.
Oh, I know. You mean H's. I know about them. I know a chap, Nectar. He's told me all about H's and that. Of course, on the stage, they've got to look out. They take regular lessons.
It only requires a little care.
Oh, I dare say I shall soon get into it.
And then this dress. You don't mind?
Oh, no.
Well, you mustn't be too dressy. It's possible to be over-conventional, over-elaborate. It makes you look like a shop assistant. Well, like a common, well-off person. There's a sort of easiness that is better. A real gentleman looks right without looking as though he'd tried to be right.
Well, just as though he put on what come first.
Not exactly that, but a sort of ease.
I see.
And you must accustom yourself to be more at your ease when you're with people.
You mean not played with fringes on this cushion?
That sort of thing, yes.
I'll try. I'll really do my best.
Oh, I know you will.
One has to learn.
Exactly, Arthur. One has to learn.
Kipps walked home, sober and thoughtful. Mr. Kipps?
What? Oh, it's you, Mr. Wells.
Kipps, you forgot something. You forgot to get Helen to name the day.
Oh, I've got at least something to talk about next time, haven't I?
So you have. And there's something else.
What else?
When are you going to tell your aunt and uncle about your engagement? They'll have to know. It's only fair.
Oh, stop nagging at me. I've got a lot on my mind.
But you must really...
All right. I'll go tomorrow. Satisfied? Now, just leave me alone for a bit.
The following day, Kipps dressed with a certain quiet severity and meditated over his kipper and bacon. Then, after an early cold lunch, he proceeded to hire a motor car and a driver. He purchased a cap and coat, and thus equipped, he entered the motor car to drive to New Romney to visit his aunt and uncle.
Here we are, my man. This toy shop just here.
Right, sir.
I say, make the thing out a bit, will you? That's it, go on. That's it.
Right, rabbit. Who the dickens is making that unholy row outside my shop? Here. Is that you, Artie?
It is. Hello, Uncle. Thank you, driver. You take yourself off for an hour and then come back and get me.
Thank you, sir.
Rabbit. Artie, what does a thing like that cost?
I ain't bought it, Uncle. Just hiding.
You want to be careful. They ain't no further than experiments, them cars. You could get took in by them. They won't last, you know. Come on, come in the shop.
Right.
Hey, Molly, look who's turned up.
Why, Artie! Oh, what a surprise. Here, come and sit down. I've just brewed a cup of tea.
Here, Uncle, how'd you like that whiskey I sent you?
Well, me boy, I haven't the slightest doubt it's very good whiskey and cost you a tidy price, but dashed if it suits me. It catches me just here in the chest. Heartburn.
It's what all the actor manager chaps drink in London. I happen to know that for a fact.
I dare say those actor chaps might, but then they've already had their livers burnt out. My stomach's always been a bit delicate, but I tell you, I like them cigars. You can send me more of them if you like.
Easy done.
Here, dear, there you are.
Come on.
Thank you, Molly.
Here, have you two ever thought of moving?
Moving?
Moving from here. I could provide for you, you know, and then you could retire from business. I could buy you a little cottage somewhere with flowers all round the door.
Oh, yeah. Well, we don't want to move in a hurry.
As and when we move, we want to be sure about it.
We've been here for so long, we could be here for a bit longer.
You let me look about a bit first.
Yeah, but if we have a large house, we should want a servant, and I don't want no girls in the place laughing and sniggering and going all lardy-da.
No.
Well, you needn't have a large house.
But if we have a smaller house, we won't be able to swing a cat.
Oh, you ain't got no cat.
And then there's the stock. I don't want to sell it all off for nothing. Took years to accumulate. Now, I mean, it might take years and years to sell. There's some people come in and look round and go away without buying anything.
Right, you know.
You think about it.
No, anyway, tell us what you've been doing with yourself these days.
We must come over and visit you one of these days, eh, Molly?
Of course.
Well, I've got something. Well, you
see, the way I look at it, Artie, is when you know a place, you know a place, and I know this place. You know what I mean?
What's that?
Oh, that's church bells, Artie. Ringing out someone's wedding being Saturday. You haven't forgotten the church bells.
No, of course not. Look, I'm off for a bit of a stroll, just to look at the old places.
Does this remind you of being young?
Oh, yes, Mr. Wells. Playing by the church, chatting to...
To whom, Kipps?
Oh, nothing, nobody.
You're not thinking of young Anne Pornick by any chance?
No, I ain't. She belongs in the past.
Here's someone else from the past.
I say, Artie? Aunt Kipps?
Well, I never. Oh, Sid Pornick. I ain't seen you since I was 14. How are you, me old mate? I was just this very moment wondering if I'd ever see you again.
Oh, I turn up, mate. How are you, old chap?
All right. Actually, I've
You
been...
aren't changed much.
Aren't I?
I knew directly I saw you. Even with all that funny hat and coat on.
Yeah, you got moustache.
I have. You having your holidays?
Well, partly, but actually
I'm taking a bit of holiday. The fact is, I have to give myself holidays these days. I've set up for myself, you know.
What, down here?
Oh, no fear, I'm not a turnip. I've started up in Hammersmith. Manufacturing.
Drapery?
No, engineer. I manufacture bicycles.
Bicycles? Well, I'm learning to ride a bicycle.
Oh, well, I've got just the thing for you. Here, have a hand, Bill.
Oh.
That's my mate there.
Yeah.
It's called the Red Flag. I've got a transfer with my name on it. Best machine at a democratic price in London.
Yeah.
No guineas, no discounts, honest trade. I'll build them to order.
Really?
I made 17 so far. I'll come down here to visit Mother now and again. You married, Kipps?
Well, no, not yet.
Oh, I am. Married these 2 years. Got a nipper. Proper little chap he is.
Of course. Actually, I got engaged day before yesterday.
Oh, who's the fortunate lady?
Solicitor's daughter in Folkestone. Rather a nice set. Related to the Earl of Beaupre. See, I've had a bit of luck, Sid. Been less money.
Have you? How much?
£1,200 a year.
12? Well, I never.
My grandfather it was. I hardly knew I had a grandfather.
1,200 a year?
Approximately.
Well, that's a blooming stroke of luck. I'm glad for you. Better you than me, though. I don't envy you. I couldn't keep it if I did have it.
Why not?
I'm a socialist, you see. I don't hold with wealth. What is wealth? Labour robbed out of the poor.
I don't get it.
But when you look at it rationally, the present distribution of wealth is damn foolishness. Here, you have a job, you Kipps, and you get paid hardly anything. Then suddenly you get 1,200 a year.
Yeah?
Oh, it's not your fault, old chap. It's the system. Still, better you than most people, eh? Here. You'll be a swell, Kipps.
Oh, I shan't.
You can't have money like that and not swell out. You'll soon be too big to speak to a mere mechanic
Oh,
like
I
me.
ain't that sort, Sid. You know me.
Money'll be too much for you. And besides, you're caught by a swell already. The girl you're going to marry.
Oh, you don't know her. She's not like that at all.
Hey, Kipps, old chap, fancy you being rich. Here, do you remember this? What?
The original Hero War cry, that is.
Hey, and remember that old wreck on the beach that we used to play in?
No. Here, Sid, how's your sister Anne?
Oh, she's all right, I expect.
Where is she?
In a place. Ashford, actually. The fact is, we ain't been getting on too well. I don't hold with service. We're common people, I suppose. I just don't like it. I don't see why a sister of mine should wait at other people's tables. No.
I raced her once. She didn't run bad for a girl.
I wonder what you'll do with all that money.
Well, what would you do?
Well, now, it's no good giving it to the state. I might start an overnight profit-sharing factory, perhaps, or a socialist paper. We need a new socialist paper.
Oh, dear. I'll best be getting back. I hired a motor car for the afternoon. It'll be waiting for me.
How much it cost you?
£5.
£5? Keep 5 families for a week?
Well, come and have a look at it at any rate.
Oh, well, I don't mind if I do. Just before I catch the train back. How fast can it go? Oh, looks good enough.
Here's your coat, Artie.
And your goggles. There.
Hi. Real fur, is it?
Of course. It gets very nippy sitting with the wind whistling past you.
You don't need all this gear on a bicycle.
But you've got to work on a bicycle.
It keeps your mind occupied, that does. Oh, I must say, the motor's not bad. I wouldn't mind having a look at this motor in my workshop.
Upon my word, Artie, I've a good mind to come with you.
Do you want to come for a ride, then?
No. No, it's too late, Artie. Some other time.
All right, then. Well, I'll be off. Goodbye, then.
Bye, lad.
Bye, love.
Take care of yourself. Right, sir.
Bye. See ya.
Oh, say.
Now then, Sid Pornick, if you could get to own something like that little machine, then you'd have something to talk about.
I'll do a lot better than that before I'm done, Mr. Kipps.
Not you. How many bicycles is it you made?
17.
Oh, that's very good.
Don't make near as much noise as one of them things. You got a long way to go, Sid Pornick.
Oh, well. I'll best be off to see me mother. Say goodbye.
Give her me best, Sid.
Righto. Goodbye.
I told you, Molly, didn't I? Them Pornicks would never amount to much.
Show a bit of charity, eh?
Only if you got some tea left. Come on.
Here, get away.
As he was being driven back to Folkestone, Kipps remembered a sudden glimpse of Anne Pornick as she had been when he told her how lovers gave each other tokens, and the memory was so strong, so bright, that it seemed to breathe before him.
Hey, I've got this idea. I read in a magazine, Tidbits actually, that lovers give each other tokens.
What's a token?
Well, you take something and divide it in two. Like you might take a sixpence and break it in two.
Well, why should you do that? It's no good if it's broke.
You divide it in two and then you keep one bit each. Well, that's what a token is.
Why on earth didn't you tell your uncle and aunt?
Tell them what, Mr. Wells?
About your engagement, of course.
Oh, I don't know. I just somehow didn't.
Have you had your first inkling of certain incompatibilities lying about the course of true love?
You what?
Well, let's put it this way. Being engaged to Helen is sane and excellent in Folkestone, but might be regarded with suspicion in New Romney.
Well, I don't know.
Getting cold feet?
Oh, no. But I'm really proud that someone like Helen likes me, because she does. She kissed me 3 times on the forehead the other day. I didn't kiss her, mind. But then, I didn't kiss Anne Pornick, neither.
Helen took Kipps in hand in perfectly good faith. She told him about his accent, his costume, his bearing, his way of looking at things. She found his simple willingness to listen a lovable thing. There was, it must be confessed, a touch of motherliness in her feelings towards him. Kipps' education continued without pause, at home, out walking, and in cafes and restaurants.
No, really, Arthur, I don't think you should sing to the banjo.
But I like it. Anyway, Buggins said...
Who is Buggins?
The chap I used to work with in the shop.
What ho, Kipps!
Hello, Chitlow.
Thought it was you, old chap. Where the devil have you been hiding yourself?
Chitlow, this is Ellen, Miss Walsingham.
How do you do, Mr...
Chitlow, my dear, at your service.
Oh.
Here, Kipps, your ear for just a moment. About that play.
What play?
My play, what I wrote. You recall? Well, it's all right. There's a strong smell of syndicate in the air.
Oh, good, good.
You needn't tell anybody, but I think it's coming off. Mustache.
Right you are, then.
Goodbye, my dear.
Goodbye, Mr... Arthur, who was that?
That was Chitlow, sort of a friend of mine. Ran into me once on his bicycle and we got talking. He's an actor chip. Leastways, he writes plays.
What was all that about a syndicate?
Search me. He sells shares in his plays. Perhaps that's it.
Have you seen any of his plays?
Well, no. He hasn't actually had any on the stage yet. That's all coming. I bought a quarter share in his play for £100. It's a gold mine, he says.
Arthur, you must promise me something.
What?
Promise you won't do anything without consulting me. Like buying shares in plays and that sort of thing.
Well, in a sort of way, he did help me to my money. He pointed out the advertisement in the newspaper, telling me there was something to my advantage.
One can't know everybody you know. Which reminds me, I think we should do a little work on the elusive aspirate.
The what?
Your H's.
Oh, I've got a lot of difficulty with them, you know. Like with has he. I should say has he, shouldn't I? But what's the difference?
Well, has is a verb and as is a conjunctive.
I know that, but when he's has a conjunction and when he's is a verb.
Well, it's has when one means one has, meaning having. But if it isn't to do with having, then it's as. For example, one says he has. I mean, he has. But then one says as he has.
Oh, I see. So I ought to say has he?
No, if you're asking a question, you say, has he? I mean, has he? Oh, Lord.
Right, now I've got it clear. Has he? Has he has? Yes, that's it.
Well, it does help if you remember about having.
I will.
Miss Coote, sister of his good friend Chester, specialised in Kipps' artistic education.
Mr. Kipps, do look through this book of the 100 best paintings in the world.
I say, that one's rather nice. That little thing there, that colour picture.
That's a print. A colour print.
Oh.
He was impressed by Mrs. Walsingham. Kipps was not a big man, but with Mrs. Walsingham he always felt as though he had been rolled in clay, that his voice was strident. She did not so much teach him as tactfully guide and infect him.
Do you know, Mr. Kipps, I was in the omnibus the other day and a man passed my change to the conductor. He was quite a common little man, but I will say something for him. He lifted his hat.
Helen's brother's share in the educational syndicate was just as important.
You order hock for lunch and sparkling Moselle for dinner. And make sure you get these cigarettes with gold tips. Don't pay more than a penny a minute for a hansom cab. Don't talk like a fool on the train. Sit quiet and thoughtful. Oh, it will be jolly when you come up to London.
Artie, when we move to London, we shall spell your name Cuyps. We shall be Mr. and Mrs. Kipps.
Oh.
Oh, you'll soon get used to it.
So in their several ways they all contributed to enlarge and refine and exercise the intelligence of Kipps. And presiding over all these influences was Kipps' nearest friend, Chester Coote, a sort of master of ceremonies. One day, walking in the park, he launched into fulsome praise.
You're improving daily, Kipps, my dear fellow.
Thank you, cute old chap.
You're pretty well completely a gentleman now. You know, we took you up just in time. You'll soon get sang-froid.
I hope so.
Next year, perhaps, if there's a good extension literature course, you should go in for that. Savoir-faire is more than half the secret of sang-froid.
Oh, dessert.
You see, there are the big people, and the modest, refined, gentlemanly people like me, who may dabble in the professions. There are lords and there are gentlefolk who have to manage, but they can all call on one another. They constitute society. Of course, down here in Folkestone one doesn't see much of it, but there is still local society, and that has the same rules.
Hiya! Liver! Kipps! I say, Buggins, it's Kipps! So it is. Hello there, Kipps!
Who on earth are they?
Buggins and Coleshaw, from the clothing emporium where I used to work before I come into me money.
That man is smoking a briar pipe. I'll leave them to you.
Evening, Kipps!
Hello, Coleshaw and Buggins.
You're a proper gentleman in them clothes. Enjoying it, are you?
It's all right. How about you?
Oh, holidays next week. If you don't look out, I'll be on the cotton on before you, eh?
You going over to Bologna, then?
Rather. Parlez-vous, Francie? You bet.
Come along, Kipps, old chap.
Oh, I say, Kipps, have you seen anything of her ladyship lately? She was along with Sir William in the shop and she asked to be remembered to you. Sir William suffers a lot from his gout, don't you know?
Come along, Kipps. We ought to be moving on.
Oh, sorry, sir. Didn't see you there. Got an appointment?
In a manner of speaking.
Oh, we should come along with you. Some company.
We're late, Kipps.
Oh, well, we won't keep you, will we, Buggins? Oh, I'm so sorry. Did I flick some ash on your sleeve? How clumsy of me.
I don't think we're at all in need of your society, thank you very much. Come along, Kipps. I think that was the most awful cheek.
I expect it was.
Charitable as one is, one must admit that there are people who do things, impossible things. These people must be cut. The cut in society is no joke. It's excommunication. It is so tragic that entire novels have been written about it. You will have to cultivate a certain distance. It's difficult, I admit, but you will have to lose certain old friends. The true gentleman, you see, Kipps, is patriotic. He lifts his hat to the national anthem. He does not talk of passion, finance, politics, birth and death.
I see.
Profundities. Get me? One does not talk, but on the other hand, one is punctilious to do. Remember this, Kipps.
I will. I will.
The whole event in the park was an interesting little object lesson, and it stuck in the front of Kipps' mind for a long time. He was so preoccupied that when later that day he went to hear Helen playing Beethoven's sonatas, he forgot to say how perfectly lovely the music was. He felt as though he had struck Carshot and Buggins in the face, in circumstances that gave them no power to reply. He felt disturbed, uneasy. He loved Helen. He had entered society. But he could not quite forget Anne Pornick, Sid Pornick, Carshot, and Buggins, all his oldest friends. Perhaps one day he would.
Paul Daneman played H.G. Wells, Mark Straker, Kipps, Catherine Hurlbert, Helen, and John Hollis, Uncle, in the third episode of Kipps by H.G. Wells, which has been dramatised in 5 episodes by Micheline Wonder. Kipps' aunt, Jane Wenham, Miss Coote, Helena Breck, Chester Coote, Christopher Good, Mrs. Walsingham, Penelope Lee, Henry, Spencer Banks, Sid, Michael Jenner, Anne, Moira Leslie, Carshot, Christopher Biggins, Buggins, John Webb, and Chitterlow, Nicholas Grace. The music was composed by Ilona Sekach. Kipps was directed by Martin Jenkins. Kipps by H.G. Wells, dramatised by Micheline Wander, music by Ilona Sekach, with Mark Straker as Kipps, Nigel Anthony as Masterman, Michael Jenner as Sid, and Paul Daneman as H.G. Wells, the storyteller. Episode 4, Kipps finds the course of true love a little muddy.
Since Arthur Kipps came into a fortune, he has become more refined day by day, more carefully dressed, less clumsy in the uses of social life. We have seen the gulf widening between himself and his former associates in the drapery emporium in Folkestone. We have seen him become engaged to Miss Helen Walsingham, a refined lady teacher of woodcarving. We have also seen a certain reluctance in him to tell his uncle and aunt about the said engagement. However, he is now about to set out on his bicycle, as a newly accomplished cyclist, to go to New Romney in Kent and break the glad tidings to his only living relatives. I must say that as someone who likes things neat and tidy, I cannot help but be relieved that Kipps is about to set his life in order. My name, by the way, is H.G. Wells, and I am, as Kipps would say, a Norther, and Kipps is by way of being something of a protégé of mine. As he neared the scenes of his childhood, he turned suddenly, he didn't know why, into the lane beside the old church where once years ago he had sworn to love Anne Pornick. His mind swimming with memories, he saw in front the figure of a woman walking along the lane. There was something bright and familiar about her.
I say, excuse me, aren't you... Yes. Anne, it's Anne Pornick.
Archie Kipps, riding a bicycle.
Well,
You taking your holidays?
well, sort of.
I've got my holidays. I'm in service here in New Romney now. It's near me mother.
You going for a walk?
Yeah. Look, I picked these flowers. Don't they smell nice?
Oh, yes. Can I walk with you?
If you like.
It's a long time since I've seen you. 7 or 8 years, maybe.
Oh, it don't do to count. Here, you got a moustache.
Oh, yes. I've had that for years now. Almost part of me, you might say.
Coming back here reminds me of being a kid again.
Not half. Here, remember when I left to get apprenticed to a draper and had sixpence?
I cut a sixpence in half and we took half each. You still remember that?
Oh, yes.
I still got mine. Funny, isn't it? You still got yours?
Rather. I haven't looked at it for a bit.
I didn't think you'd keep yours. I thought often it was silly to keep mine. It didn't mean anything. All that stuff about lovers' tokens.
Oh, it was childish, childish.
Didn't mean anything, really. You still in the drapery business?
Actually, I'm living in Folkestone in an house now. Hasn't Sid told you?
No, I haven't seen him for a while.
Oh, I ran into him down here a week or so ago.
He's got on. Got his own shop.
He told me.
And he's married. With a little boy.
So he said.
It was fine and grand to have 1,200 a year, thought Kipps. It was fine to go about on trains and omnibuses. It was fine to order this and that and not to have to do any work. And it was fine to be engaged to a girl distantly related to the Earl of Beaupre, as Helen Walsingham was. But yet there had been a zest in the old time out here. A rare zest in the holidays, in sunlight, on the beach and in the high street, that was somehow absent from all these new riches.
Well, I'd best take these flowers into me mum. That's her cottage just there, back of the church.
Yes, right. You going in then?
I suppose so. You come often to New Romney?
I ride over to see me uncle and aunt now and again.
Well, I'm glad to see you.
All of the first emotions of his adolescence came back to him. It was Anne more than ever. She stood breathing close to him, with her soft-looking lips a little apart, and gladness in her eye. He would have liked to have had a long talk with her, to have gone for a walk with her or something, to draw near to her in some conceivable way, but something told him that it would never do.
Anne? Yes? I'm awful glad I've seen you. Brings back old times.
Doesn't it?
Well, goodbye then.
Goodbye, Artie.
So preoccupied by this encounter, indeed Kipps might have said he was all in a whirl. So taken up was he with this extraordinary impulse which roared in neglected parts of his being, that Kipps completely forgot the purpose of his visit, to tell his aunt and uncle about his engagement to Helen, and set off back to Folkestone. Anne was as pretty as he remembered her. Her blue eyes still dark, her cheeks with a quick, high colour. She looked soft and warm and welcoming.
Where have you put that half-sixpence, Kipps?
Oh, hello, Mr. Wells. I put in a little packet of paper with some red sealing wax. It'll be in my escritoire.
Oh, don't you think you should have told Anne about your engagement?
Oh, I suppose so. One day I'll have to go back to New Romney and tell her, that's all.
As he rode, Kipps came upon the idea that there was a considerable amount of incompatibility between the existence of one who was practically a gentleman and the existence of one who was a servant, such as Anne. Then he thought of Anne the bright, the desirable, the welcoming, and the first idea vanished. That evening, Kipps spent a convivial couple of hours in his study in the company of two men of the world, Helen Walsingham's brother Henry and Chitterlow, the playwright, both of whom chanced to call on him at the same time.
But, Mr. Walsingham, sir, I assure you there's thousands of pounds to be made from the theatre, if you back the right horse, Kipps? As an actor and a playwright, I assure you...
But I assure you, Mr. Chitterlow, that if you understand financial politics, there's hundreds of pounds to be made on the stock market, Kipps?
I expect so.
But there's no art, no passion. Speculation corrupts society.
Rot! Speculation is the lifeblood of a society. It is as necessary as the company of beautiful women.
Ah, well now, talking of women is quite another thing. Perhaps you have never known the inner realities of women, Mr. Walsingham, being a businessman and not an artiste. But let me tell you, I have run away with girls. I have been run away with by girls. I have loved and lost. I have loved and refrained.
Oh.
Now that chap Kipling, he put it proper. You know that poem, Kipps?
Kipling? Is it something to do with me? Name like Kipling, it's a bit like Kipps, you must admit.
I don't know, old chap. Could be. Could be that you have not only money in your family, but art and poetry too.
Oh.
Let me quote the poem to you, shall I?
Oh, do. Do, my dear fellow.
I've taken my fun where I found it. I've rogued and I've ranged in my time. I've had my picking of sweethearts, and 4 of the lot was prime.
Prime? Sounds a bit like beef.
That, my dear Kipps, is poetry. I'd like to have written that. I really would. Indeed, without at all boasting, I do think that some of my more poetic dialogue approaches the delicacy of Kipling.
But why should someone write a poem about beef?
Mind you, and you needn't let this go any further, I've been perfectly faithful to Muriel since I married her. I have learned all about women from her.
Oh. Obviously, a man must know about women. And the only sound way of learning is the experimental method.
Talking of the experimental method, have I ever told you about the time I was on a steamboat going up the Hudson?
Kipps Kipps went to bed, his brain whirling with words and whisky, musing on the temptations being put in his way. Real, healthy, strong-souled men should be, I suppose, impervious to such conversations, but I have never claimed a place for Kipps at such a high level. I am forced to admit that nothing can save him from condemnation, for within 2 days he was back in New Romney talking to Anne again.
It's just like old times, isn't it?
It is, really. Should we sit down?
All right. I say, Anne, I've got that half sixpence still.
Have you?
Yes, I found it. You know, I thought about you a lot over these years.
I thought of you a lot, Artie. I met people here and there, boys, men. But I never met anyone like you.
It's jolly our meeting again. Hey, look at that ship out there. I bet I could throw a stone to reach it. There.
Oh, not nearly. That ship is miles away, Artie.
Oh, do another 2. Oh, Anne, I dropped a stone on your hand. Did I hurt you?
No, not at all. It's only a little stone.
Let me see.
Oh, dear.
It's nothing, honest.
You've got a nice hand.
Here we go.
It's funny us meeting again.
Yes, it is.
He realised that he had never kissed Anne in his life. He looked up, and there were her lips.
Anne?
Yes?
I'd like to kiss you.
And I'd like to kiss you, Artie.
And they kissed one another. Kisses frank and tender as a child's. Oh, dear, Kipps. Making love on a beach to one girl when you're engaged to another. Oh, dear.
They're not girls, Mr. Wells. They're Anne and Helen. I love Helen. I revere Helen. But, Mr. Wells, there's something about Anne that's possible. Oh, I don't know. Anyhow, you shouldn't go where it's private. Leave us alone now.
Very well. It was curious that in retrospect Kipps did not find nearly the satisfaction in this infidelity which he imagined was there. There was something in Anne's quietly friendly eyes, in her frank smile, in the pressure of her hand. There was something undefended and welcoming that imparted a flavour to the business upon which he had not counted.
I've thought of you a lot, Artie.
Kipps' existence became an affair of dissolving and recurring moods. When he thought of the day when Helen said she cared for him, profound, vague, beautiful emotions flooded his being.
I hold you very dear, Arthur.
But when he thought of paying calls with her, he found himself rebelliously composing fierce and pungent insults couched in the vernacular. Anne, whom he had seen so much less of, was a simpler memory. And yet he had this much clear in his mind, that to have gone to see Anne a second time, to have implied that she had been in possession of his thoughts through all this interval, and above all, to have kissed her, was shabby and wrong. Consequently, some days later, he got up late and cut his chin while shaving.
Oh, dash and bother and dash it!
He kicked a slipper into his sponge bath.
Oh, drat and drab it!
And he scalded his tongue with hot coffee.
I shall never drink coffee again!
And then he had to call on Helen to discuss some impending social arrangements.
I say, Arthur, we have been invited to call on Mrs. Bindon Botting on Thursday. She's having an anagram party.
A what?
It's a party where...
I don't think I want to go.
Arthur, you must avail yourself of the social occasions which are on offer.
No, I don't like calling, Helen.
Well, you must overcome these silly objections.
Why can't I just stay at home?
Out of the question.
Anyway, what was one of the homies an anagram party?
An anagram is a word spelt the same way as another, only with the letters differently arranged.
I've got enough trouble with ordinary spelling without another kind.
For example, S-P-I-K-P.
S-P-I-K-P? What's that mean?
Those are the letters of your name, but arranged differently.
Oh, I see. Is that all? It's not being able to spell, but not minding that you can't spell.
Well, sort of. And then the T.
I know what a T is.
Everyone at the T has an anagram pinned onto their clothes, and you have to go around and guess what they are. It's lovely fun. Shakes everybody up together. No time for shyness.
Oh, Lord.
I shall write to Mrs. Bindon Botting and tell her that we accept with the greatest of pleasure.
Tell me again what an anagram is.
An anagram is a word spelt the same way as another, only with the letters differently arranged.
Differently arranged.
As well as worrying about anagrams and the impending tea, Kipps was also concerned the next morning by the contents of 2 letters. The first was from Chitterlow.
My dear old matey Kipps, I have some marvellous news for you. I have decided to let you be the chief participator in the syndicate which is to put my play on. Your contribution will be £2,000, and you will make a fortune.
£2,000?
His old friend Chitterlow, who was both actor and playwright, was effusively communicative about the play, which, truth to tell, Kipps had forgotten.
It's the Pestered Butterfly I'm talking of. You know that play which I told you about, and I've had this simply marvellous idea. You remember the scene of a man with a live beetle down his neck, the scene I cut. I've decided to put it back. Fill the thing out, give it body, wit and depth. Brilliant, eh? And it's thanks to your £2,000 that it's all possible. Your friend Harry Chitlow.
Kipps remembered an earlier conversation with Helen.
Promise me you won't do anything without consulting me, Arthur.
The second letter was from his aunt.
My dear nephew, we are considerably took aback by the news we've heard from gossip about your engagement, but we're disposed to hope for the best if the young lady is a relation to the Earl of Beaupre. Well and good, but take care you're not imposed upon. Your uncle waited on the old Earl once in service, and he was remarkably close with his tips and suffered with corns. But tomorrow is half-closing day, so we shall shut up shop and come and visit you and say how do you do to the young lady and give her a bit of a kiss if we think her suitable. Your affectionate Aunt Molly and your uncle, Edward George Kipps.
Coming over here today? Oh, Lord. I want to go to New Romney and kiss Anne again. What am I going to do, Mr. Wells? It's too late to telegraph and stop him.
How about a little holiday? London, perhaps?
Yes, that's it. London. Brilliant.
Thank you.
Right, I better look sharp. I haven't much time. God, London.
Kipps had been to London once or twice before with young Henry Walsingham. They had lunched together, and young Walsingham had taken Kipps into no less than 9 hansom cabs, so that he was no longer afraid of these vehicles. He knew that wherever you were, as soon as you were lost, you just called...
Cabby!
Oh!
Royal Grand Hotel, please.
Righto, sir.
The Walsinghams had taken him to theatres, to picture galleries, and to a restaurant where Henry Walsingham had quite brilliantly ordered a lunch, item by item, to the waiter's evident respect and sympathy.
You stopping in London long?
Just for a little holiday. Look around. Look sharp, I want me lunch. Haven't had anything since breakfast.
There in a jiffy, sir. Get up!
Kipps booked into an apartment at 14 shillings a night, and then went down to the dining room. But the sight of a number of waiters and tables with remarkable complications of knives and glasses seized him with terror, and he backed out.
Kipps,
where are you going?
To a restaurant. I've been in a restaurant once with young Walsingham.
Hey, slow up a bit. I can't walk as fast as you.
Oh, sorry. But I'll find a place to suit me. I don't want to go in a place and look a fool. Some of these places rook you dreadful, as well as making fun of you.
Here, look. A window full of chops, tomatoes and lettuces.
Yeah, that looks good. No, this is the sort of place where you buy things raw and cook it at home. You should know that, Mr. Wells.
Well, here. Champagne bottles in the window. A dish of asparagus. Menu for a 2-shilling lunch.
Yeah, that's the... Wait a mo. What are them waiters doing? They're staring at me. No fear, I'm off.
I can smell hot food. Look here, Fleet Street. How about this tavern?
Oh, not half. I could do with a pie. Now then, which door do I go in? This one? No. This one? Oh, dash it. I could find myself in the wrong part of the place entirely.
You could pretend to be foreign and not know English.
That's stupid. Here, look at them sausages and that grill in that window.
Oh, lovely.
Just like Auntie makes. I'll go in there. Here. I can't. I'm far too dressed up to go in there and eat sausages and mash. I can't do anything right. I'll never eat again. Oh, darn it.
And at that moment of real despair, the only person Kipps knew in London appeared, as the only person one does know in London will do, and slapped him on the shoulder.
Why, Archie Kipps. Fancy seeing you here.
Sid Pornick. brother of Anne. Boyhood friend turned bicycle manufacturer. He looked grave and important, and he wore a silk hat, which gave a commercial touch to his otherwise socialistic costume.
Well, Shiponic. What a turn-up, eh? What are you doing in London?
Just up for a bit of a change.
Well, this is a stroke of luck. I've only come up here to buy a second-hand enamel stove. I'm going to enamel all me bicycles myself. Here, you must come and see me little shop.
Well, fact is, I was just looking round to get a bit of lunch.
We call it dinner at this time of day. You won't get anything decent to eat hereabouts. Tell you what, if you ain't too haughty to do a bit of slumming, you could come and join us and welcome.
Could I really?
Well, there's some mutton on the go for me, and it won't take long. Besides, there's someone I want you to meet. Come on, we'll go on the Underground Railway. Bet you've never been on that.
Oh. Noisy, ain't it?
Quick, though.
Now, who's this you want me to meet?
Well, there's me wife, of course, and the nipper. And then there's this chap, Masterman. He occupies our first floor front room. We let it, see. Not so much for gain as for company.
What is he, this Masterman?
Well, properly he's a journalist, but latterly he's been too ill to do very much. He writes poetry and all sorts. He knows all sorts of things. He's been a dentist and a qualified chemist.
What, he can give you pills and things?
No, not that sort of chemist. The serious kind. He's taught himself French and German.
Oh.
We met him at our sociological get-togethers. He'll do big things someday, if he gets better.
Perhaps he might want to talk to me.
Oh, of course he will. He'll talk to anyone. Once he gets going, you won't be able to get a word in edgeways. You know the kind of man I mean.
Oh, yes. Of course I do.
Sid's shop was stocked with the most remarkable collection of bicycles and pieces of bicycles that Kipps had ever beheld.
My hiring stock. Wow. And here's the machine at the most democratic price in London, the Red Flag. Built by me.
Oh, it's very nice.
Isn't it lovely? And I've got a store of accessories over here. I've been going in for motors a bit.
Did you say mutton?
Motors, I'll say. The mutton department is here, just behind this curtain. Fanny!
Yes, my love?
Fanny, come in here and see who I run into. My old friend, Art Kipps.
Why, Mr. Kipps, I've heard all about you. Sid was only talking about you the other day.
How do you do, Mrs. Sid?
Oh, you can call me Fanny.
And how's the dinner going then? Art here is famished.
Be ready in 2 ticks. You have some beer while I get it.
All right, glass of beer, Kipps?
Oh, don't mind if I do.
And look who's just woken up from his nap.
My little offspring. Come here then. Art, this here is Walt Whitman Pornick. Named, you know, after an important writer fella.
Really?
Walt, this is Kipps. Go on, say it. Kipps.
Yeah, that's ever so clever.
Only a year and a half. He's a regular one for words. You can't say a word, but he's onto it.
On it.
Come and sit down then.
All right. Dinner!
Is that enough potatoes
Oh,
for you,
I'll
Archie?
give another one. We don't stand on ceremony here.
Oh, Fanny, that's lovely.
Oh, good. What do you think of our little home, then?
Nice. Very nice.
Fanny here is somewhat my senior in years, ain't you, my dear?
Oh, only by a year or so.
Shouldn't have thought there's any difference. You seem such a match.
Oh, he's stuck to you, haven't you, Walt?
More bread, Archie.
I like this room. It's a good room.
Oh, it's only our kitchen.
I like it, though.
And have some
Oh,
more
eat up.
stew, Archie. And when we've done, we'll go upstairs and have our coffee with Masterman.
Any sense of superior fortune had long vanished from Kipps' mind, and he found himself looking at his host and hostess with enormous respect. Really, Sid was a wonderful chap, carving his own mutton, and Mrs. Sid, so kind and bright and hearty, and a child. It needed the sense of his fortune at the back of his mind to keep Kipps from feeling abject. He resolved he'd buy young Walt something tremendous in toys at the very first opportunity.
You know, Masterman used to speak at meetings.
What sort of meetings?
Oh, this meeting and that meeting. Not that I heard him mind, but since he's been living here, it's like having our own special meeting all to ourselves. Well, you'll see.
After what seemed to Kipps like the feast of feasts, never had he thought mutton stew could taste so good. Kipps and Sid mounted the stairs behind the shop to take coffee with Mr. Masterman. Mr. Masterman was a man of 40 or more, with curious hollows at the side of his forehead. His eyes were very bright, and there was a spot of red in his cheeks. His teeth were darkened ruins. He held out a thin, wristed hand and fixed Kipps with a burning gaze.
So, you're the chap with 1,200 a year.
That's right. And how does it feel to have 1,200 a year?
Rum. Juice rum.
Well, it's not a feeling I'm familiar with.
Well, it takes a bit of getting into, I could tell you that.
And has it made you perfectly happy?
I wouldn't exactly say that. It made me happy at first.
But then you got used to it?
Yes, that's it. After about a week, I got used to it.
Yeah, you know, Sid, that's what discourages me from amassing wealth. It doesn't last. The euphoria, I mean. I've always suspected that, and it's interesting to get it confirmed.
I do see what you mean, Mr. Masterman.
You gonna marry Mr. Kipps?
I am, actually.
Lady?
Oh, yes. Her name's Helen.
Of a rather superior social position?
Rather relative to the Earl of Beaupre.
I doubt if any pain or loss of money does, as things are at present, make more than the slightest difference in one's happiness. It ought to, for if money was what it ought to be, the token given for service, one ought to get an increase in power and happiness for every pound one got.
Told you we had the gift of the gab.
But the plain fact is, Mr. Kipps, that the times are out of joint. And money, like everything else, is a deception and a disappointment.
It's nice to have.
Mr. Kipps, when you first got your money, you thought that you might buy just anything you fancied?
A bit that way, yes.
And then you found that you couldn't?
Well, actually, I did get done over a banjo I bought, yes.
There you are.
That's all very well, Masterman, but money is power. You can do all sorts of things with money.
I'm talking of happiness. You can do all sorts of things with a gun and aimless with Broadway, but nothing, well, practically nothing that will make you or anyone else happy.
Well, shooting a gun certainly wouldn't make me happy.
You see, the world must be in order before money or property has real value. And this world, I tell you, is hopelessly out of joint. Man is a social animal with a mind that goes round the globe, and a community cannot be happy in one part and unhappy in another.
I ain't been out of England yet. I plan to go across to Bologna soon, though.
Yeah, well, let me put it another way. People think there is a class or an order somewhere just above them or somewhere just below them, or a country or a place somewhere that is really safe and happy. The fact is society is one body and is either well or ill.
I did hear that you wasn't too well.
Society is fractious, feverish, gouty. Well, that's my position, and I'm so satisfied of it that I sit here and wait for my end quite calmly, sure that I can't better things by bothering. I'm not even greedy anymore. My egotism's at the bottom of a pond with a philosophical brick round its neck.
Bravo, Masterman.
Mr. Kipps, you've had the opportunity of sampling 2 grades of society. Now, do you find the new people happier than the old?
No, I don't think so.
No. There you are, then. No one is quite sure where they stand. All the old tradition has gone and there's no one to make a new tradition. Where are your nobles now?
This is the sociological coming out now.
I've made some tea cakes. Anyone like some?
Sid,
You take little Walt and give him his cake. There we are.
If the world is sick,
Yes,
what are we to do?
Well, we've got to make it better. A piece of cake.
Sid.
Oh, yes,
Sid's an
please.
optimist. Frankly, I think that this civilization of ours is on the topple.
There's socialism.
Yes, but there's no imagination to make the use of it.
Then we've got to make an imagination.
But a tea cake, Artie.
Tough. I've never rightly got to the end of this socialism. Hey, what's it going to do, Laurie?
Well, now.
Today the world is ruled by rich men. Now, they may do almost anything they like with the world, and what are they doing? Laying it waste. They own machinery. God gives them a power like a motor car, and all they have to do with it is to go careering around the roads in a goggled mass, killing children.
I ain't never killed no children, honest.
I am, of course, speaking in the abstract.
Oh, I don't mind.
The rich people grudge us our schools. They grudge the mass of men a gleam of light and air. They cheat us and then they seek to forget us.
That's not yours.
There's no rules. There's no guidance, only accidents and happy flukes.
I don't quite get it.
The trouble is that the rich people have no heart or imagination. They have knowledge and powers beyond all previous dreaming, and what are they doing with them? Poverty is increasing. You can see it all around you. It isn't as though they had anything to show for the ways they make it.
Here, steady on.
Some more coffee, Mr. Masterman.
Look at me. What have I had? I found myself at 13, being forced into a factory like a rabbit into a chloroform box. 13! When the children are still babies. But even a child of that age could see what it meant, that hell of a factory. Monotony and toil and contempt and dishonour. And then death. So I fought, got out at last, somehow. Some of us get out by luck, some by cunning, and crawled into the grass exhausted and crippled to die. That's a poor man's success, Kipps. And most of us don't get out at all.
How did you get out then?
I worked all day and studied half the night. And here I am, with the common consequences.
Oh.
beaten. Oh, but surely
You know, they've stopped all the university scholarships at 19 for fear of men like me. And by the time I'd learned something, the doors were closed. I thought knowledge would unlock the doors. I fought for knowledge as other men have fought for bread. I've starved for knowledge. And now I'm no use to myself or the world.
But it's never too late.
It is for me.
Look now, Masterman. Walt wants to give you a bit of cake. There now.
I don't know about you, said Pornick. Whenever you talk about socialism, you get Mr. Masterman all upset. Now drink up your coffee and let's change the subject. Bicycles, for example. Bike.
Oh,
you
it's
drink
nice.
that
You're gonna
coffee,
get
Mr.
a
Masterman.
bike all for
Really.
yourself.
Poor old Masterman. Bit off his head, poor chap.
What are you going to do now, Kipps, in the face of such prophecies?
Do? Well, I'm in a cab going back to the Royal Grand Hotel.
And what about Sid's sister, Anne? I hear she's got a position in Folkestone.
What?
I mean, what if you meet her?
Oh, I wish I'd never kissed Anne.
I mean, what if you meet her when you're out with Helen?
I don't want to think about that. I'll have to write to Helen just to tell her I've come up to London for a day or so.
That would be the correct thing to do.
She'll want explanations.
Look at that gentleman and lady walking past. They're swells, aren't they?
Well, it's easy for them. They were brought up to dress well and do the right thing from dog.
I expect that when you and Helen are married and living in your West End flat, you'll parade around much like that couple there.
I suppose so. Oh, I do find Helen hard to understand.
There will
at
be
times.
calls, dinners, teas.
Anagram teas, I suppose. I'll have to write to Helen and explain why I wasn't at that anagram tea. Dinners are pretty terrible things, but they ain't. Aren't. Nothing when it comes to teas. Oh, Lord. Look, suppose Anne comes to Folkestone, and I do run into her when I'm with Helen.
It's just as well you're coming to live in London, isn't it?
Yes.
You'll be quite close to Chitterlow in London, too.
Oh, confound an Ang Chitlow. Persuading me to spend money taking a share in his play. He won't leave me and my money alone.
You should have consulted Helen before you invested.
Yes, well... Still, there is Sid. Sid's in London as well.
So he is. And Sid is Anne's brother.
Yes, he is. And Anne... Oh, blow. Just blow it all.
And it is vulgarly imagined that to have money is to have no troubles at all. On his return to the Royal Grand Hotel, Kipps found that he had forgotten the number of his room, and he drifted about the hall thinking that all the porters and officials in gold lace caps must be watching him. Finally, he found a kindly-looking personage in bottle green who helped him look up his name in the register and find his room. Kipps tipped him £0.50.
Oh, thank goodness for that. Oh, me feet. Now then, I suppose I'll have to change for dinner. Mr. Wells, what shall I wear?
Your dress suit, I think. What about shoes?
Oh, I can't wear me boots. I know. I'll wear them purple cloth slippers with the golden marigolds on them. I'll take me hat down with me, just in case.
When Kipps went downstairs, there were a number of people already seated in the dining room at little tables lit with red electric-shaded candles. There were gentlemen in evening dress and ladies with dazzling and astonishing necks. Kipps had never seen evening dress in full vigour before. There was a band playing soft music in a decorated recess. As Kipps entered the dining room, he was quite sure that the entire band turned and looked collectively at the purple slippers.
May I help you, sir?
Oh, I'll come down to eat.
Certainly, sir. Come this way.
Kipps followed the waiter to a table in a corner, looking resolutely ahead of him so as to avoid the eyes of his fellow guests.
Would sir like to see the menu?
Yes, thank you. There's a lot on it. I know. I'll have some clear soup, please.
Certainly, sir. And to follow?
Who's following me? Oh, I see. Look here, you just serve me what's good. I'll leave it to you.
Very well, sir. The wine card?
Yes. No. I'll have some whiskey, if you please. All my food's La Freestyles.
Would Sir not prefer a claret? Number 23 on the card?
Oh, yes. Now you mention it, that's the ticket. I'll have some of that claret. A bottle.
Yes, sir.
Just look at that, Mr. Wells. Proper scorchers. Just a bit of black velvet over the shoulders. I've never seen anything like it.
Your soup, sir.
Oh.
And your claret.
Ta. Oh. Oh, don't think much of this soup, Mr. Wells. Doesn't taste of nothing. Why them ladies looking at me?
Don't look round so conspicuously.
I don't fancy no more of this. Waiter, you can take this away and bring me next course.
Certainly, sir. The vol au vent.
Ta. Oh, this is more like it.
You know which knife and fork to use for it?
Of course I do. These ones here.
The lady in pink is using a different implement.
Oh.
The lady in pink is just using her fork.
Oh, right.
Kipps, you've just put your knife straight on the tablecloth.
What's wrong with that?
It's covered in cream sauce.
Oh.
No, never mind. Take your fork.
Right. Oh, I've dropped it.
A clean fork for you, sir. No, it's all right. I'll pick it up.
Oh!
Fine. I'll take it, sir. Thank you so much.
Oh, I hate that lady in pink.
You're doing fine. Oh, that looks delicious. Makes my mouth water. No, Kipps, it's far too large for one mouthful. Oh, dear. All over your nice, clean shirt front.
Dash it!
Hey, Kipps.
Waiter, you can come and clear the slot away.
Yes, sir.
And pour me another glass of claret.
Certainly, sir.
It's better.
Would Sir like the main course now?
What is it?
Mutton. With peas, sir.
Peas? No fear. I know all about peas. Sir would not care for no peas, no fear.
Would Sir like dessert, then?
Yes. I'll have some of that.
Right away, sir.
Mr. Wells, all this business and all these people staring at me has suddenly made me into a socialist. How can you eat dinner in peace with all these people staring? I've a good mind to ask that man what he's looking at.
Your dessert, sir?
What's this great green thing?
Water ice, sir.
Oh, now you're talking. I'm partial to ice cream. That's good. Oh, Lord.
Bounce, roll, splodge. Oh, Kipps.
I'll chuck the rest of this rotten thing at all them people in a minute.
I think a dignified withdrawal might be more in order.
Right, I'm off.
And with that, he thrust back his chair, disengaged a purple slipper from his napkin, which had dropped on the floor, and rose. He kicked the napkin under the table, stepped carefully over the prostrate melting green ice, put his hands deep in his trouser pockets, and marched out. As he left the dining room, anyone who was interested would have observed that for the duration of the meal, Kipps had been sitting on his hat. The next morning, as he came downstairs and looked out into the street, the porter touched his hat. Kipps supposed he wanted a tip, and gave him a shilling. When he bought a newspaper, he tipped the boy. When he went up in the lift, he tipped the liftman a sixpence. When he met the chambermaid in the passage, he gave her half a crown. He resolved to demonstrate his position to the entire establishment in this way. He believed that he was making a flanking movement upon the hotel by buying over its staff. Then, he decided, he would like afternoon tea. The room was large and quiet, and for a short while he felt he was in command. Then other people began to come and sit close to him, a fluffy-haired lady and a clergyman.
No, dear Vicar, Lady Jane would not like that at all.
But, my dear madam, I'm so familiar with her affliction.
Kipps sat back restfully, and then it occurred to him that his extremely dusty boots were too prominently in the light, so instead he sat up. And then people of the upper and upper-middle classes began to come and group themselves about him and have tea likewise, and so revive the class animosities of the previous day. Suddenly the room was filled. A great desire to assert himself surged up into Kipps's heart. He felt he would like to cut in on the hubbub of conversation in some dramatic way, a monologue, something in the manner of Masterman. No, he did not have the words.
I don't like this, Mr. Wells. Distract yourself.
Look, what's that over there, that large black lacquered box? I do believe it's some sort of musical box.
Is it?
Yet I believe it takes sixpences.
Yeah, I've got some sixpences in my pocket.
Well, why don't you put a sixpence in the machine and see if you can get a refined little melody out of it?
Right, Mr. Wells. Well, here we go. Well, I never. Hee, woo, yeah. How about you, all of you, the strenuous, smart life, eh? Yeah, stop, thump, bang, yeah, thump. Come on, you machine, show them what you're worth. What a dreadful young man.
Oh, someone stop that machine.
Yes, of course. I say, waiter, I have half a crown here. I wish to pay for me tea.
Yes, sir. Right away, sir.
By the time Kipps took his departure from the hotel, his momentary euphoria had faded, and with a hot face, convulsive gestures, and an embittered heart, he tipped everyone who did not promptly and actively resist, including an absent-minded diamond merchant who was waiting in the hall for his wife. Submission to inexorable fate took him back to Folkestone, Helen, and the dreaded anagram tea. The next day, duly attired in a frock coat, a Panama hat with a black band, grey gloves, and brown button boots, he arrived at the dwelling of Mrs. Bindon Botting.
Good afternoon,
sir.
Oh, Lord. Anne.
Oh, Kipps.
Anne. Fancy you being Mrs. Bindon Botting's maid?
Anne's eyes met his in amazed inquiry. Something had got dislocated in the world for both of them. He ought to have told her that he was engaged. He ought to have explained things to her. Perhaps, even now, he might be able to drop her a hint.
Who is it, Anne? Oh, Mr. Kipps, how awfully jolly of you to come. Awfully jolly. Well, come along in. Run along and get some more tea, Anne. Hurry up now.
Yes, Mum.
It is awfully difficult to get any good men for an anagram tea. We have the vicar and the doctor, and now you make three.
Yes.
Come along in. Helen is here already.
I'm so glad you got back in time.
Take an anagram, Mr. Kipps. Here, I shall pin it to your lapel. Oh, now, you know the rules. It's all frightful fun.
Did you have a lovely time in London?
Yes.
Good. It's been frightfully dull down here.
Anne, dear, bring some more sugar over here for the vicar.
Excuse me for a moment, Helen.
Arthur, where are you going?
Shan't be a minute. Excuse me. Anne.
Some sugar for you, sir?
I ain't got no tea yet.
Well, you're lucky I ain't holding any, because I'd spill it all over your stupid head. Now, excuse me, I've got work to do.
But Anne, I want to talk to you.
Well, you better be quick then. You won't have much to say anyhow.
Oh, hang on. Look, Anne, I'm engaged to her. In there, with the red shawl.
Fancy now.
I should have told you before.
Well, it doesn't matter, because I've heard it from all them in there. Seems they can't talk of nothing else. Now, please mind out of my way. It won't do your reputation any good to be seen talking to a servant.
Anne.
Suddenly everything seemed different. Kipps perceived ugliness all round him. He disliked the whole gathering, collectively and in detail. Here were all these people with money and leisure, with every chance in the world, and all they could do was to crowd like this into a couple of rooms and jabber nonsense about anagrams. He made a decision.
I ain't stopping here a minute longer. I'm off.
The very next morning a small package arrived addressed to Arthur Kipps, Esquire. Kipps was informed that it had been left by a young woman, a very ordinary young woman. Kipps opened the package.
Oh, Lord.
The package contained half a sixpence. Anne's half of the sixpence, which in their childhood they had cut in half and divided between them. There was no note, nothing, just the sixpence. That afternoon, Helen called to see Kipps.
You haven't forgotten that we're to dine with Mrs. Bindon-Botting tonight.
But we only seen her yesterday.
Arthur, what is wrong with you? Is your digestion upset?
I don't want to go.
The acceptance of an invitation is in the eyes of everyone a binding obligation, which only ill health, family bereavement, or some other all-important reason can justify its being set on one side or otherwise evaded.
I don't like society, Helen.
But you must see people, Arthur.
Yes, but it's the sort of people you see.
You have to see all sorts of people if you want to see the world. Arthur, dear, I shouldn't ask you to go to these affairs if I didn't think it good for you.
I suppose not. But I'm just a bit grouchy.
Well, you'll find the benefit of it when we get to London. You have to learn to swim in a tank before you go out into the sea, after all. The people here are good enough to learn from. They're stiff and rather silly and dreadfully narrow and not an idea in a dozen of them, but it really doesn't matter at all. You'll soon get savoir-faire.
I'm sure I want it.
Well, I'm glad that's all sorted out. And I have a surprise for you.
What?
I have a new evening dress. My brother bought it for me. It's in the latest fashion. Off the shoulder. Very daring, I think. Far too sophisticated for this dull little corner, but I'm going to wear it tonight. For you. And there is a special guest, Mr. Sidney Revel, who is something in the literary world, I do believe. Oh, buck up, Arthur. It will be great fun.
During Mrs. Bindon-Botting's dinner, the left-hand side of Kipps' braces behaved in a mildly insurgent fashion. He had inadvertently fastened it to the buckle on the right-hand side of the front of his trousers, so that it was placed obliquely, rather in the manner of an official decoration, athwart his spotless front. In addition, he did not know how to look at Helen's arms and shoulders. They were of a type by no means despicable, but he could not look directly at them, however much he tried. She was beautiful, no doubt about that, but perhaps too beautiful. Perhaps too good.
Miss Walsingham, I've been dying to compliment you on your dress since dinner began.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Revel. Will you be honouring us with your presence here for long?
I'm on my way to Paris, so I fear for only another day.
Oh, no.
Mr. Sidney Revel, author of that brilliant romance, Red Hearts Are Beating, was neither brilliantly handsome, nor curly, nor long-haired. His personal appearance suggested armchairs rather than the equestrian exercises and amorous toyings and passionate intensities of his literary masterpiece. He was inclined to be fat, with muddy-coloured, straight hair. He might have been esteemed a little undistinguished-looking, were it not for his beeswaxed moustache, which came amidst his features with a pleasing note of incongruity.
It was so very kind of Sidney to come to dinner at all. Yes.
Well, my aunt could spare me for one evening, and how could I resist the chance to remake the acquaintanceship of the lovely Helen Walsingham?
Mr. Wells?
Yes, Kipps?
What's going on?
A dinner party?
No, I don't mean that.
Ah, you're thinking perhaps that once Helen was a beautiful dream, a thing of romance and unsubstantiated mystery.
That's just it.
Have you been in London yet, Mr. Revel?
And now the last thin wreath of glamour is dispelled, and now that she is so near to you, she's actually further away from you than ever.
I think you may have hit on something.
London, my dear, is absolute chaos. We're leaving our house in the Boltons and taking a little place at Wimbledon. It'll be far more convenient in so many ways.
My husband and I will be in London very soon. When we are married, that is. You must come and stay on your way through next time. Any time.
Oh, how charming of you. My wife is furiously addicted to golf and exercises of all sorts. I, on the other hand, like to sit about in clubs. I haven't the necessary strength for these hygienic exercise procedures. I do hope you will have better fortune with servants than we have had, Miss Walsingham. No one can imagine the demoralisation of the domestics of West London during the last 3 years.
It is the same everywhere, Mr. Revel, I assure you.
Yes, very possibly it is. A friend of mine calls it the servile tradition in decay.
Well, your friend might well be talking about my own experience of my last 2 cooks.
Ah.
And you know, only a week after I hired her, I am in trouble again with the servant.
Oh, really?
Not the recent girl. Yes. I have done everything reasonable, but my housemaid has given in her notice. Can you believe it?
Why on earth has she done that?
She has been gripped in the throes of some very mysterious grief. Everything as merry as a marriage bell until my anagram tea yesterday.
Oh, that was quite delightful, Mrs. Botting. I cannot wait until you organise another, truly. Mr. Revel, you must be sure to be here for the next anagram tea.
Anyway, in the evening she was very offhand, rather pale, I thought, a little tearful, but really on the verge of being rather disrespectful to me. I had asked her for the second time to bring me up my cocoa, and she answered me very curtly.
Really?
Whereupon I gave her a word or so, and then immediately floods of tears, and she handed in her notice.
What on earth could have caused it?
Well, for a moment I thought that the anagrams had somehow offended the good domestic's moral code. You never can tell with maids. But no, she would not say, and she must go, she must leave Folkestone, and that is all there is to it.
Yes, yes, one perceives in these disorders, dimly and distantly, the last dying glow of the age of romance. Now, let us suppose, Mrs. Botting, let us merely and hypothetically speculate that it is love.
Most awfully sorry.
Mr. Revel, you have it. It must be love. What else can it be?
Beneath the orderly humdrum of our lives, these romances are going on until at last they burst up and give notice. The passions of the common or house domestic.
More meat, anyone? Mr. Kipps?
No, thanks. I ain't hungry.
You've hardly eaten a thing, Arthur. I told you your digestion was upset.
No, I'm all right.
Oh, well, that's all right.
Actually, I've got to go. I've got something to do. Something I forgot. Where? No, please don't bother to see me out. I can open the front door on my own.
Well, safe.
Task with dinner and everything. Must go. Forgotten something at home.
What? Extraordinary young man.
Kids?
Where are you going?
Know something, Mr. Wells? I've got Anne's half sixpence and my half sixpence here.
Yeah, but what are you going to do?
You'll see.
You were doing very well in there.
Don't talk to me about in there.
But what's wrong?
I've got something to do.
Well, tell me what it is. I've got a right to know.
I told you. You'll see.
Kipps? Kipps? Wait for me. Here, hang on. He's behaving as though he's in charge of his own destiny. What about me? Here, Kipps. Wait for me. I'm coming with you. What are you going to do? You must tell me, Kipps. What on earth are you going to do?
Paul Daneman played H.G. Wells, Mark Straker, Kipps, and Nigel Anthony, Masterman, in the 4th episode of Kipps by H.G. Wells, which has been dramatised in 5 episodes by Micheline Wonder. Kipps' aunt, Jane Wenham, Anne, Moya Leslie, Sid, Michael Jenner, Fanny, Teresa Stratfield, Baby Walt, Judy Bennett. Henry, Spencer Banks, Helen, Catherine Hurlbert, the waiter and Sidney Revel, John Rye, the clergyman, Arnold Diamond, Mrs. Bindon Botting, Maggie McCarthy, and Chitterlow, Nicholas Grace. The music was composed by Ilona Sekach. Kipps was directed by Martin Jenkins. Kipps by H.G. Wells, dramatised by Micheline Wanda, music by Alona Sekach, with Mark Straker as Kipps, Moya Leslie as Anne, Nicholas Grace as Chitterlow, and Paul Daneman as H.G. Wells, the storyteller. Episode 5, The Kippses.
We are now very nearly at the end of the story of Arthur Kipps, draper turned gentleman. Since he became a rich man, Kipps has stayed in a smart hotel in London, become engaged to the genteel Miss Helen Walsingham, bought a share in a stage play by a theatrical type, name of Chitterlow, and vastly improved his sartorial elegance. But within the soul of Kipps, nay, in his very heart, one might say, all is not yet at peace. There is the small matter of the girl next door, Anne Pornick, whose fortunes have progressed no further than that of housemaid in the very house in which Kipps has been invited to a dinner party. Kipps, and it really gives me no pleasure at all to admit it, Kipps has behaved rather badly, and rushed out of the dinner party before the dessert. Clearly he has something on his mind, something very important. I, by the way, am an extremely concerned H.G. Wells, as Kipps is something of a protégé of mine.
What do you want? Ian, I want to speak to you. I've got something to say to you.
What, down here? At the servants' door? What would them upstairs say?
Look, let me come in and talk to you.
Basement after 9. Them's me hours. It ain't 9, so you can't talk to me. Why don't you go back upstairs where you belong?
Ian, just let me in for 1 minute. No more, honest. Then I'll go if you want me to.
All right. But you'll have to be quick. I'm very busy.
Right. Now then, look at this. What is it?
It's an old sixpence what's been broken off, that's all. Ain't no good to anyone like that.
Don't you see?
Hurry up, Art Kipps, I've got work to do.
I kept mine all these years.
You kept it too long.
Look, you and me was young. We broke a sixpence in half.
I broke that sixpence in half. I used my dad's file.
All right, you folded it in half, and then we took half each. Sort of a lover's token. I know we was young, but Ian... Ian?
No.
Look here, Ian. I've been a fool.
Yes.
And I want to marry you.
You can't.
I must.
You can't. You can't go marrying everyone. You've got to marry her upstairs, what you're engaged to.
I shan't marry her.
Look, you're engaged to her. You can't be engaged to me as well.
Anne, I don't want to be engaged to you.
Oh.
I've been engaged already. I want to be married to you. See? Right away. I mean, come right off to London now and marry me. Right now.
What? This minute?
Come and marry me right now before someone else does. See?
I couldn't.
Why not?
Well, for one thing, my month's notice isn't up.
Well, then ask to go.
She wouldn't let me, not Mrs. Bindon-Botting.
Then come without asking.
She'd keep my box.
Well, let her. Who cares? I'll buy you 100 boxes if you'll come.
And you haven't treated me properly, Artie. You kissed me when you was already engaged to her.
Look, I didn't come to argufy. I was all wrong. I admit it. I've been a fool. See? There. I got myself all tied up with everyone. It isn't as if we didn't care for one another, you and me, Anne. Well, what is it? Yes or no?
I don't know.
I thought I'd never see you again. I didn't know what I wanted. But now I know what I don't want and what I do want. If you don't say you'll come, I'll go anyway. I haven't a friend in the world no more. I've been and thrown everything away. I don't know why I've done things and why I haven't done other things. All I know is I can't stand nothing in the world no more.
Artie?
Yes?
I'll do it.
You will?
Of course I will.
Oh, Anne, I've been so miserable.
So have I, Archie.
Wasn't it silly?
Oh, really stupid. Here. Oh, I better go. She's calling me.
You don't have to answer that no more.
No. I don't, do I? Oh, Archie.
I'm so happy.
Oh, we got plans to make. I wouldn't do this for everyone, mind.
I should hope not.
Give us a kiss, Artie.
And there they were. Kipps's fashionable and expensive hat lying neglected on the floor. What's the world coming to? Oh, dear. Oh, where did I put my handkerchief? I'm sure it was in my breast pocket. Oh, dear. Kind of thing makes a fella come over all sentimental. I remember when all this started. This silly business with a sixpence. Pointless, however, to dwell on matters of the past, when the demands of the present are so pressing. Within the briefest imaginable time, the couple fled, first on foot and severally to the Folkestone Central Station, then in a first-class carriage to Charing Cross, and then in a four-wheeler, a long, rumbling, palpitating, slow flight through the multitudinous, swarming London streets to the home of Sid Pornick, Anne's brother, where, within seconds of their arrival, Kipps and Anne simultaneously announced that they were to be married as soon as possible. Sid lost no time in bringing out a bottle kept for just such occasions.
Hell! Congratulations to you both.
Here's to you a long life together.
Thank you.
He was all a bit quick. It's
Yeah.
just the way to do it. That's what we did, eh?
That's Artie Kipps for you. Impulsive.
Decided and done it.
Yeah.
Come in.
Excuse me.
Oh, hello, Masterman.
Oh, I hope I'm not intruding.
No, not at all. Artie is going to marry my sister Anne, Masterman.
What do you think of that, Mr. Masterman? I thought you'd find the higher life a bit difficult, but I never thought you'd have the originality to clear out.
Take no notice of him. He's going to make one of his melancholy speeches.
Mr. Masterman, you recall, is the Pornicks' first-floor front lodger, a flushed and emaciated gentleman in whom the combination of a hard working life, creeping illness, and perhaps a little endemic pessimism had produced some of the most riveting and confusing observations on contemporary life which it was Kipps' fortune to hear.
You would have climbed from one refinement of vulgarity to another and never got to any satisfactory top. There's no top. Oh. You're doing the right and sane thing, and that's a rare spectacle.
Here.
You're going to marry your equal. Make your own little world and your own house, first of all.
Oh, we haven't started to talk about an house yet.
Better get all that sorted out, Anne. Here, I've made some muffins. Help yourself.
Oh, muffins and whiskey?
Where there's life, there's hope, and without eating, there's no life, so never mind about what you mix with what. Have a muffin.
They're lovely.
Thanks very much.
Well, here's to hope, then. The light of the world.
Hope.
The light of the world.
Anne and Kipps spent the days before their marriage in a number of agreeable excursions. They went to Kew by steamboat and admired the house full of paintings of flowers. And one day they went early to have a good long day at Crystal Palace. They walked in the October sunshine, and presently they came to a region of caves and waterways and discovered huge effigies of iguanodons and mastodons, gloriously done in green and gold.
They're very big, these monsters. You wonder how they ever got enough to eat.
What you going to do about Ellen? I mean, you're still engaged to her.
Oh, I shall write her a letter and apologise. I'd better offer her brother damages.
Oh.
He's a solicitor, and maybe he'll advise her to bring an action for breach of promise. I hope not. Anyway, they can't get much out of reading me letters in court, because I didn't write none. I don't suppose they'll sue. Her brother's me solicitor, you see. His firm handles all me money. Oh, you are pretty, Anne.
Well, you ain't so bad yourself.
It's curious how I've come to be engaged to her.
Well, she wasn't suited to you. Anyone could see that.
Oh, that's just it. But how did it come about?
I expect she led you on.
No, it wasn't that. I don't know what it was. Life's jolly, Mum. But I suppose I'm a rum sort of fella. I get excited sometimes and don't seem to care what I do. That's what it was about, really.
It was a green and golden day, and after wandering through the grounds they settled by the side of the lake, where they ate the sandwiches so lovingly prepared by Anne, contemplated the ducks, who were also having their lunch, and turned their thoughts once more to the future.
Now, let's talk about our house. Where are we going to live?
Somewhere homely. Not a big house.
Another sandwich?
Here, top. Well, we'll look for the sort of house we want. Not too big and not too small. We'll have a kitchen and a dining room and a parlour.
No basement.
Why not?
Because there isn't enough light in a basement. And everything's got to be carried up and down all day, coals and everything. Oh, you'd hardly believe, Artie, if you hadn't been in service, how cruel and silly some houses are built. You'd think they'd had a spite against servants the way the stairs are made.
Well, we'll have a sensible house and sensible things. Nothing stuck up. Just sensible. I can just see our little house. It's tea time, muffins, kettle on the hob, cat on the hearthrug. We must get a cat, Anne.
And you and me.
Here, Anne, I don't believe I've kissed you for... Oh, getting on for half an hour.
Oh, Artie, you getting tired of me already?
I like the way your hair turns back, just there, above your eye. It's like that when you were a girl. Here, look at that monster. Don't you think it looks like that chap Masterman?
I don't know. That sort of animal's extinct anyway.
I wonder how they all got extinct. No one could possibly have killed them.
I read about it. All the animals was overtook by the flood.
But I thought they had to take 2 of everything there was in the ark.
Well, within reason they did. But this lot are very big beasts. They'd have put their feet right through the bottom of Noah's boat.
And the Kipps continued to speculate on the relative possibilities of the survival of the dinosaur dynasty, while Kipps began to think about what he might say in the letter to Helen.
Dear Miss Walsingham. No, I can't call her Miss. Dear fiancée. How do you spell that? F-E... No, that won't do. Ellen. Yes, that's direct. Ellen, I can't marry you. I can't explain exactly why, but there's someone else I just got to marry, and I hope you'll find someone you just got to marry as well. And I hope your mother, Mrs. Walsingham, is well, and good luck with everything. Your friend, Arthur Kipps. Yeah, that'll do. Your friend. Oh, quite like that. P.S. The wedding will be quite soon.
Thank you. Moving a little, would you? Thank you. Hold it. That's just right. Thank you.
Now, watch the birdie. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Come on then, Artie. Kiss the bride.
What,
in front of you lot?
Come on, Artie, you got to.
It's a dumb thing.
Of course it is.
Right then.
Right then, champagne all round. And wish young Anne and Artie here their health. Anne and Artie.
Honeymoons and all things come to an end, and at last Mr. and Mrs. Kipps descended upon the railway platform of Hythe Station to find their bright dream of a house. They began the wearying business of looking at empty properties.
Just look at these windows. They're only yards of curtains. Ah! Oh, what's that?
Oh, it's only a dead beetle.
This place is filthy. Look here, there was no water in them upstairs rooms. Some poor girl has got to go up and down, carrying every drop of water. It's having houses built by men, I believe, that makes all the work and trouble.
I think some of your brother Sid's socialism has got into your blood.
Well, it's criminal and stupid. This is a dreadful place. Now, let me tell you, Artie, we don't want a basement, and we want hot and cold water upstairs. And we want coal cellar in the house, so someone doesn't have to get soaked and frozen getting cold in from the outside.
But, Ian, we looked at dozens of houses, and none of them have got all those things.
Well, then, there's only one thing to do.
What's that?
We'll build it.
Hey?
Well, if we can't find what we want, why can't we build it? Well, you build it, I mean. It's your money.
Right, it's yours as well now. I can be as socialistic as the next chap. But it's a good idea. After all, lots of people have built houses.
Yeah.
I mean, how could there be so many houses everywhere if people haven't built them?
And having decided to build a house, Kipps had to find out how to go about it. He consulted his old friends Carshot and Buggins, with whom he had worked as a draper, At first they were as nonplussed as Kipps himself, and then Buggins remembered that you had to get an architect to do you a drawing of a house, and then Carshot remembered that he knew a man whose brother was an architect, and the architect turned out to be a small, alert individual with a black bag and a cylindrical silk hat and a demeanour of impressive woodenness. When Kipps and Anne sat down in his office, he opened his bag, took out some biscuits, a metal flask, a new pair of leather gloves, a clockwork motor car, a bunch of violets, and finally a large, distended notebook.
Right, here we are. Now, Mr. and Mrs. Kipps, tell me exactly what sort of accommodation you require.
Well,
we want cupboards.
Very well. Cupboards. But how many rooms?
Well, not too many.
Bedrooms, for example. How many?
Oh, we want one of them.
We might want another, Artie. You know.
2 then? 2 bedrooms?
My dear chap, the merest shooting box. Well, you would want a bedroom which could serve for the nanny, if I may be so bold.
3 then?
And you're bound to have the occasional guest.
4, I suppose.
And if there were the patter of any more tiny feet, I really think it would be hard to manage with fewer than 6.
Hot and cold water laid on to each bedroom. We've settled on that, at any rate.
Plumbing is very expensive, Mrs. Kipps. Indeed, it is not something I would normally suggest to my clients. Not that sort of plumbing.
Well, I don't care what the thing costs, as long as it's what we want.
Ah. I see. Well, let's chat a little about the exterior. How about a Queen Anne style?
What's that when it's around?
The great advantage of the Queen Anne style is that it allows for such variety. For example, you could have internal features such as an old English oak staircase and a gallery.
Oh, that sounds nice.
Right, I'll put down 6 bedrooms, one with barred windows, suitable for nursery.
The ceiling of the coal cellar has to be at the right height.
Mrs. Kipps, are you suggesting that we put the coal cellar at the top of the house?
No, but we could have it on the ground floor, with the staircase outside.
It might be made a feature, I suppose. Now, how about gas heating?
Oh, yes, we must have heating. In every room.
In every room. I presume there will also be a breakfast room, a dining room, and a study for Mr. Kipps.
I don't know.
Oh, well, I'd like a little bit of a study, and not a big one, of course, then, but one with a desk and bookshelves where I could have a book or 2. Yeah, I'd like that.
Then we'll have a little study.
Little study.
But I don't see what we want a drawing room and a dining room and a kitchen for. If we was going to let in the summer, then well and good. But we're not going to let.
You couldn't possibly have a house without a drawing room. I could not design a house without a drawing room. And there is room for it.
Well,
you can put in a drawing room, but we shan't use it.
The discussion continued when they had left the architect's office.
Fancy, Anne. A little house, all of our own.
I don't know what we want all them rooms for, Artie.
Well, they're necessary. You heard the architect say so.
A study? We don't study, do we, Artie? We get on and do things.
When I get that study, Anne, I shall do a bit of reading I've often wanted to do. I shall make a habit of going in there and reading something of an hour every day. Well, there's Shakespeare and Ibsen and Wild Duck and a lot of things a man like me ought to read. Self-help, that's what it is. It's a distinctive English characteristic. Someone told me that once. Besides, Anne, we've got to have somewhere to put the encyclopedia.
The what?
The encyclopedia. It's a book. Well, one big book split up into lots of little books. We've got to have an encyclopedia, and if we have an encyclopedia, we've got to have a study. It stands to reason.
I suppose so, Artie.
Come on. Oh, we'll get a cup of tea and a bun and talk about the furniture and the curtains.
When the architect had drawn up the plan, they went to visit him again.
Now, Mr. Kipps.
Yes?
Okay,
yes.
Now, here we are. A plain style with practically no external features, in the best Folkestone style. If I do say it myself, it is perhaps a little too good for Hythe. Now, A central hall with a staircase, Moorish gallery, Tudor stained-glass window, crenellated battlements, octagonal bay windows, surmounted by an oriental dome of metal.
It looks very big.
11 bedrooms, worked in easy as easy.
We won't all them bedrooms.
Make this one box room, then.
4 servants would hardly be enough.
Oh, I think you could manage with 4.
I don't know.
We'll have to think it over a bit.
The architect had drawn the plans on a transparent bluish paper that smelt abominably. He painted the house very nicely, in brick red and ginger, arsenic green, and a leaden sort of blue. The Kippses pored over the plans together, and with Artie's uncle, who came over from New Romney to visit them.
What you reckon then, Uncle?
Oh, not at all bad. You got any more of this here whiskey?
Of course, Uncle.
Oh, Tar. I say, I saw a lot of young officer fellas when I was coming along on the bus. You ought to join the volunteers, my boy, and get to know a few.
Oh, I guess I might, later.
They'd make you an officer in no time. They want officers, and it isn't everyone who can afford it. You bought a dog yet?
Not yet, Uncle.
Nor a motor car?
Not yet, Uncle.
Quite right. Now, don't get one of these trashy cheap ones when you do. You get one that'll last a lifetime.
I don't really think I fancy a motor car.
Quite right. I expect you'll be happier sitting at home.
Well, we're both pretty busy, what we're thinking about the house. Look at what it says. Plan of a house for Arthur Kipps, Esquire.
Oh, very smart.
We couldn't find what we wanted, so we thought, why shouldn't we run up one for ourselves?
Yeah, it's a speculation, of course. I must say, this isn't exactly the sort of house I should expect you to have. Practically, it's a villa. It's the sort of house a bank clerk might have. It isn't what I should call a gentleman's house, Artie.
Well, it's plain, of course.
So long as it's comfortable.
You ain't comfortable, my girl, in this world, not if you don't live up to your position. A house of this sort is what a retired tradesman might have. Or a solicitor.
It's got 11 bedrooms. Is that more what a gentleman would have?
11 bedrooms? Well, let's have another look. Oh, now you could have a billiard room there. A lot of these officers would be glad of a game of billiards. What's all these dots?
Shrubbery. Flowering shrubbery.
Don't you think 11 bedrooms is a bit of a lot?
You'll want them, my girl. As you get on, you'll be having visitors. Friends of your husband's from the School of Musketry. You can't never tell.
If we have a shrubbery, we shall have to have a gardener.
If you don't have a shrubbery, how are you going to prevent every jackanapes that goes by staring into your drawing-room window?
We ain't used to a shrubbery. We can get on very well without one.
It isn't what you're used to. It's what you ought to have now. Study and library. Oh, that's good. That's very good.
The discussion continued even after old Kipps had taken himself home.
Well, Uncle liked
I don't know, Artie. 11 bedrooms. Just think of all that cleaning.
Uncle's right. We must have servants. We've got to keep up our position. I can't have you scrubbing floors. You've got to have a servant or two, and you've got to manage a house. You wouldn't want me ashamed, would you?
No, Artie. But I did want it to be a little house, a handy little house, just for us.
I'm not only thinking of myself. I'm thinking of you too, and other people. I don't want us to be looked down upon.
But who would look down on us?
Well, there's young Walsingham, my solicitor, what handles all me money. I don't want him sneering and sniffing at me. I'm as good as him now, even if I did marry your sister.
I'm sorry, Artie, I wasn't thinking. We'll have the big house. I don't want anyone saying I've dragged you down.
Well, except, well, maybe you are right, Anne. I mean...
No, Artie. It means a lot to you, and we'll have it.
And so Kipps was committed to £2,500 worth of building work. Soon he became the owner of a freehold plot of 3/8 of an acre, and saw the turf being wheeled away from the site that should one day be his home.
Here we are, Anne. This is where my study's going to be.
It's just a pile of stones, Artie.
Well, that's what's exciting about building a house. It's the imagining. Here, we'll have to think of a name for it. Home cottage, how about that?
Oh, I like cottage for an house.
But then with 11 bedrooms, it isn't exactly a cottage. Properly speaking, it's more like a villa.
Oh, how about Home Villa, then?
How about Eureka Villa?
What's Eureka?
It's a name. There used to be Eureka Dressfasters when I was a apprentice draper. Oh, come to think of it, there's lots of names to be got out of a shop. We could have Pyjama Villa. Then there was Mariposa. It's a sort of oatmeal cloth.
We can't call an house Pyjama Villa, Artie.
Why not? We can call it anything we like. Well, so long as it fits, eh? I could call it Waddicombe, after my grandfather Waddy, who left me all my money. Or something simple like Number 1. Or patriotic like Empire Villa. Or elegant like
Sandring.
Or appetising like steak and kidney villa.
As Anne and Kipps walked home, their spirits lightened by the prospect of choosing a name for the house, Kipps was reminded of the momentous surprise when he first learned that he was to be elevated from the position of humble draper in a Folkestone emporium to that of young gentleman with a private income to dispose of. The announcement had been made, he remembered, by a solicitor called
Bean. Oh, Bean. Of Watson and Bean.
Oh.
Kipps had come a long way since that day. Now, as he and Anne awaited progress on their new house, they stayed, temporarily, in rented accommodation, which was furnished in a style of mediocre elegance. There was a sideboard of carved oak. There were a pair of Japanese jars on the mantelshelf, several sumptuous Chinese fans, and a Turkey carpet of great richness. There were also 2 inactive tall clocks, whose extreme dilapidation appealed to the connoisseur, or so Kipps had been told. One day the Kippses were sitting at their midday dinner table, amidst the vestiges of rhubarb pie, discussing the 1 o'clock post. Kipps was attired in a suit of brown, with a tie of fashionable green, while Anne wore one of those picturesque loose robes that are usually associated with sandals and advanced ideas.
Oh, I got a letter from Sid. There's a couple of postcards for you. What'd they say?
Well, I never. Young Walsingham says he's unavoidably prevented from seeing me today. Well, I like his cheek. We arranged to go and start paying the builders.
I must say he's been treating you a bit off recently.
Yes. He's getting too big for his britches. Ever since I married you instead of his sister, he seems to think I've got no right to spend my own money.
What's the other postcard?
Dashed if I can read much of it. C.H. Oh, by Jove, he's from Chitlow. You know, the actor chap I met a while ago. Now, what's this say? Oh, yes. What price Harry now? Well, I expect he's either done something or not done something towards getting on that play of his.
Play he's acting in?
I'll play what he wrote. Always up to something. Actually, I invested some money in it.
Some money?
Yeah, a couple of thousand.
Couple of thousand?
Oh, it was a safe investment. He assured me. Well, actually, he sort of talked me into it somehow, without my really knowing what was going on. Very amusing chap he could be. Well, sometimes. Always up to something. Full of stories. Maybe he's had a bit of luck. Oh, I can't read the rest. His handwriting's terrible.
I'll clear the things away if you've finished. What you going to do now, then? Go for a walk?
Well, I went for a walk yesterday. I suppose I could go for another.
Bit windy out. Take your scarf.
I wonder why young Walsingham won't see me. It's all lies about him being too busy, I'm sure it is.
It's raining, Artie. Put on your mackintosh.
Right-ho. When I come back, let's have a bit of tea and some toasted tea cake, eh? Toast it in front of the fire.
Righto, Artie. Tea and toasted tea cake.
Things conspired to demoralise Kipps that afternoon. His mackintosh flapped round his legs, the rain stung his cheek, and then, quite abruptly, the weather changed. The sun shone, and there was Kipps in his mackintosh and squeaky leggings, looking like a fool.
Damn it, Mr. Wells. Why don't I ever get anything right?
That lady over there has an umbrella.
Of course. The right thing for a day like today is a light overcoat and umbrella. Damn, I'll never get anything right.
Look how the house is getting on, Kipps.
There's no one here. It's just trenches for the wet concrete. The builders were having me. Young Walsingham's having me. They don't respect me because I can't do things right. I'm an outcast. Oh. If I had a special sort of tutor to show me everything right, I'd be in a pink.
That's rubbish, Kipps.
Well, look at that. 11 bedrooms. No one ever come to stay. I haven't got a thing worth counting.
What about Buggins and Carshot?
Shop assistants.
Oh, dear. Sid and Fanny Pornick and their baby, little Walt Whitman.
A low socialist lot. Besides, they're relatives anyway.
Well, then, there's that chap over there.
Where?
Walking on the other side of the road. Mr. Coote.
Coote? Well, bless my soul. Hey, Coote! Chester Coote! Over here, it's me, Artie Kipps. Oh, he can't hear me. Coote!
I think he heard you.
He hasn't even looked round. He's walking on. He's hurrying. Mr. Wells. He's cut me. Chester Coote has cut me. That is the end. It really is.
Well, perhaps I was wrong. Perhaps he didn't hear you.
No. He heard me. And he cut me. Oh, Lord.
There's nothing left.
That's a little unfair.
Oh, well, you tell me. Who else is there left?
I'm surprised at you, Arthur Kipps. There's Anne.
Oh, she's just Anne.
Just Anne?
Oh, well, I suppose she's all right. But she's been all tearful and moody lately.
Has she now?
What's that supposed to mean?
It's supposed to mean, have you thought about why she's all tearful and moody?
Well, to worry about the house, I suppose.
Oh, come on, Kipps.
Well, what else? Oh. Oh. Mr. Wells? You don't mean... You can't mean...
Ask her, then. Talk to her.
I will. I will. Ta-ta. I'm off home now.
Although Kipps was hurrying home with some hopeful excitement in his heart, it must be confessed that the passing encounter with Coote, or rather the lack of encounter, had gone very deep. Coote, who had spoken to him of self-help. Coote, who had lent him books on the language of flowers and manners and etiquette. Coote, whose sister had spoken to him of the world's 100 best paintings. Coote, whom he had considered his friend, cutting him because he had married beneath his station. He was in a mental turmoil and in physical discomfort as his mackintosh swished against his leggings and his leggings piped and whistled over his boot tops.
Anne? Hello, Anne? Anne, where are you?
Here, Artie, in the kitchen, washing up.
Anne, what's all these cards on the old table?
Cards? Oh, that's callers.
What, Miss G. Porritt-Smith, Miss Mabel Porritt-Smith, the Reverend D. Porritt-Smith. Lord, clergy.
There was a lady and two grown-up girls all dressed up.
And him?
There was no him.
But his card?
He didn't call, just a lady and two young ladies.
But why should they leave this card if he didn't come with them?
Perhaps all the cards they got. Whoever calls.
Not a little chap who's...
I told you, no gentleman.
Well, it's rum. He must have given the slip. Gone off while they're waiting for you to let him in. It's a fair call, anyhow. What do they talk about?
They didn't. I didn't let them in.
Didn't let him in?
No.
Why on earth not?
Well, when the door went, I was upstairs polishing the floor. I didn't know there was callers. We ain't never had no callers. I thought I'd polish the floor and get tea. How was I to think about callers?
So what then?
They came and knocked at the door. I thought it was a tradesman or something. I never took my apron off. I had polish all over my hands. And there they was. Is Mrs. Kipps at home? She says to me.
Yes?
And me all polishing, no cap on or nothing. Not a mistress nor servant. Well, Lottie, I could have sunk through the floor with shame. I really could. I could hardly get my voice out. I just said, not at home. And out of habit, like. I held out the tray for the card. So they gave me the cards and they went.
Well, I never.
They looked me up and down and they went. And that's about it.
I wouldn't have that happen for £5, clergyman and all.
Is that so, Art Kipps?
You did ought to know better than that, and you really did.
That's what you think, is it?
What else can I think?
I don't see there's any use getting in a state about it.
Don't you? I do. Here's these people good enough to want to associate with us, and then you go and slap them in the face.
I did not slap them in the face.
Practically. You slam the door in their faces, and that's all we'll ever see them again. I'll tell you what, Ian. You got to return that call. That's what you got to do.
I have I?
You'll have to look it up in that book I got, Manners and Rules of Good Society. You've got to find out just how many cards to leave, and then you've got to leave them. See?
Don't know anything about that.
I just told you. You find out how. They won't recognise you, not in that Bond Street out I bought you. And if they do, they won't say nothing.
No.
What?
I can't.
You must.
I can't and I won't. Anything in reason I'll do. But I won't face those people again after what happened.
You won't?
That's right, I won't.
I see. So there they go. And we never see them again. We don't know nobody, and we shan't know nobody. And you won't put yourself out, not one little bit, or take the trouble to find out how anything ought to be done.
I don't think I ever ought to have married you, Arthur Kipps, and that's the truth. If I'd known you had these ideas before I married you, I never would have married you.
Oh, don't go on like that.
It's true. I'm not equal to the position that you want. You should have told me what you wanted, then I'd have known what you wanted.
I don't see why you shouldn't try. I've improved no end from what I was.
I don't know about that.
What?
I don't want to improve.
I'm me, and I like me like I am. So there.
Oh, Lord. Ian.
Now all that buttered tea cake I spent so long over tea is all gone cold. Tastes like leather now. I'll just have to throw it away.
The Kippses spoke no more to one another that day. The sense of wrong which each one felt burned within them. Their souls were full of pain. They suffered and did not understand why. And they could not voice their pain to one another. Next morning, Kipps received a telegram from his ex-fiancée, Helen Walsingham, summoning him to Folkestone urgently.
Well, it's funny seeing you again, Helen.
Yes,
Why'd you send me that telegram? It sounded very urgent.
it is. I'm afraid I've got some rather bad news.
Not your mother?
Well, Mother is quite distraught. She's had to take to her bed. No, it's Henry.
Oh, I've been trying to get hold of him. See, he's got
I'm
a
afraid
cold-
you won't be able to find him.
Not lost, is he?
Well, not exactly. He's gone away.
Well, he'll be back, won't he?
I don't think so. I'm horribly afraid, Arthur, that Henry is not all he should be. You see, he was always rather careless with money, pocket money, when he was a child, that sort of thing. But now, well, it's other people's money he's rather careless with.
Oh, Lord.
Yes, oh, law, and after all that Mother and I hoped for. Well, it is not to be. We shall not be able to move to London or anything.
Well, never mind. You can stay here.
It's worse than that, you see. I'm terribly afraid that he has embezzled, well, your money, among others.
Well, that sounds very important.
But it is important. It is quite shocking.
Oh, I'm sure you'll get over it.
Arthur, I don't think you quite understand. Do you know what embezzlement means?
No. But I'm sure he knows what he's doing.
Oh, I think he does. Look, perhaps we'd better go to a solicitor who can explain it to you.
But I've got a solicitor. Your brother Henry, he's my solicitor.
I think you will need another solicitor. Come, we can go now.
Ellen, can I ask you something?
The solicitor will be able to answer all your questions, Arthur.
No, something personal. When I said I couldn't marry you, was he very angry?
Well, not really. No. I think we would not have been ideally suited.
So you're not mad at me?
Oh, no, Arthur. How could I be?
Oh.
After having the word embezzled explained to him, his face was very white when he returned home to Anne, and so urgent was his news that he broke the silence between them.
Anne, I've got something to tell you.
What, Artie?
He's gone. Young Walsingham. He's cleared off.
I don't understand.
He's gone for good. I saw Ellen, his sister. She sent me the telegram and she told me everything. He'd been speculating. He speculated our money and other people's money, and now he's slung his hook.
You mean he's lost our money?
Yes, all of it. Not a penny left. If I had him here, I'd wring his neck, I would.
What turn up?
He bought things dear and he sold them cheap. We're ruined.
Oh, I don't know.
Anne, I just told you. Oh, I don't mean to shout at you, but I'm so shook up.
What did Ellen say?
She told me to get another solicitor straight away and get him to help me. I think she always knew her brother wasn't reliable, but didn't like to say.
So what do you do then?
I went to old Bean, who was my solicitor, before I give all the money to young Walsingham.
What did he say?
Well, he couldn't tell me much till we got a few more facts. And there's the new house and heaven knows how many other debts.
Oh, I don't think I shall mind it all that much.
We was fools, Anne, and didn't know our benefits. And then there's Buggins. I promised I'd help him start a little outfitting shop in Rendezvous Street. It was good to me when I was first apprenticed as a draper.
I think it might not be as bad as you think.
We're bankrupt. I ought to have known. I don't mind so much myself. But there's you, Anne.
I don't think it's a disaster. But I don't mind working. I won't go back into service, that's out of the question now I'm married, and, well, there's other things. But I could do other jobs, like work in a shop. It'd be more company than cleaning a house on my own all day.
Oh, I couldn't do all that again. Looking at advertisements and trying to find a good place. I fancy all that beginning again.
Look, Artie, first, you should wait till you hear from old Bean. And second, we'll manage all right, honest.
I don't know how you can think like that.
It's the way I am.
Oh, Anne, I've been so cross with you and a fool about them cards. I'm sorry.
That was just silly. I nearly forgot about that already.
I didn't really care whether or not you called on that clergyman.
Of course you didn't. Now, you were so het up yesterday that I didn't get a chance to tell you something.
And I had something to ask you and I clean forgot it.
Well?
Is it true?
If it means what I think it does, then it is. I'm going to have a baby. We're going to have a baby.
What? Really? Oh, Anne. Oh, Anne, how clever you are.
Oh, no, Mr. Kipps, how clever you are.
Well, anyway, we've got to celebrate. What shall we do? Shall we go for a walk? Go out to tea? Go out to a restaurant? Oh. Oh, no. Oh, dear. Are we going to manage with a baby?
I said we'll manage. Now, we'll go for a walk, and then we'll come back, and we'll have hot buttered toast and tea. And then we'll go to bed.
When Kipps heard from old Bean again, it was as Anne had said, not quite as bad as it first appeared. There was well over £1,000, and there was the freehold of the land Kipps had already paid for. And there was still the house in Folkestone, Hughenden, which had belonged to his grandfather. That was let for the summer and would go on bringing in rent. With these facts before them, Anne and Kipps began to plan.
Anne, what do you say to us getting a shop?
Oh, I'd like a shop of our own. What kind of shop? You know drapery, you could teach me.
No, you want a lot of capital for a draper, over £1,000. I thought of something else. I was thinking of a little bookshop. I think I'd like it. Then I could have a good go in at reading as well. I've often wanted to.
Do you know much about books, Artie?
No, you don't need to. I noticed that when ladies go to the library, they aren't half as fussed as when they go to the draper. If they go in a draper and you haven't got what they want, it's, oh no, and out they go. But in the bookshop, it's different.
Oh.
One book's very like another after all. People will take what you're giving them books and be glad to be told what to read.
It's a wonderful idea, Artie. We weren't really suited to having lots of money.
Fishes out of water.
No one will come calling and leaving cards.
Nah.
No need for us to be stuck up.
We'll be common people with no position at all.
We'll be shopkeepers.
Shortly, Kipps noticed an advertisement for a comprehensive scheme of transatlantic origin which involved the financing of a chain of bookshops. He replied, and before long, the shop was a reality. There was a smell of paint and of the shavings of imperfectly seasoned pine wood. Already his name, Arthur Kipps, was outlined in white letters above the shop. Under the counter, to the right, paper and string lurked, ready to spring up and embrace goods sold. On the table to the left, art publications.
Thank you, madam. Do call again.
In the kitchen at the back of the shop, Anne sat in the evening knitting little garments for some unknown stranger, while Kipps worked on his accounts.
Look, Artie. What do you think of him?
He's lovely. Perfect. Look at all them fingers.
He's over £9.
Where did he get £9 from?
He weighs £9, silly. Here, hold him.
Oh, I couldn't.
Go on, he won't break.
Oh, all right. Here, careful. Why is he dropping his head?
You've got to support his head in your hand, like that. There you are.
Oh, he'll fall. Anne, get hold of him. Oh. Oh. Oh, look. He's just lying all quiet here. Here. This is a bit of all right, isn't it?
He likes you.
Oh, I should think so. Barmy's dead. You hear that? Here, what do I call him?
I don't know. We can call him what we like.
We could call him anything at all. Archibald.
John.
Anthony James.
Eureka.
No. Can't have Eureka Kipps written up over the shop. Come to think of it, I should by rights include my father's name somewhere. Waddy. Oh, but you can't call a little scrap Waddy, can you?
How about Arthur Waddy Kipps?
That's just it. Arthur Waddy Kipps. Eh? Good, good. And on the shop it will say, Arthur Kipps and Son. How about that then, eh?
Well, the story is practically finished. Or if not finished, has nearly reached the moment when we might properly leave the Kippses to their busy life. But there are one or two people whose stories need to be brought up to date. For example, the actor chap, Chitterlow. Chitterlow arrived in the shop one morning in singularly crumpled evening dress, with a hat tilted remarkably forward, and one vast white glove flung out, and burst into tears.
Sit! Biff! Oh, Kipps! Kipps, my dear old matey! Kipps! Good old Kipps! Oh, Kipps, you've no idea! My play! My play! You remember?
I think so. Oh, dear Chitlow. I'm sorry if it's flopped.
Oh, it's a success! My dear chap, your trust in me has been validated, and I've come to tell you it's a big success. Oh, I'll be all right in a minute. Calm down. Calm down, Chitterlow.
Why, this is marvellous. Oh, cheer up, dear fellow.
Oh, I've been to first nights before, you know. I've been up all night talking to the boys, but nothing like this.
Tell me how it happened.
Well, they laughed a bit at the beginning, but nothing like a settled laugh until the second act. You know that bit about the chap with a live beetle down his neck? Well, then they began, laughing. We jumped them into the third act before they had time to cool. I never saw a first night go so fast. They laughed at everything. They laughed at things we didn't mean to be funny. Then biff, biz, curtain. I went on, but I didn't say a word. It was like walking across Niagara. All that applause going across that stage.
Oh, I'm delighted for you.
Oh, it means wealth. Thousands of pounds. Money. Oh, I'm glad it's come to me now and not before. I've learned the value of money. There may be a country house, a flat in Westminster, but nothing more. You, Kipps, shall have your rightful share for believing in me.
Why, it's dash decent of you. Tell the truth, I forgot all about it.
It's even in the paper, a review, a whole column. And now I must leave you and take the news to my darling wife. Farewell, matey. Farewell, oh, best of friends.
And with that, Chitterlow, his face lit by a vast excitement, departed into the sunlight with his buoyant walk, buoyant almost to the point of being tottering. He stopped at the newsboy's stand and bought a copy of every single newspaper, proceeding on his way, swinging a great budget of papers, a figure of merited success. Anne and Kipps watched the proceedings from the doorway of the shop.
I'm glad for him.
So am I. If anyone deserves success, it's Chitlow.
What about all that money coming to you?
Why, it won't make no difference. We'll keep the shop on anyhow. I haven't much trust in money after all that's happened to me.
That was 2 years ago, and as the whole world knows, Harry Chitterlow's play, The Pestered Butterfly, is still playing to packed houses in a little theatre in the Strand. Night after night, the Beetle scene draws happy tears from the crowds, and every so often Kipps receives a welcome cheque from Chitterlow. He sits in the little kitchen behind the shop, while Anne baths Arthur Waddy Kipps in front of the fire.
I shall put the money in the bank against the day you have to go to school, Arthur Waddy Kipps. Till there's free education, you've got to be paid for, and you're going to grow up knowing your way about a bit. I've half a mind to bury it under the shop. I expect one would always be coming down at nights to make sure it was still there. I don't seem to trust anyone.
wonder who that can be.
It's a bit late for the shop. I'll just see who it is.
The bookshop which belongs to Kipps is on the left-hand side of Hythe High Street as you come from Folkestone, between the yard of the livery station and the shop window of antiques and silver.
Good evening, sir. What may I have the pleasure?
I'm looking for a book.
Well, you come to the right place. What sort of book is it?
Well, I like fantasy, scientific romances, that sort of thing. I'm looking for a book called The First Men in the Moon.
Oh, that's rather a good title. Who wrote it?
A fellow called Wells. H.G. Wells.
Wells. Now, that name rings a bell, but I don't recall the book. What's it about?
Well, it's about the first men on the moon.
Well, there's a rum 'un. Mind you, it's not as daft as it sounds.
It isn't?
No. I was on the moon once.
Really?
Well, I come into me fortune. You may not believe it to look at me, but I inherited a fortune once.
Did you?
Oh, yes. Run through it. Then I got another, speculating in plays. I'd even keep this shop on if I didn't want to, you know. But it's something to do. And I'll get to meet gentlemen like yourself, what read books I never dream about.
And write them, too.
Pardon?
Yeah, oh, nothing.
Of course, I've seen some things. In my youth, of course. I could tell you a story or two.
Well, everyone has a story to tell.
That's just it. Now, I've wrote down the title of that book you wanted.
Are you sure it's no trouble for you?
No trouble, I assure you. I'll order it for you. Should be here in a couple of weeks.
I'll call again.
Please do. I'm always pleased to have a chat. You stopping here for your holidays?
Yes, after a fashion. By the way, could you recommend a reliable gents' outfitters?
Oh, you'll want Buggins. It's just a job. Little shop in Rendezvous Street. He'll have everything for a gent's wardrobe. Tell him I sent you. Here's his card.
I shall be sure to do so. Buggins. Yeah. Good day, then.
Good day, sir. Call in any time. I'm always here.
The marvellous thing about going into Kipps's shop is that you can talk to him about absolutely anything. He can talk about books, politics, about going to Boulogne, about life and its ups and downs. He will quote to you the sayings of a chap called Masterman. He can discourse on the finer points of running a drapery emporium, and he can share your delight in Beethoven, should you be the sort of refined person who delights in Beethoven. I myself am now an old and trusted customer of his, and for many amiable reasons, I intend to keep things on that very pleasant footing. One day, during that very beautiful summer, Kipps and Anne went for a row on the Hythe Canal. There was the water, shining bright, and the sky a deepening blue, and the great trees that dipped their boughs in the water. And out of the darkness of the water rose a question. The question of the wonder of the beauty, the purposeless, inconsecutive beauty that falls so strangely among the happenings and memories of life. The question, however, never quite reached the surface of Kipps' mind. It never took to itself substance or form.
Artie?
What, Anne?
Penny for your thoughts, Artie.
Oh, I don't think they're worth as much as that. I wasn't really thinking of anything at all. No.
Not anything at all?
Well, I suppose I was just thinking what a rum go everything is. I expect it was just something a bit like that.
Funny old Artie.
Ain't I, though? I don't suppose there was ever a chap quite like me before.
No, I don't expect there was, Artie.
And then again, I don't know. I just don't know.
And if Kipps doesn't know, who am I to say whether there has ever been anyone quite like him?
Paul Daneman played H.G. Wells, Mark Straker, Kipps, and Moya Leslie Anne in the fifth and final episode of Kipps by H.G. Wells, which has been dramatised in 5 episodes by Micheline Wonder. Sid, Michael Jenner, Fanny, Teresa Stratfield, Masterman, Nigel Anthony, Kipps' uncle, John Hollis, architect, Brett Usher, Helen Catherine Hurlbut, and Chitterlow Nicholas Grace. The music was composed by Ilona Sekach and played by Bill Ezard, Harold Lester and Christopher Smith. Kipps was directed by Martin Jenkins.